Wah! I'm still a little in shambles. I had to clean my glasses. I had an ice cream. There were some unexpected delays today in making food and also simply going to the store, which should have been normal and easy, and then it wasn't. Many such cases. And for some reason, I have like phlegm in my throat today. I don't know why. Ew. Yeah. Yeah. Fucking hell. Yeah. Ah! I'd also forgotten to clean some of the kitchen after making food. Such shambles. I put the dishwasher on, but I hadn't like cleaned the sink and stuff. The hell, man? My god. I'm all over the place. I'm all over the place. Why was Twitch chat sniffing? Oh, they were looking at Sniff, bro. They were looking at Sniff, bro. Almost 30 minutes too late. I delayed the start time on YouTube by 15 minutes. I was still a little bit late, but I did delay it somewhat. Because I realized I had to delay it because, look, I was going to the store. I was going like, oh, I gotta go to the store. I gotta buy some stuff, and then I gotta make a little bit of food. And then I go out of my room, and I go to the store. And I realize the fucking elevator is still broken. The elevator has been broken, I think, for almost the entire week. I'm on the 7th fucking floor. So then I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake. But I can't not go to the store. I need to. And tomorrow I gotta fucking... It's not also it's the weekend, so it's not gonna be fixed until a minimum Monday. And considering apparently it broke, like, proper this time and not just for a little bit, who knows when it's gonna be fucking fixed again. This elevator keeps breaking. Or rather, I think someone keeps fucking breaking it. So then I, you know, well, whatever. Then I had to, like, carry a lot of fucking shopping back. And I was so sweaty once I got back, because it's also pretty warm today for Finnish standards. So then I was... real fucking sweaty, so I had to put my food cooking while I took like a secondary shower and whatnot, and then I had to clean after making the food and blah 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 blah. And also, actually, all of this was caused by when I woke up today or whatever and blah blah blah, and I took a shower and blah blah blah, and then I went to sit down at my desk on my chair, and the locking mechanism of the backrest had decided to stop working, so I sit down and I just like, huh. So then I spent like 40 minutes trying to fix my fucking chair and figuring out why it's doing that, because the chair did that at one point like way earlier, soon after I'd gotten the chair. Within like a year, it did the same thing, like the mechanism broke. And back then, I was just like, oh, and I just contacted whatever. I had like warranty and everything still left. And they just sent me like a new part. They just sent me like a half the chair as brand new. And I was like, okay, cool, epic. And then this one seemingly was no issue until now. Suddenly it did the same thing. And looking at it, I think I finally figured out why it did that, because the exact same little thing was looking a little fucked up. So I like had to take some stuff apart. And I then like had to take a screw out, and I took the screw out, and I realized that there's one fucking screw in the mechanism on like the left side that apparently just over time, as I'm in my chair and go back and forth and whatnot, it gets like slowly worn down and just like fucking shredded. The screw was so fucked up looking, as well as like the little plastic kind of little ring that was around it as well. All fucked up and shredded, and it was like out. It had like popped out. It unscrewed itself over time. And I was like, oh, is this it? And then I fucked around and I had to like clean the screw. I was like wiping off like shredded metal bits and stuff off of the screw. And then I like screwed it back in, except when you screw it, it just kind of spins in place, even though it's screwed all the way in. I was like, let's hope it works. And it's working right now, at least. But I will have to get either a replacement part from the manufacturer, or actually find one from just like a hardware store, which could possibly be tricky because it doesn't exactly look like a common type of screw. It's like a big, weird, sort of thick, even thickness screw. So I'll see what happens. But yeah, so my first my day starts with using 40 minutes on fixing a chair, hopefully. And then when I go to the store, the fucking elevator is broken. I get back from the store, and then I have a standing desk, but you don't want to stand all the time. I actually very rarely use the standing function of the desk, but I do have it. So anyway. Fucking silly ass morning. Replace the whole chair. Well, at some point, because apparently it's the same fucking screw that broke like years ago when I first got the chair. So like, clearly it's some kind of just like fundamental issue with the design or something. It's so weird, however, that because there's an identical little screw spot on both sides, but only one side seemingly breaks over time. So it's very confusing. So possibly at some point it might just be, okay, I just gotta, like, get a new chair. I really like this chair, but at some point it's like, okay, is it worth it? I just might have to get the different chair. So. However, I have had this chair for 5 years now? 4 years after it was fixed and I got a replacement part. Goblin sneaking area, and of course, yes, I have a little ice cream thingy. Oh god, it's pretty melty. I took it out a while ago already. I'm gonna have this ice cream before we start. Also, I think whatever, while I'm eating, I guess we can look at the I believe I saw that they posted the DevCom for Endfield, which, I mean, should just be, you know, they're just showing us the stuff that they had in the stream as well. Also, PayPal is becoming a thing again. They're actually restoring PayPal functionality. Big is not a wiener, it's an ice cream. Also, it's not actually Magnum, it's just store brand. DevCom usually has a couple of things. Yeah, PayPal is coming back. I don't use it, but... And they also already posted the like little Mifu short. Also, and this. I don't believe it. It's a scam. Exchange visitor at Endfield Industry. Yepers. This close to being way too dank. Can you send me 30k to check if it works? Backup power. Regional overview. The clog auto fix. Power connection optimization. Grid display. Grid display. Grid display effect when placing facilities in transition zones between steep slopes, cliffs, and flat ground. Okay, that was a mission. But that's just like a visual change. Yeah, this thing is nice being able to just look at everything at once. Mission priority and display optimization. Daily task. Oh yeah, this was nice daily task stuff. Interaction quality of life improvements. Autofill, Yepers. Oh, autofill? Is it autofill or is it just multi-select? Batch weapon dismantling and lock management features is nice, Yepers. The essence acquisition, which this was really nice. The fact that you can actually just seemingly choose as many weapons as you want, and it'll just auto lock perfect matches is pretty epic. Oh yeah, they changed this to better indicate that an attack is coming off screen. Who the fuck is the guy in the thumbnail? I don't know, man. It's some absolute freak I just happened to find. I stole their photo for the thumbnail. Oh, lock-on optimization. Oh, okay, so yeah, a visual little extra cue of when you're switching target, or like who did you actually lock on to. I use the lock-on feature so fucking rarely though, because the lock-on camera just feels so awkward. Yeah, then this one. This is something that I specifically was like, I kind of liked actually. It's kind of useful sometimes being able to just return to Dijon after visiting friends, but... Optimization content still in development. Camera system, story dialogue, and definition. Oh yeah, okay. Oh right, yeah. The key terms thing we're not getting on this update. It's in 1.4, which is nice. Top view mode. Oh yeah, this is the being able to when there's overlapping stuff like pipes and belts. Placing FPs that can toggle between multiple modes. You can now select the desired mode. Yippers. Useful. Shared zipline is now automatically repaired while you use them. Which is like, okay, cool. I don't use them. I just put my own damn fucking ziplines. Okay. There wasn't really much here that wasn't mentioned. I think the lock-on thing is like... Lock-on and one thing earlier was like the only thing. This thing. Okay, there was like 2 things that wasn't mentioned. Cool. And then they posted the Mifu, and they posted the Mifu short as well. And indeed, PayPal is fucking back. PayPal is alive, no way. I mean, same, Sonny. I'm also, where is the option to just turn them off? But it does kind of seem like they really don't want to give you the option to just turn them off. I kind of wish there was like a proximity thing where it's like, at the very least, if it's like within a certain proximity of like, especially for like zip lines, it's like if I have my own zip line placed somewhere, it should be like, don't put other shared zip lines within like usable distance of it. Because usually then they're just in the way. Like, don't put them between like zip lines that are my own zip lines, or like right next to my own zip lines. It's like, oh yeah, they mentioned. Oh yeah, that actually wasn't mentioned in the. I think that was only in the stream. Oh no, yeah, right. Okay, it was in the survey. Yeah, that's right. It was in the survey. Apparently, they mentioned about conduits in top view. But then they're utterly useless? Well, no, because it might be like, okay, I don't have a zipline over there yet. Maybe I'll use that one. Or it's just like some other spot or whatever. But that's the thing. It's just because it's like... If you have your own zipline set up, they're already fucking useless. Except that then they just spawn in the way. It's like, oh. Cool. Thanks. Oh no. A friend found my thumbnail and title combo on YouTube. It's fucking hideous. It is fucking diabolical. If anyone in Twitch chat has not seen the thumbnail, here it is. Why did he do this? What's wrong with it? That is a sniff, bro. How is that the same fucking guy? How is this guy the same fucking guy? The fuck am I seeing? My current YouTube thumbnail. Yesterday was an odd day, okay? Yesterday's energy was off. That was a tongue simultaneously too long and too short. There's other shots apparently where it's very long. The title is also a bit of a... The title, by the way, could have been much worse. I tried to keep the, like, you know, hey, this is a live reading of the event, still the focus of the title, instead of going full on the bit. Because the other option was that the title would have been Giving Birth Stream Nasty Delivers, and then live reading Unrealized Realities. Yeah, no, this is not edited. This is just... I just made that au natural. Pure human ingenuity. And facial contortion to get that face. It does, however, look like the AI edited GIFs and videos where you just suddenly go, "Wah." Imagine we get random purpose looking for burst streams. Well, that was also one thing. That's the thing. The title, that title and thumbnail combo would have been so fucking funny. The problem is that it's for a, like, kind of mostly just chill reading a VN type stream. It would be so off kilter from the actual content that I was like, I can't put that. It's gonna be such a distraction. Every 5 minutes, someone's gonna be in chat like, what the fuck? I mean, they're still probably gonna be like that, but it would be so, like, not indicative of what is actually happening in the stream that, I was like, I can't put the full, like, 100% bit into the title. I'll do it with mostly the thumbnail. Because I'll at least keep the title descriptive of the content, because the fucking thumbnail sure as hell isn't. And I probably do have to at some point just go and, like, cut out this image a little bit and, I don't know, make this into a sticker or something. Because, I mean, look at it. Fucking heinous, but somehow this face turned into that. Multiple times even. It's like there's 3 different developments of that face. Until we got to that. That fucking freakazoid. Well, yeah, nasti clearly is indeed a word in some languages, because somehow YouTube Translate thinks nasti translates into give birth. That's the whole reason this entire stupid thing exists. This thumbnail and this title is because YouTube Translate is a fucking freak. But yeah, apparently, oh fuck, I missed it. Maybe where could I want to save it. I'm not gonna read it now, but yeah, here. Okay, this was a thing I just saw. There's apparently a interview with the PV team for Hypergriff. So at some point, maybe if we get a translation of it at some point, because it might not be translatable by Google. Okay, yeah, because it's in images. It's a little annoying that they put it into images like this, because then I can't just click translate. Because it only translates the text and it can't translate the images instantly. But at some point it could be fun to, you know, once we maybe have a translation, or if I bother putting the images into a translator, then I'll just save that. I'll just bookmark that so I remember it. But there probably is a bunch more of those interviews as well, indeed. They're just like... Indeed, have never made it to us global plebs. Anyway, oh, my Arknights is frozen. There you go. Also, another reason I started slightly late was because fucking OBS wasn't capturing Arknights again, so I had to reset OBS. Streamer is giving birth to Nasti, so I'm expecting pot 6 polls. Okay, fine. Just because of the fucking stupid ass bit, we'll do 1. Okay. 5-star and not even the... Not even the fucking banner one. 1 pity? I don't know about that one. Look, I have important things to save for. Figurino is raid up? Shut up, Sakiko. Jesus. Oh, Figurino is raid up. Okay, cool. You couldn't give me the new raid up? You bitch. I mean, they just usually put some random 5-star as raid up. And, like, for banners, you know. Okay, give me just a second. I'll take my ice cream away. Whack. Also, indeed, I hope I don't fucking... It's very possible that some point during the stream, my fucking chair gives up again and I just like... have a fucking heart attack as I suddenly like tip backwards. The thing is, okay, look, the thing is, even if I get Nasti, I don't think I'd actually use her that much. She's too like... good, but like you have to actually kind of know how to use her a little, you know? After range enemy up here, okay. I don't think I've actually ever read her full kit. Oh, it's just gain 10% sanctuary after a ranged enemy appears. Instead grants herself and all high ground operators 15% sanctuary and also 1 SP every 6 seconds. What the heck? And they're still. And the operator front, I mean, the S3 is the only one that matters, right? Rush can build and upgrade a special high ground device that deploy range operators and provide them with a buff of 160% attack, 160% def. That little engineers restores double SP and HP to the special high ground. Gains 1 device on skill activation. This is the only one that matters, right? Like, yeah, because the S3 is the unique one. It's the funny one. Emergency load bearing squad. Bearing some loads, alright. Little engineer, high ground form. The little engineer form cannot be attacked and can be deployed on both ground and high ground tiles. 2% of max HP instead to recover 1% of the special high ground device's max HP per second. And then like some factory stuff. But yeah, the S3 is the main one because you just get to make a high ground tile that also gives you buffs. This is funny. She is funny. But it's the kind of thing where like that's a really cool operator and a really cool thing that they can do. I do not see myself ever actually making use of it. I feel like I'd almost never make use of it. How much do I have? I have 190k. I do have quite a few tickets, but I'm supposed to be attempting for a pot 6 in like 6 months or whatever. So it's supposed to be a pot 6 that I'm gonna be attempting there. Le pot roller. Also, dude, this menu is so fucking nice. And the music. I mean, getting some Boss Baby vibe is very Bioshock Infinite, isn't it? Floating city, the aesthetic, whatever the specific word is for this aesthetic. It has a very specific term for it. The enemy stage gimmick is kind of funny, and also yes, it does. It's horrible for Nasti. Like Nasti is almost beyond, like almost completely useless, which is very funny. It's not steampunk now. No, steampunk is very, very different. This is a God. I did see it recently what the term for it is, but I can't fucking remember it anymore. I guess you can, yeah, you can use S2s and stuff instead, but you can't use the funny one, the thing that makes her like, you know, unique. And so far, yeah, so far they didn't do anything super interesting with kind of, I mean, they're just like them existing. The fact that just the way that they exist already is a bit unique and makes you, you know, do stuff slightly differently. Because of the whole floating platform thing and the fucking balloons and whatnot. But I can see them going very funny with the EX maps. I know, I've cleared up to everything but the, I'm assuming, the boss. I think retrofuturism is one of them. It's like retrofuturism plus like then another other thing. It's also obviously quite somewhat Fallout-ish as well, which is I think retrofuturism. So also actually wait a minute, what is the fucking city called in BioShock Infinite? Okay, it is. Huh. The city in BioShock Infinite is called Columbia, yeah. Which like isn't that weird, it's just because Columbia is just often, except, you know, in real world we have a country that's also called Columbia, which is not like part of America or the United States, but it's part of America's, but obviously because of Columbus and whatnot, you have Columbia stuff named. I mean, there's a city or something named in America that's Columbia, but it is kind of, Columbia is just a very common naming for something that's supposed to be American and freedom. Freedom. And I guess Lady Columbia as well, everything. It's just a very common one. Anyway, should we actually try and read? We'll see how much indeed we read. How far we get today. Also try and keep an eye on actually when we possibly have plans for whatever. Possible evening. It should be about the same length as Grand Overture. I guess I could put markers. Slash marker. ST1. UR also. UR. Uranium or something. Shall we start? UR ST1 reflected in the river. A banshee who has strayed. Far from home. Let's see if my buttons work. Cornwallis of the Banshees. Big Larry? Oh, wait. Oh, big... Okay, wait. Big Larry? The Tin Man summon? Woo-ha! My button doesn't work. My button doesn't... Wait, has it reset my... It's fucking reset my fucking key mappings! Brother! I'll have to make him again as well then once I want my paws and buttons and whatnot. Fucking bastards. Okay, yeah, all color as well. Yahoo! Hiya! Hello, mommy. There's still a ways to go before we pass through the reed beads and reed beds. And arrive at the roosting tree. Shall I take the helm? The boats of the Cornwallis were carved by incantation, are powered by the same. They have no need for physical strength to pilot. It's fine. Those three are busy running wild. Let them burn off some of that energy. They are more lively than I imagined. Visit them at their calmest, if you can believe it. You don't want to see them rowing while deciding who can cry the loudest or roar most like a mangler beast. They were turned up in that furnace for centuries, after all. They barely had physical form, barely had distinct identities. Anyone would be rowdy after something like that. It's quiet, the Cornwallis. Pardon? In Colombia, even a forward-thinking guy like me finds himself flustered at a taxicab door, struggling to find the handle on a newfangled model. Real. One of those handles that's like inside the door. Noisy change is Colombia's natural state. Ever pioneering, ever advancing nation. She waits for no man, not even for a second. But here, when was the last time I came here? 200 years ago, after Kazda was picked clean in the wake of that bitter war. Viola had only just turned this valley into the home of the Banshees. Yep, kinda been easy. Find a place like this snuggled up to all these originium-doused mountains. Nice place to be. Mist Lake's rippling mirror, sunken trees among the reed beds, forest carpeting the land in gold. The Banshees working the oars of their boats, gently blowing on their leaf whistles. It's like the valley itself is breathing. You know, after all these years, the Convalis hasn't changed a bit. Aside from the one who ferried me the first time around. Viola. Viola, my old friend. Did Shorty move into that wooden house under the tree? She did so last month, Tin Man. Oh, they call him Tin Man still. I guess that's just his name now. He doesn't have another one. I heard she worked you into one of her tales, telling the children that the mists of the Convalis are puffs from your pipe. But a day later, when the children pestered her as to how you persuaded that empty suit of armor, or escaped being thrown into the furnace, hearing your name only confused her. She has dementia? She's starting to forget. Okay, actually has dementia. Indeed, forgetfulness. Death's warning to a banshee. Okay, so every banshee just gets dementia at the end and dies. Okay. Well, yeah, I guess that is very... Banshees are all about remembrance, in this case, so... Nice tree. She moved into the house after that, like every other banshee she has seen off over the years, peacefully waiting for the end to come. Seeing off an old friend who's forgotten my name. Didn't think my trip here would end up being so heavy. I'd like you to comfort her, in your own way. She's given far too much of herself for us, for the Convalis, and for the Sarkas. You know her type, always insisting on wallowing in unknowable suffering. I simply hope that, as the 300 years worth of memories slowly leave her side, you can find some solace. Okay, good, we have an idea of, indeed, how long banshees live, approximately. Sure. We're here. Look at him, Aline. Do you require my presence for your goodbyes? Nobody here. She escaped? Oh no! But how? Viola left? How can a banshee losing her memory even go? I'm wondering if Viola is like Nasti's mom or something. Expo guest A. Whoa, why is the elevator so dark? Thought there'd be a window or something to look out. My elevator that's fucking broken, man. Didn't you read the Propeller Paradise handbook they gave out? It's for building suspense. It's for building suspense, not for building suspense. For building suspense, so everybody here for the Air Expo Columbia gets an optimal high-altitude experience. Advanced tickets sold like hotcakes. I tell you what, this is gonna blow those dime a dozen rinky-dink drones that have been popping up everywhere the past 2 years. Alright. Don't need to show off how well you memorized the handbook. We've already put the propellers on every piece of furniture in our house so that can take them. Does every Colombian these days hear the word sky and get all worked into a tizzy? Real. Also, did you notice? Even after all this time, we still haven't reached the levitation layer. That means... Haha, it means this park really is as tall as Dad say. And the latest levitation tech really can hold up the entire building. You've gone to the right place, dear. Where's that music coming from? Is this an elevator ad? Thought it was fucking misty memories for a moment. Had the same start. An elevator ad, yes. Oh my god, what is that thing? Thank you, Yoarashi. Hi everyone, I'm Oakley, your guide to the park. I get it, being cooped up in that little black box must be awfully boring. You want to get to the punchline already. Once you get your one-of-a-kind view of Volterra from 600 meters up, it'll be worth it. Only 600 meters. Can I do this face? I don't think I can do that face, sorry. It is a little, I don't know why it's a little freaky. In 40 seconds, we'll be arriving at Propeller Paradise, the levitation layer. Before that, I'd like all you to noodle on one question. What sort of change will the sky bring to our lives? Yo, flying car. Man, I've already had the chance to try the flying cars in the lower level exhibition area today, trading tires for Virginium thrusters. Oh, that sounds fantastic idea. Soon the only place you'll see anything with wheels or tracks is going to be a museum. Doesn't matter if it's a baby stroller or a nomadic city. Today we struggled to decide whether to go to Minos or Siesta for summer vacation. Also a nice drinking sound. But our indecisionist only is indecisionist. Fucking what a word. I don't even know if that's real. That might be a made-up ass word. Our indecisionitis is only going to get that much worse once every star in the sky is a potential holiday destination. Real space travel. The gift you bring home for your kids after the tour might be a model of the Ring Lab, or maybe a DIY rocket kit. Won't be long before the extraterrestrial playmate is the newest preschool trend. I'm not sure if the extraterrestrials are a great playmate, not gonna lie. They might be problematic. Tonight we'll be gathered by the radio, betting on whether the station will, out of all the songs about the sky, pick our beloved Good Night, Kristen Wright. Oh! It is a real word? Okay, I thought they'd just take, like, itis, you know, they just combined indecision with itis. And it's not real, but... No way, Good Night, Kristen Wright. Well, it's supposed to be kind of goofy, Cubic. That's why they went for indecisionitis. Because it's like, oh, it's a disease. Not just descriptive. But soon we'll be forgetting all about that bassy, raspy crooner, because the solar wind will be our new strings, and the galaxy will be a custom order jukebox. Bassy, raspy crooner. Crooner sounds like a slur. Why'd they make it so freaky looking? The sky is Columbia's next frontier. That's more than just Vice President Jackson's campaign slogan. Propeller Paradise proves that every Columbian can be the greatest of pioneers. There'll always be a place for you somewhere beyond the star pod. The Air Expo Columbia begins in just 7 days, and with it, everything I just said. Hold on to your tickets, or should I say, your keys to the future. Everyone's seen the sky opening over Tri-Mounts, of course, and the old adage of seeing is believing has never been more true. So come, see, then believe. My Brady's little freaky mode. Hasn't recovered, yeah. No, I actually don't think I'm actually pulling for Nasty. Despite the thumbnail and whatnot, it's just a bit. Also, this time I'm the music as well. Mr. No Aliens around the kids. Lord. Cairn. Nice to finally meet you all. Recognize me? I'm the model for the funny cartoon guide you just saw now, Oakley Parsons. Oh, you are? Well, I guess actually now that you say it, you do have the same hat and stuff. Also, she has a scar on tummy. Scar on tummy? I did hear some of her voices. She has the fucking megaphone effect on so many of them. Welcome to Terra's one and only levitating experimental park nomadic plate, Columbia's Propeller Paradise. So Oakley, like the glasses? Him. Prepare a megaphone. Technically I could set up a filter that I could turn on the mic to make it sound like that. Welcome to Propeller Paradise. Your investment is greatly appreciated. Cloud, is this restaurant the highest point in the park? Being this close to the sky is really making my heart skip some beats. What's your drink of choice? Your jaw's been hanging open since the moment you stepped off the elevator, so I imagine you must be mighty thirsty right about now. How considerate of you, Mr. Tannen. What a fine administrator you are for this Propeller Paradise, Mr. Tannen. I know just how you feel. First heard about this park back when I was with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Arts, Units, and Originium. You gotta say the full name every time. And my mouth went so dry, it was like I'd been stuck in a desert for days. Ever since Vice President Jackson gave that speech before Congress about Columbia setting off into the sky 2 years back, everyone's been hoping to be one of the lucky few to reach up and touch the star pod. Okay, so it's been at least 2 years since then. So that's why I gave up the chance for a promotion at the ATAO. To do admin work for Propeller Paradise? That's right, sir. Fact of the matter is, I've got a keen eye for potential. Propeller Paradise got DC's back in the moment it started construction, becoming Columbia's only nomadic plate with an autonomous administration. The brutes at the Department of Defense and those Department of Justice hardheads have no authority here. Even us borough folks are only allowed to leave a rulebook on the table. 80 years of Virginian product inspection rights, gone. Poof. As for the non-government agencies, only Mainlanders Emergency Management Council has the right to stick around. Unfortunately, they're only worried about unusual accidents that might happen in the park. This place isn't even 6 months old yet, but hundreds of sci-tech companies have set up here. We've got near 10,000 researchers coming and going, and the Intellectual Property and Information Security Office gets almost 100 patent applications every day. I have to say, Propeller Paradise has been developing much faster than I expected, in so short a time. You're right on the mark. In 7 days, the park will be linking up with Max DC, officially cutting the ribbon on Air Expo Columbia. Whole country will be watching the opening ceremony. Every company here is going full throttle on the R&D they're about to show off. There's no better time to invest than right now. I've still got a few concerns. Concern is normal, risk and all that. But as they say, in this park in the sky, foul beasts fly right into the pot for you. I've already poured out the celebratory champagne, so don't let it go to waste. Trust me, it'll slake your thirst. Your thirst for everything. I could use some champagne right now. Also, yeah, the guy... I thought just seeing the operator design for Skybox, I was like, oh, this guy is like some scrappy, poor, scrappy guy who like made a propeller thing out of like a bunch of scraps in a cave. Never mind, guy's fucking rich. He's a fucking mogul. But then he looks like such a, like a made it in the backyard shed, like flying apparatus. Oh my god, am I really standing above the clouds? Are those really foul beasts flying out of my feet? This is crazy, I'm feeling a little... lightheaded? Thirsty? Heart racing like mad? Sounds like you need some Dr. Oxygen. Dr. Pepper? Right, an oxygen tank. Oh, okay, maybe it is actual oxygen. Wait, this is a drink? Never mind, it is Dr. Pepper. Stiffer than a stiff drink, softer than a soft drink. Your best friend in the sky, the best choice to beat the summer heat. Our park's special brew, Dr. Oxygen. Be honest with me here. Weren't you jealous of Sancta wings when you were a kid, even if they can't fly with them? I guess they look cool. Well, be jealous no more because drinking Dr. Oxygen is like plunging your tongue into liquid wings. It's sweeter than your wildest dreams. That sounds a little freaky. Tongue into liquid wings? Don't lick the wings. What's with the ads? Shouldn't she be giving visitors basic info in the park's upper level? Just leave her be. Look at the big smiles on the guests. It takes something special to sell ordinary soda like it's some revolutionary invention. It's just Coke Zero. Refreshing soda goes great with the sights and sounds of Propeller Paradise. Okay, everyone, follow me while I introduce the park's levitation layer. True saleswoman. The upper level has 11 main platforms and 20 auxiliary ones. These two passages are the streets, while flexible cables from the foundations of the platforms. Actually, just sugar water, yeah. Nice little hangout bar spot. Just like the structural layer down on the ground, the levitation layer is divided into the experiment zone and the exhibition area. Each tech firm is allocated a few levitation pods that serve as labs for researchers or exhibition spaces for the public to try things out for themselves. The high-altitude elevators only bring you to the lowest level of the levitation place. This ropeway station is the local traffic hub with more than 100 flight pods attached to the cables. These cable cars are the only real way to get around. Want a more exciting way to get around? You could try the emergency jump pads on the support platform. Just don't tell park security I said you could do that. What the fuck? They have jump pads to go across places? That seems insanely dangerous. I will say the pre-expo rules mean you can only test a few of the exhibits right now, but I promise you're still gonna be feasting. And as a friendly reminder, the strong sunlight up here will make people thirstier than usual. There's all sorts of flavors of Dr. Oxygen available on every levitation platform. Ah yes. Cash in on them. No need to worry everyone, you're not getting addicted to soda, you're getting addicted to the sky. What, the fucking soda has cocaine in it or something? Why would you have to say that? Why would you say that? Why would you bring up the addiction part of it? Pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Tannen. I knew I picked the right man to work with the moment I heard you managed to get the feds to approve this place's special status in only 2 days. Pleasure's all mine, sir. Now if you'd please sign here. That older gentleman's been standing there a while now. He a friend of yours? Hello, older man. Squirrel? Why does his tail look so pixelated? Why does his tail look like it's in a fucking SNES game or something? It's so angular. So smooth jazz. Sorry to interrupt your business. Just came here looking to reminisce about the good old days. Well, I'll be. Gustav here was my boss back at the borough. When did you show up? In this park in the sky, foul beasts fly right into the pot for you. That little saint of Mr. Tannen struck me real deep. He skipped the best part of the story, though. Story goes that the foul beasts of Colombian wilds are mighty sly, tough little guys to catch, but the pioneers of the Great Expansion managed to figure out a way. They'd tie some pretty feathers to their pots and hang up a few dozen of them around their camp. The fowls think it's a potential mate, so they let down their guards, spread their wings, and swoop down. And then bam! Head first into the back of the pot, thinking there's a lovely gal or fella waiting for them even as they meet their maker. A trap? Wait, you mean... Still spinning tall tales out of that old yarn, Gustav. Last time you said the little beasties were smart enough to tell snare from seduction, that they never fell for it. I know you dropped dry because you're worried I get my tongue tied doing business, but I'm not the same kid I was 7 years back. I know how to behave. Considering the former ATAO chief came over to back me up, are you still concerned, sir? Seems I was misunderstanding things. Since the both of you gave me your guarantees, I'll just sign here. Just being a little sussy? Exactly what I wanted to hear. Looking forward to working with you. He might have gone just scammed. Didn't get enough of teaching me back at the borough, chief. Decided to come out of retirement to run me through the same old curriculum in a different classroom. Now, I never taught you to tell lies on your government applications. That investor's still in the vetting phase, too. So what? Even if borough rules tie your hands and mouth, let your tail do the talking. You remember my words real well, but where's the results? Still a third over the target. Seems to me you'd do better if you untied your hands and mouth, wouldn't you say? Care to explain? Take a look at your terminal. You're not just an administrator anymore, you've got total control over Propeller Paradise. You actually recommended me for chief executive of the entire park? Managing Propeller Paradise needs a special touch. Don't forget, you're still a borough man, so don't make us look bad. Don't need you to remind me, Chief. We got everything handled. The expo will go off without a hitch. Don't get cocky, kid. You and I both know that investors saw through your tricks, even if he signed a huge deal with you. He won't go back on it. Every company on the Flower Street Exchange with the word Sky in its name is guaranteed a sky-high IPO. Oh god, it's like AI right now. Just put AI into your name and you get money. Except just put Sky into your name. Columbia's taking great strides into the airs these days. Even little kids who can't spell starpod play are putting rockets on their folded napkin aircraft. Even kids who can't spell starpod. Why is there a play randomly? What? They a word? I'm sure you know where the Sky Mania came from. I mean... Tryzyn 2 years ago, when 1 million people witnessed a miracle. If it wasn't for Kristen Wright, all your talk about progress, the future and conquest wouldn't be worth a dime. When Rhinelab first submitted their park project plan to DC, you were still inspecting butts and tails for immigration. There's only one thing at Propeller Paradise I don't control. Still belongs to the one who started the whole thing. You better get a bridle around your risks here. You've only got 7 days. What are you gonna do? Who started it, huh? Sky Coaster. Ground layer Propeller Paradise Experimental Park. Her! Oh, the blonde guy. That is a lot of gel in his hair. I need the parameters, Sky. Send them over already. Sky Jagger. Okay. He does look like a Sky Jagger. The values for the floating botanical unit have deviated. This is the first time we're using plans to perform long-distance energy transfer instead of the usual cables. Still too many unconfirmed hypotheses. We need to compare the data from this unit with the ones on the upper level if we want quick results. I'll head up for you, Director. No need. Light sensors on this unit are extremely sensitive to the directionality of the light it's using as an energy source. Errors actually mean it gets a passing grade. Science jargon. I just told you this 2 hours ago. Sorry. Let me ask again, what sort of tree is planted in the unit you just gave me? You saw my resume when I interviewed, Director. You know I'm no botanist. I do. You're not earning a degree by glancing down at that list of plants you're holding. You got something else on your mind. The advanced ticket tour should be over by now. Guide was supposed to bring the visitors down to lower level exhibitions to see Rhinelab's vivarium 20 minutes ago. Vivarium! If we're excluded from the pre-expo, then Rhinelab's gonna get kicked out of the park when the real expo starts. Oh. Nasty with the hard hat, man. Bonker head. Occasionally, visitors to Propeller Paradise notice Ryan's logo plastered on the facilities and talk about the legendary company that performed the miracle of opening up the sky. Yeah, the devices having the hats as well. Must protect. But very few of them notice under the layers of levitating installations under the very ground itself. A Ryan Lab director standing beside an unremarkable hole in the dirt. We don't specialize in attracting visitors, Sky. Honestly, I forgot what I was good at pretty early into the 6 months I've been here. You stuffed a dozen of us researchers into vivarium after setting up in the park, making us tend to the saplings and debug the botanical units. Also, the park could have a few fruit trees for decor. No large-scale experimentation or anything. Do you think we're just here to be gardeners? No, I know the vivarium is our expo showcase. The Ring Lab's legacy, and if it has to stay on the ground, true. But how long has it been since we last looked up at the sky? We're just looking at the dirt. Nasti Lunare looks up. 2 years ago, deep below the outskirts of Tryzyn, she would stand at the bottom of the shaft and look up at the night sky in much the same way. It was round, feeble. She could cover it with just one hand, but at the same time she found it captivating and frightening to the mind. But now, the sky has become altogether unfamiliar. Tower Mountain's biotech solar boats, Beach Brella's disc lab, Bolvor Koczynski's high-precision astronomical telescope, and Mama John's all-weather floating billboards. Fucking Mama John's. Also Beach Brella, you know, Umbrella Corp. They crowd the sky with pure, concentrated Columbia. Ryan proposed a park with only one thing in mind, how to make buildings levitate longer using a structural engineering approach. The corridors link into levitating plates, the oxygen and water systems for the experiment zone, this planting unit in my hand. They're important parts of the park's fundamental structure, and Ryan's achievements. We have only 7 days until the expo begins. We need to finish testing and check in all the exhibits as quickly as possible. We're Propeller Paradise's engineering department right now. Don't forget your duty. That's all? Your dreams, Kristen's dreams in the sky, are just gonna die like that? No. Making it reality and not just an expo showcase is the dream. We don't care about no expo showcase, we care about the future. Sunlight filters through the chaotic tangle of levitating objects before falling onto Nasty's face. She does not reply. She simply pulls down the brim of her hard hat. Malevitation? You are one? I didn't read the stage name. Oopsie. In Sarkas. Freeze. Oh, flashback. No way. You fucking beat her up! The sound of rapid punching. The incantation draws an invisible wall in midair, blocking every one of the Weaver's punches. The letters abbreviating her alma mater, the Tryzyn Institute of Technology, on her boxing gloves are soaked with sweat. She actually, I didn't see her using gloves, but you know. Finally, the Weaver stops. She did not look like this back then, by the way. It should be the old sprite. Oh, never mind. Apparently they're practicing. Never mind. Maybe this is after Lone Trail. Let's call it a day. Thanks for agreeing to be my practice partner, Nasty. We've only done half of your normal routine. It's time for you to go. Have you said goodbye to the others? Okay, it is after Lone Trail. Not yet. Miriam goes without saying. Musize is in Yerag, and I don't know the new directors of HR and Structural all that well yet. As for Justin Jr. and Ferdinand, I think it's better that those two see each other in private. They can give each other an audience to name drop fancy banquet guests or rattle off a couple of fanciful theories that are this close to crowning a new king of science. Besides, it's just a business trip. There are a few things that require a business trip from the head of engineering personally. The district has approved our application to consolidate resources for the Horizon Arc project, continue developing levitation technology based on the legacy of Galleria Stellaria. They've also opened their doors to every tech firm in Columbia, designating an entire plate for the purpose. Do you see the listed names? Administrators from the ATAO and even Maylander. Our proposal is now merely one of thousands. They're already showing as much respect as they could by allowing Rhinelab to provide foundational engineering support for the plate. Government officials, tech firm representatives. Things will be very busy on the plate, and I'm used to dealing with these things. Haven't heard you complaining about anything, Control. The starport is recovering, but the eyes cast up to the sky linger, and common sense is turned upside down. What was once ignored has naturally become the center of attention. Naturally. Since the announcement of the special loan policy, 1/3 of major enterprises have added an aerial operations department, and SMEs are climbing over one another to jump on the Sky Fever bandwagon. 1/3. They a letter. I know what you're implying, but I'm not that interested in political games. Even if how things develop is out of our control, Rhinelab must maintain the initiative as the original proponent in order to protect what Kristen left behind. That's not so hard to understand. Yes, well, thanks for helping out. One more thing. Why do you hang a sign that says Components Control Section outside your old office instead of moving into Kristen's old room? I'm used to this place. Yustas asked the same question, grabbed my arm and asked with watery eyes whether I made this choice to honor Kristen, to ensure there would always be a place for Kristen at the company. I suppose you just feel more comfortable in your old place. You personally oversaw every little detail here, after all. You're watching over my shoulder the whole time I was furnishing your office. You were more OCD than Parvis was. Rhinelab is the same as it ever was. I don't know about that part. It's gone through some changes, a bit. I wouldn't quite say that. These staff who come looking for the control will actually find her once in a while. I'm not sure you're the right person to say that. Is this why you chose me for the trip? It was a good thing that I followed along a little bit with Cookie's reading of Lone Trail, so I've kind of been reminded of a bunch of the events in Lone Trail, because this is kind of fairly directly off of it. Make a cut here. Yes, that's the right angle. That way the branches of the main trunk will not be affected. Just passed. Give it a tug from me before we pave it, Sky. Next set, light sensor performance, normal. Levitation attitude, stable. Energy output, input and output, check. This needs a tug too. Oh, and get the disassembly set from the toolbox for me as well. You still need a high-speed screwdriver and multifunction wrench then? Huh? What happened to your voice? Hello, camera woman. I would love to help, but I have a scissor hanging from my buttons and I'm holding 5 trees. I really can't take anymore. Sorry, I'll get it. Did Sky leave? He told you 3 times that he was going to the levitation layer for inspections. You didn't acknowledge him at all. Could have given me a heads up. First rule of secretaries, stand to one side and smile politely, only stirring when directed by our boss, and shut your ears when the conversation turns confidential. I assure you I did not hear any of the figures you announced that you just discussed, nor would I have understood a word of it. I remember you now. You're from administration. Gordon Tannen's secretary. Gordon? Not Gustav? I'm flattered that you remember me, Director Lunare. My name is Mercia. You may call me Mary. Mr. Tannen would like to invite you to lunch. Do you manage his work inbox? You received your last 16 rejections. Then I'll get straight to the point. I know he's not interested in foundation engineering, and he knows that I have no interest in proposals outside of work. Speaking of lunch, though, have you changed your mind? It is, indeed, time for lunch. Mary of the cardigan. Nasti flipped through their toolbox, taking a rectangular object wrapped in foil from underneath. All the instruments in neatly packed toolboxes. Mercia's curiosity brings her closer. She wants to know what could make this enigmatic director of Rhinelab decline the most luxurious course at Cloud, the park's fine dining establishment. A crack appears in her impeccable secretarial smile, however, as she watches Nasti impassively unwrap the object. It's just a sandwich. Never mind, it's not even a sandwich, man. It's just a fucking... it's just a nutrition brick. Yeah, that's nasty, alright. She would. She's a calorie mate eater. Is this brick your lunch? Ration bar. What? Mercia kind of look away from the brick. Are you hungry? Would you like a bite? I suppose, thank you. Yummy brick. That's a big brick too. Chews with great difficulty. Swallows arduously. You didn't have to say yes. The second rule of secretaries: never decline an offer from your boss's guest. Even the smallest trifle might sour a relationship. How many rules are there? Mr. Tennant gave me a booklet that is 2 centimeters thick. God. However, the most important one, and the one that I memorized first, was do whatever it takes to carry out your orders, for no one will listen to your excuses. Don't force yourself to eat it. Thank goodness. I mean, thank you for the hospitality. I have a rule of my own, although it's a bit simpler. What is it? I was born in Castle. First rule I learned there is that food is precious, but no one may lie before it. You're holding my lunch, Monsieur, so kindly tell me the truth. What exactly does Mr. Tannen want to discuss with me? Okay, it was actually lie, as in lying. Yeah, okay. What a thumbnail. Thank you, thank you. Whoa, hello, space woman. With your space antlers. Reporting in, the core concept of this project is the perfect combination of zero-G simulation and wine tasting by substituting gravity with centrifugal force. You may spin, but your wine won't. Polygon suit. Comes the lucky Sisterbeast floating revolving bar where it's not just the wine that makes your head spin. No need to read me the marketing copy. I'm just here to assess and ask questions from an engineering perspective. Where's the other testers? Any feedback after rectifications? Oh, I said recitations. Tester B, vomit. Oh, the freaks. He didn't sleep well last night. We passed a recheck, didn't we, Mr. Jagger? We won't have our permit revoked. The lucky Sisterbeast floating revolving bar does not meet requirements, whether based on engineering reports or tester feedback. I would love to solve the technical issues of unstable power supply, but we need time. You had 3 days in accordance with the rules of Propeller Paradise. But it takes at least 5 days for the developers to discuss a solution. Shaking my head, so slow. Propeller Paradise has as many corporations as there are cars on the crossroads of Trymount Square. Every driver has to be somewhere to be, but no one pleads to the traffic lights. There must be another way. I know. We hired close to 100 testers. We could fire them and hire more researchers with the money. But you promised us yesterday. Shut up! I've reviewed the registration details for Lucky Sisterbeast. You're a grocer in a small town. You lack the professional knowledge for levitation technology research, even if the banks have relaxed the loan criteria for businesses in the aerial sector. It truly is. This is a little, like, well, maybe not fully ahead of its time, but it is like... It's like the AI boom, but it's the sky boom. I guess there's just been these kinds of booms in general. The .com boom and everything, where it's like, oh, banks just give you fucking money if you mention the buzzword. We stand upon Terra's first and only floating plate. Everything here must be worthy of it. Please don't tear off that ticket. I put my life savings into Lucky Sisterbeast. Please. Fuck you. Fucking goofy ass outfits. That's it. I'll be back to clean and try my office building windows in a couple of days. Go on, barf your heart out. At least we got a taste of life in the sky. Don't have anything to throw up when you get back to the frontier. Back to the cold and hunger. Also, this guy got a fucking Tetris piece as his ID, by the way. Fucking Sky Jagger, though. What a name. Skip the technical inspections before the opening? Absolutely not. Everyone on Propeller Paradise is racing against the clock to get across the finish line. Mr. Tannen believes that any delays to projects caused by inspections will compromise Propeller Paradise's opening. Classic. In addition, reducing the amount of communication you have to conduct with other tech firms will allow you to devote more of your time to your Rhine Lab research. Mr. Tannen has your best interests at heart. My best interests? I spent years wandering the frontier when I first came to Colombia, building houses for the pioneer teams and killing bandits for the caravans. Life was hard until I finally got my big break. If I had someone like Gordon Tannen with my best interests at heart, handling everything I wasn't comfortable with, I would have been very fortunate, I'm sure. I would have died out there in the wilderness, I'm sure. Best interests. Besides, what he really wants isn't for Ryan to forfeit. What he really wants isn't for Ryan to forfeit our control over technical inspections. How do you know? You imitate his negotiation style too well. The traps and pitfalls are obvious. I'm not a caudus, I'm not in the habit of diving into holes. Whoa, what the hell? Subtle racism? Spit it out. What does he really want? You're as astute and decisive as he said you were. In that case, I'm sure you understand that, while Mr. Tannen is in charge of Propeller Paradise's overall administration, it is Ryan that has a stranglehold on public opinion. He doesn't need any accidents at such a critical juncture, nor can he afford one. Therefore, he has to put together a list based on project progress and ask that you perform the inspections in this order. This way, at least the inspections will have a minimal impact on the progress of individual projects and minimize the chance of conflict, setting aside the issue of engineering control. The less hassle for you, the less hassle for him. I won't try to speculate about Tannen's intentions with the order, we have a compromise. Give me the list. Thank you for your understanding, Delector Lunare. I won't trouble you any longer. One last question. Which rule were you following in the negotiation just now? The 12th. Know your boss and communicate his intentions with absolute faithfulness when negotiating, for you are his personal representative. However, yes. Before I came, Mr. Tannen stressed how difficult the head of Ryan Lab's engineering section was. I packed blankets because I thought I might have to spend the night in front of your office. But that's not what I see. You don't need concern from other people, and you're used to cutting through the problem in the most direct possible way. But you still care about people. Which is why I now have the time to enjoy my lunch in peace, something that I have not done in a long time. Thank you. Would you like your brick? Ma'am, your brick? You forgot it? Find a spot near the starport, just don't get hit by the billboards. Was the flavor text. Back on the ground. Andrew, did they hit you again? Oh, okay, his real name is not Sky. Call me Sky. But you gave yourself that name. Mom and Dad said, don't bring them into this. What have they ever done for us except use us as punching bags? They don't get to decide my name. I was at floors for 6 years at TIT and eavesdropped on every course so that I wouldn't turn out like those two piles of garbage. Tit. But, and you, don't you have anything better to do than put nagging notes on my bag? It's not like I don't know how to eat. Okay, so this is how he got his science education by just mopping floors. Those people are here again. Frickin' hell, they just won't quit, will they? Stay behind me. Think you're all high and mighty wearing that white coat, eh? You and that little bitch there will always be slum dregs no matter what you wear. Says the hoodlum. You're a musk beast in a ditch. You wouldn't know greatness if it shat on your face. Say that again, I dare you. They swore so much, but they're not allowed to say fuck, though, because you had to say freaking hell. He's allowed to say shat, and they're allowed to say bitch, but he can't say fuck. Andrew. Oh. What the fuck? Did they get fucking... Oh, I was like, did they get fucking orbital lasered? Okay, this is just at this moment. The music. What is that? Catastrophe Run. Catastrophe my ass. It's called exploration. Progress. He fucking knows? The young man, all bruised up, looks up at the sky. He forgets that he's in a dark and dirty alley with a scared little girl behind him. He cannot help but go after that ray of light, the sky. Oh, them. Aren't you worried about the control? Like she ever needs us to worry. We're going the same way, and that's all we are. We can only play our own parts, and then pray she's lucky. In Zarkas, if one day Castle 2 hangs from the firmament, then I'll engrave your name into my stoves. Excuse me, ma'am. Can you tell me about the one who went into the sky? Who was that? There we have our old model. The Endfield Dijon's secret music, no way. Kristen. Her name was Kristen Wright. Is? Shaking my head. Kristen installed speakers. And Nasti did also get a pretty decent, like, design upgrade. It has been a few years since Lone Trail. Lucky Sister Beast Food and Beverage will cancel their registration tomorrow, Director. They didn't pass the recheck? Not even close. They're one of the first corporations that made the transformation to get into Propeller Paradise, running on the Sky fever when review criteria were less strict. All happened to the testers they hired. Their boss can't tell a motor from a transformer, but he just saw the name Propeller Paradise and has an opportunity to get rich quick. What were you asking? Nothing. You seem to like the name. Wish they would just call it Galleria Stellaria. I know you didn't approve of the publicizing the Ring Lab's technological legacy. I have no intention of criticizing the acting control's decision, but overly conservative decision-making will only cause us to lose the respect we deserve. Countless tech firms have appeared out of nowhere, based on nothing but speckles of data. The Ring Lab that's shown up on millions of Colombians is now educational toys accessible to anyone above the age of 5. He's a gatekeeper? Space and universe are the buzzwords on every Colombian's lips, but few remember that they came from Kristen's experimental logs that were made public. No one is truly commemorating her, not even you, Director Lunaray. Recording and in retrospection are historians' work. Our job is to analyze validated data and follow a path that is effective and proven. And what has come of this data and path? For the past couple of years, Ryan has acquired a dozen smaller labs, making progress in projects large and small, with the notable exception of Kristen's legacy. At this exhibition, we will publish Ryan's subsequent research into Galleria Stellaria for the first time, putting second-rate tech firms in their place, returning to the realm of aero exploration and the public eye. Another vivarium was built on the data transmitted down from the Ring Lab, and the development of plant-based energy transmission system represents a monumental milestone in engineering design. Nurturing sprouts, paving botanical units, technical inspections. All these are for the sake of progressing our experiments. But is a vivarium really enough, when it did not even get its day in the sun from the pre-expo? Please, tell me, Director Lunaray. Ryan has bigger goals, don't we? Like, how no one knew that Kristen was going to pierce the sky before the night she did it. He's hoping for another Lone Trail. That night over Tri-Mounts was a long time ago. 2 years ago, in fact. Get to inspecting the next company. Take note of the change in order. Yes, ma'am. Sky? I know how you feel. I know that Kristen was the one who inspired you to join us. Many people looked up at the sky that night, not everyone chose to chase it. Don't forget what made you take the first step. I'll prepare the inspection documents. He's getting disillusioned. And I wonder if there is a little bit of something, you know, a little something hidden behind everything. Well, but more so, however, it's the fact that I think it's part of it is just Nasti does not actually indeed care for like she has a specific dream she wants to work on, and it does not really require like this insane like public showing of genius and progress in the way that Kristen went about it. Here's your pass, agreement form and business directory. Once again, I welcome you and your team on behalf of Propeller Paradise. Next, can I help you? I'm canceling my business registration. What is the name of the business? Lucky Sister Beast Food and Beverage. You'll be dismissing 82 testers, correct? And how the hell did we get 82 of them, man? Yes, I have their files on my own here. Thank you, one moment, please. The shadow moon fall on my head or something? Was I so sure I would make my money back that I hired 82 amateurs with no corporate experience? Shadow moon? Is that a new terminology thanks to the hole in the sky? Every company does the same thing. Why does it have to be Lucky Sister Beast that gets the axe? Million gold certificates down the drain just because we were a little bit slow dealing with problems? You gotta be freaking kidding me. How the crap did one boot Shadow Moon Real Estate solve that stupid 3D levitating boundary market technical issue? That bunch of cobblers? Your request has been processed, Mr. Aspen. The Propeller Paradise hotline will remain available until the end of the day. Okay. However, if you have certain special needs like one boot Shadow Moon Real Estate did, we can help you with that. What do you mean? A smiling staff member takes out the business directory that virtually everyone in Propeller Paradise has a copy of and points to a phone number. No name, no address, just an unremarkable phone number hidden among thousands as tiny as Aspen's hope. One phone call to this number is going to solve all my problems? Lucky Sister Beast won't have to leave Propeller Paradise? Correct. Gee, I wonder whose number that is. Then I want to withdraw the terminations and the cancellation registration. No need to worry. The registration of Lucky Sister Beast has not been cancelled. However, you do not need to withdraw the termination of your testers. This phone call will completely solve your problems, and you won't need those people anymore. Toad, not sussy at all. A miracle or a scam? Indeed. Screw it. I need him to stay up here. Is it gonna go to Flying Lizard Man? I think it might go to Flying Lizard Man. Mr. Tannen? Let me guess. Nasti was skeptical, but she accepted the list and agreed to the proposal? Yes, I checked the engineering department's inspection schedule for today, and it's exactly in the order that you proposed. But how did you know? I didn't know what she was gonna choose. All I know was that I'm at the apex of my life right now, and everything is going my way. He was just like, I'm just fucking gambling, man. I'm flipping the coin. You're in good spirits. It's gonna take more than a rhyme director to move the needle. Open the letter on the table. Eyes open. From Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco Arts Units and Originium to Mr. Gordon Tannen. Congratulations on your appointment as Chief Executive of Propeller Paradise. I keep saying Propeller. They're Propeller. 2 pages? Never seen a congratulation letter this long. The reassignment letter that I got 6 months ago on the border was 2 lines. Everyone thinks the ATAO is a sweet gig, but I didn't get to embezzle shit from the savages in Sami or the tribals in the Sargonian rainforest. He's fucking mad that he didn't get to just rob the natives clean. This guy is kind of a fucking scummy bag. The old fox hated me, and the rest of ATO turned their noses up at me. Now, he's retired and I'm promoted. Things sure can change in a hurry, don't they? It's still light out, but a happy occasion like this calls for a toast. Your champagne, sir. Literally a lizard. More like a snake. Well done, Mary. You made some progress in your time with me, whether we're talking about Nasti or this class. Pour one for yourself. Thank you, sir. However, the rules are quite clear about not drinking on the job. Be shit, I pulled that manual out of my ass. In that case, would you like to say a few words? Yeah. The exhibition 6 days from now is just a start. My opening address will be the toast of all of Columbia. Every rock will have my face on it, and the largest district in Shadow Moon will be named after me. Ryan, ATAO, the district, no one's ever gonna tell Gordon Tannen what to do. This will be my Propeller Paradise forever and ever. I have a feeling he's gonna have some comeuppance by the end of this event. And that's how he ends up at fucking Rhodes as well. Maybe that's why he looks like a fucking hobo who made a flying unit. Cause he fucking crashes and burns during this event. Bottoms up. Who are you? Here for the party? Hello, are you the chief executive of Propeller Paradise? Oakley, newly appointed guy for Propeller Paradise. I'm supposed to report to Mr. Gordon Tanner. Oakley? That ain't you, Oakley? That ain't you? They're both like, huh? Gordon Tannen spits the champagne out of his mouth. That ain't Oakley. You're trying to scam. That ain't Oakley. I've seen Oakley. And there's a TR. We don't need TR. You are too? Undocumented passenger. Accidents are acceptable to Propeller Paradise so long as they bring scientific progress, so long as they came from Columbia. Shit, bro, take my name if you want, but you didn't have to steal my entire past. How dare you slander me? I wrote the entire application myself. Which one is the imposter? Can you recite it from memory? How was I supposed to pull something I wrote a year ago from memory? Oakley, born in Bunker Hill, graduate of Trymon's College of Arts and Science. Previously worked as a guide in the Human Development and Technological Innovation Department of the District Convention Center. Innovation is misspelled. Oh, whoa! I was gonna say Yo-Star moment, but it was canonical misspelling. No way! Canon misspelled, not Yo-Star. It would have been so funny if Yo-Star actually put it correctly, though. You damn you! If I don't lose my terminal and CV, I actually, it is more suspicious that you would remember it like off the top of your head like that. Gordon's head has never hurt so badly. The holes in the onboarding process are obvious upon further inspection, but the real question is, how would she impersonate a guide? Is she a Lithanian spy, a DoD agent, or a pair of eyes that DC is keeping on him? The imposter has already made contact with many corporations at the preview exhibition. Dealing with her now means broadcasting his negligence to the whole country. Besides, Gordon has no idea how much she knows and whether she has ill intention towards him and Columbia. Gordon does not dare to think about it any further. Your gaze wanders when you speak, your voice is trembling and you talk without rhyme or reason. I doubt Mr. Tannen would want such an Oakley to handle promotion work. Don't bring Mr. Tannen into this, I tell you... Shut up! Perhaps you need a little time to calm down, Mr. Oakley. Come with me to the reception room to rest for a while. Poor NPC Oakley. Mr. Tannen, listen up. I just pulled your activity records from the park here. It won't be hard to figure out just who you are. One more line, I'm throwing you off this plate. No matter who you are when you are a puddle on the ground 600 meters down, you get me? Now talk. Who are you? A guide? You got balls, I'll give you that. No, she's a woman. Unless? The kind of guide the tourists need. My name's Fern. I'm a tour guide. What the F for that thumbnail? Okay, another one. We'll keep in count. I think that's 5 maybe by now. I think it was a good idea that I didn't put the title in as well. The combo would be too much. My apologies, Mr. Oakley. Mr. Tannen will make sure that this matter is dealt with promptly. Do you believe me now? Of course, you can reach me through this terminal if you need anything. Now get some rest. I'll be going. Alright. Yo, it looks just like inside of a cruise ship. Done. Did he get fucking locked in? Read the room and avert potential risks for your boss. I don't know how much she's paid. She's probably not paid enough. Another rule for secretaries. She's not paid enough. You said Oakley got himself drunk a month ago after a breakup, and he gave you his resume instead of his contact info, which gave you a chance to sneak into Propeller Paradise under his identity? That's right. Her client was an old banshee who somehow got lost in the bleached wasteland. Her memory was hazy and it was difficult to communicate with her. Yes. You suspected that she was ill and you were asking around under the guise of a guide to make her journey a smooth one, which is why you looked like you were up to something. Exactly. You spent a whole month here. You know this is no ordinary place. If you're a foreign spy, the military take you in for questioning, torture, and you'll never again see the light of day. If you're an agent from the Department of Defense, DC won't let you off the hook. They'll disavow, distort, and even dispose of you, or for the sake of tipping the scales to the side. If you're a district plan, then you've learned too much, and ATAO taught me plenty of ways to help you forget. But you're just a tour guide who cares for her client. You're a good person. And Columbia will do good by a good person. You aren't gonna press charges? Believe me, I'd love to, but too many corporations have noticed your performance at the pre-expo. You'll deal with your problems and get lost before they find out who you are. The longer you stay, the more I have to compensate the poor guy whose name you stole. If all you want to do is clear the mind of your banshee client, I can help. You know about banshees? I know how to solve your problem. He doesn't know one other banshee. Almost cookie levels of acting. Floating botanical unit connected. Bioelectrical signal detected. Charging drive unit. Charging drive unit, not dive unit. Phew, that's the smoothest the experiments have gone, isn't it? No, this voice. Short circuit protection has kicked in. This voice. In Sarkaz. Unravel. The opening to Tokyo Ghoul? Unravel. Oh, not working. You shouldn't touch an overloaded converter with your bare hands, Director. Works better than an incantation. How are the readings? By exhibition standards, the technology for high-altitude energy transmission through plants is sufficiently mature. By the standards of your expectations for the project, however, not good enough. Energy transmission threshold for the floating botanical unit falls short of theoretical values. Now, prickly Forte kid would chill out a bit if you said as much to him. Oh, he's a Forte, okay. Sky's inexperienced, but he was right about one thing. Vivarium is Kristen's legacy. We owe it to her to do our best. Only Kristen's? What about Momo? You were always stubborn, going back to when we dug out Shaft together 5 years ago. You pulled all-nighters to ensure its structural integrity, chanting the core materials of incantations. Nothing could get you to take a break, not even your favorite gummy worms. She likes gummy worms. If you want to go fin catching, do it at Lake Sullivan, assuming I approve your leave request, of course. Huh? Suddenly fish. Besides, I worked so many hours just because I was inefficient. I learned to write curses too late. My incantations suffer in strength and precision compared to my kindred because they rely on sound as a sole medium. Fake Banshee. Is that why you modified your bone pen and used the hole punched paper tapes to supplement your casting? Yes, took a lot of wrong turns. Nasti takes out her bone pen, a plain, unornamented object resembling Ryan's technological creations. She inserts it into a sapling in the vivarium, and a white glow rises from the roots, through the branches and into every leaf. It is as though command has been entered into the whole vivarium. Terminals begin to execute programs automatically recording plant energy conversion data. Cooler Banshee. Techno Banshee. Such an efficient programming language, or incantations. Then we should make more efficient decisions at this bottleneck, despite the risks. Do you mean? Review the report again. Thank you for your work. Yes, ma'am. Hello, this is Ryan Vivarium Lab. Hello, Dr. Lunare. Mr. Tannen has asked me to express his gratitude at your reasonable accommodation that led to successful cooperation the last time. There are some follow-up matters to be discussed. Do you have time this afternoon? Yes. Excellent. I will see you in the vivarium in an hour. Follow-up, huh? Add the ropeway to Flying Donut Station, then take the ring corridor. Flying Donut. I'm in the right place, aren't I? It's dark in here. Where's the light? Good heavens, where am I? I leaked! I leaked! What the fuck? Fish! Fish with hand, fish with punch. Intruder alert, intruder alert. Activating bioscan, analyzing results. Species, Terran. Sex, male. Threat level, pending. What do you mean species, Terran? Why would you have to specify? And a hat, true. And like 8 hands. A talking fin beast? Mind your words, foolish Terran. I am Spacefin 054. Set your universe ID number immediately. Spacefin? Universe ID? Your corporate name, nitwit. Oh, Lucky Sister Beast Food and Beverage. Ah, so you were the partner that Sky Conqueror was expecting. How unfortunate, how unfortunate that I won't get the chance to test my laser cannons. Sky Conqueror? Whisper. Don't touch anything. The supervisor will be here momentarily. Supervisor? 5-4, make sure you speak like an extraterrestrial entity next time you do the client explanation thing. Keep up the fucking alien act, stupid. Aye, aye, sir. Mr. Tannen? Shh, don't huff and puff. polite thing to do when you stand in this collection of unique curiosities, the likes of which you would not find anywhere else in Terra, is to admire it with your eyes. Look at the wall on your right. 5 years ago, I confiscated the possessions of a pioneer trying to illegally cross the border and found an unusual water circulation and filtration system in his trailer. He's just fucking stealing shit. Confiscating and stealing it. He helped me find the core component in exchange for looking the other way. When the unit was assembled, I identified it as a locus of sorcery, the Sarka's witchcraft weapon. My goodness, it must be dangerous. Turn around and look behind you. There's a Tryzyn arts unit from Lethanian, created by a Witch King cultist who wanted to amplify arts output so they could rip apart the fabric of reality and summon their master. Kinda crazy, sure, but its conversion efficiency is 50 times the max allowed by Propeller Paradise regulations. Even an onion could fly with it. An onion? Wait, so you solved one boot's technical issues of contraband? Contraband? ATAO made up the stupid rule about only using parts made in Colombia. I don't know and I don't care about the reasons behind the decisions. All I know is that these rules are un-Colombian. They restrict scientists and force entrepreneurs to lie. It was a single humble ATAO officer who imported inventions from across Terra into Propeller Paradise, forming the heart and soul of 1/3 of all levitating facilities here. 1/3? Run hundreds of smuggling operations without getting exposed? Every transaction, every deal has gone without a hitch under my management. Not even my secretary Mary knows my secrets. I need time to think about this, Mr. Tannen. Lucky Sister Beast has 1 day left and I got other things on my plate. I'll give you 5 seconds. Lucky Sister Beast gets a mongrel heart or you let it die to your stubborn pride. Choose. I feel like my voice for Tannen is turning into, what's his name? I can't remember the actor's name. Fuck. I'll remember at some point. He's the one that goes, alright, alright, alright. Is this Director Lunare, Rhine Lab's youngest director ever? Dr. Wright's former right-hand woman and supervisor of the Vivarium and Propeller Paradise Engineering Department? Okay, Mrs. Glaze. Is this the follow-up matter you were talking about, Marcia? Well, yes. A guide can improve communication in the engineering department and promotional efforts for the Rhine Vivarium, avoiding another frosty reception for Rhine like what happened at the preview. I hear the botanical units floating above Propeller Paradise got their lift from incantations rather than propellers? Not entirely. Incantations that do not use sound as a medium need to be combined with machinery to maintain operation. Your bone pen must be extremely important to you, but losing it have a negative consequences such as loss of memory or illness? And slightly suspicious questioning. The bone pen is just a tool. It does not have physiological effects. How do you really stress and recover your energy outside of work? Weird questions. Does a full course horn treatment help you relax? Which brand of horn care product do you recommend? May I touch your horn to see how well it works? You're asking questions that have nothing to do with your work. I'll have a researcher take you through the vivarium to answer any questions you may have. But there's some things that I need to speak with Marcia here about. Alone. Right, there indeed. Right, it's the follow-up because they have to let her speak with Nasti or like push her onto Nasti. She's a banshee. What is Gordon planning this time? Why do you ask? Mr. Tannen understands that Ryan's current circumstances may give competitors certain ideas, and he does not wish to see it impact the inspection efforts. He has the best of intentions. I thought he already traded his conscience for that fancy suit. Besides, I have a hard time believing that an official guide would ask such irrelevant questions unless he had ulterior motives to begin with. I'm not making any accusations. I know you have to protect your boss, but you know you can tell me the truth. I agree it's unusual, but I don't think Mr. Tannen is targeting you. Explain. We've only just recently come to an accord. There's no reason for us to put pressure on you a second time in such a short period of time. Mr. Tannen is a careful man. He would have told me about it if he had other intentions, if only to avoid accidents, unless... Oh, right, because, yeah, Marcia doesn't actually know the deal between Tannen and Guide. Unless he's keeping some kind of secret. He disappears from the office at certain times during the day, every day. At first I thought he was going out to talk to potential investors. I spoke to an investor a few days ago who complimented Mr. Tannen on getting a contract signed in a single sitting. Yet he said his negotiations with this particular investor were rocky and needed more time. Why are you looking at me like that? You just violated the first rule of secretaries. Oh! Besides, you're not as tense as you used to be when going over the clues. Is that so? She wants to be a detective? According to the rules, I should close my ears and mouth and think only about the interests of my boss. But now I'm not sure what he's thinking. Were you talking about me? Or was that Tannen? Might have been Tannen. Wrong voice. It was wrong voice. It was Tannen. I'm glad to see the two of you getting along so well. Mary's a shy girl, and I thought she would have trouble making friends outside of work. Mr. Tannen, Is this part of her rules, too? Ha, you're a hell of a joker, you know that? I hope you're not here for the comedy. I'm here to apologize. I know how exhausting it must be inspecting thousands of his exhibits while preparing your own at the same time. I just wanted to do my part to help. You sent a very professional guide. It's only natural to be nervous when meeting your hero. And when you had a fan like that, she must be shy, or maybe you were trying to avoid suspicion. What do you mean? Bring the guide, Mary. I have a few questions about Director Lunaray that I would like to ask her. She's gone, sir. Say what? Say what? Director Lunaray, nutrition supply to all the planets has been cut, but there's no error from the control program, no sign of hardware damage to the central control computer. It's almost as if the command to control them has been revoked. Yes, the converters that were supposed to supply energy to the planters are now running in reverse. The plants will die in minutes if the commands aren't prepared real quickly. No, they've already begun to wilt. The sabotage! No! My plant! Man, they fucking died quickly. They did instantly. First the leaves, then the branches, and the trunks. The greenery that covered the lab walls is peeled off in a matter of seconds. Everyone stops to watch the disaster unfolding before their very eyes. They don't know what the shriveled, bony branches signify. It is not just the trees in desperate straits. Now what are you standing there for? Hurry up and move the saplings for the exhibition. These are our last ones. Everybody freeze. What? Propeller Paradise police will take control of the vivarium, effective immediately, and begin an investigation into this incident. No one may approach the equipment until evidence collection is complete. Security. Yes, sir. Put the vivarium on lockdown. Yes, sir. Was this the goal, or? I'm sorry you lost your experiments, Director Lunaray, but I have to ensure the safety of Propeller Paradise. Your researchers have to leave the lab until the investigation is complete. I'll get someone else to handle the inspection. One of those guards shop outside the door before the alarm sounded or after. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, yeah. The researchers can leave. I won't. Your timing was a little too perfect, Gordon. Okay. And good. Well, presumably it somehow did work with the guide. Probably had, you know, I don't know, some kind of banshee thingy-majig. Thank goodness no one's on my tail. Sorry, Mr. Tannen, I'll have to go back on my promise to meet you in the vivarium. Or never mind. I think I found what I need to help the banshee. Oh. Fern opens up her hand. A white object is lying in her palm. 10 minutes ago, she was walking through the vivarium while thinking about what can help restore an aging banshee's mind. Must be something that is very important to a banshee, something that would awaken her instincts. A small object inserted into a tree caught Fern's eye, as though ordained by fate. Okay, it might have been accidental? The white surface is covered in esoteric symbols, patterns floating around it like a glowing cardiograph, its allure irresistible. Fern has seen similar symbols and patterns before. It is a banshee's bone pen. She stole. So it wasn't like, did it just happen to work out for Tannen, or? Just a second. Just a second. Fuck, wait, no, where'd it go? Oh no. Oh no, where'd it go? There it is. Fuck, I keep closing it accidentally. Nasty bone wand. Give birth to a bone wand. If you're wondering about the fucking title. If you're wondering about the thumbnail and title, this is fucking why. This is why. The fact that it actually is like kind of consistent with Nasti specifically. In what fucking language is Nasti give birth, man? Oh my god, man. Come on. Anyway, back to it. Sorry, Director Lunaray, but I'll have to borrow this for a while. I'll return as soon as my client has recovered. Okay, so she didn't mean anything too bad about it, but then... Did Tannen plan on that? Because that's quite something to plan for, where, like, that would happen and then he could bring in the guards right away and, like... Romanian, apparently. Oh, boy. Interesting. Hello, sorry to keep you cooped up in this room all day. I think I found a way to restore your memories. Oh, she's here? Ma'am? Okay, never mind. Nope, no one there. There's no one in the room. Only the creased sheets show any indication that someone used to be here. Wind blows into the room through the open window. A black feather that fell from Horn quivers on the windowsill. She's gone? Did it again? I'm assuming this is the same one that, you know, disappeared at the start with Tin Man and La Carameline, so... I'll be right back. Then we'll go to number 3. What? Okay, let me also actually just quickly, let me go to Google Translate. Let's actually check this. So apparently Romanian. Yeah, it's born. Yeah. Let me just... I want to get like a good... Maybe I'll do this on my phone. I kind of want to... I just want to get a screenshot of this. You know, it's a way to explain everything. Let me just put it on my phone. I think I could get a better screenshot of it. But it's not so widescreen. It gives me a different one. On the phone, it gives me "You are born." Shaking my head. Give me a different translation. I need to see the funny one. "You are born" is not as funny. Shaking my head. Okay, because it doesn't work on phone. I'm like, how much can I like? Okay, if I like, it doesn't actually adjust the page at all. How can I make it? Maybe I can just buy it. Okay, yeah, like this. Like this, okay. Okay, it looks a little funny, but... There you go. How silly. Like, oh, did the N capitalize for some reason? I thought I specifically uncapitalized. Whatever, I already have the screenshot that I needed. Actually, wait, maybe I put... Should I put just a quick nasty on here as well? Just like her face cut out. Ah, I moved the wrong thing. Sorry, we're distracted right now. We're a little distracted right now. Name this creation Nasty Nasty. I'm just farming, man. Also, hello, priestess. Post it. Send it. Fucking send it. We can put it onto YouTube as well. I did put this one also onto YouTube. Fucking stupid ass. God, the preview kinda sucks here. YouTube fucking preview is ass. Because it's a fucking square. Wait, what if I just... Does this work? Actually, it does. Let me put the image just into here directly. Sure, whatever. How does that look like? Well, it doesn't fucking look like anything. It just didn't put the image in. What the fuck is that? Why do you let me put it into the text field if it doesn't fucking just show up anything? Bastards. This one, okay, this is fine enough crop, whatever. Peeking on the side. Alright. Should have left it up so we can comment, what did he mean by this? True. True. I'll keep this live chat open just in case we get any other funny translations. I'll leave it open. Anyway. Back to the readings. Nice music. So what does it say down there? We should have started from this. The sky, a window without a still frame or pane. This is this is some advanced stalling technique. Something about nasty giving birth. What can I say, man? They're freaky. You are 3, not 4. Stall protect. Oh, it actually is called stall protection. Oh, fuck. As he stalls. Game fucking roasting me. The protection did not work. He still stalled. I didn't understand what you meant first, Lunny. Fucking caught stalling. Do the newest flyers not respond to controls? Crash it a few times and the manufacturer will either deal with your problem or be dealt with by the problem. Thank God for Pensive Cowboy. Oh yeah, go into story, not into map. Ah yeah, that looks like Castle for sure. Old woman! Oh, Viola. It's the same CG for Odda's house, yeah. It's just the Casdell shitty house CG or background. Thank you for the hospitality. Well, all right, gargoyle guy. Pleasure's all mine. It's such a joy to see a banshee these days. Why is that? Makes it easier for me to ask for an elegy when me or my family reach the end of the road. Not much has changed with Casdell, but few banshees come anymore. Our departed kin won't find the myriad souls without your guidance. The myriad souls are no longer, depending on when this is happening. I'm sorry. I'll do my best. Just kidding. You came to treat that roosting tree of yours, right? Is this the branch? Incantation analysis failed to discover the reasons behind its decay. It is the pillar of the entire banshee race. A friend recommended you as a child of soil and stone familiar with plants. Please, let me see what I can do. I'll get some dirt. He do be a planter. He's even carrying a plant. Can you get a pot from the backyard? If you see any foul beasts stealing vegetables, just chase them away. Making the old woman do it? Disperse. The foul beasts disperse, but the decrepit vegetable garden is not quiet yet. The vegetable sprout vibrates violently in front of Viola. Then a black, branch-like horn emerges from the dust-covered leaves. Foul beast stealing vegetables, eh? Get lost or I'll rip your head off. You shouldn't yell like that, it's bad for your voice. No need to be afraid, I would not hurt a child. Oh, never mind. Okay, I did see a screenshot of tiny Nasti. Okay, so this is a while ago. Okay, so Viola was indeed not dementia at this point. Oh my god. Look at her little face and her chubby little arms as well. With her little branches on her as well. The young banshee peeks out from behind the leaves, hiding a half-eaten piece of vegetable leaf behind her back. Don't you dare take my food. If it's your food, what's that in your hand? Before Viola can react, the young banshee has snatched the roosting tree branch from her hand and begins to trying to eat it. Okay. Just a stupid branch that's been lying in the mud. It stinks. Are you hungry? Let me see. I made some pastries from the dew caps that grow along the shore of Mist Lake. It's the right season for them. Safer to scrounge food off the dead. Get away from me. Who let this banshee run around? I thought they took care of their young. Like, why is baby Nasty going around getting food off of dead people? You're not scared? Those big mercs are scared of that sound. Yeah, that's just normal ass banshee sounds. Nasty's child? Oh, right. Okay, right. Is that Nasty's child? Haha. Because she gave birth. Whoa. This is the sound of the banshees, our clan. I've not heard this note in the Song of the Banshees for a long time. Years ago, the last one who sang it. You are that child. Do you know who taught me the sound? But I've never met you before. We don't come to Casdell much these days. Our home is in a distant valley, a place where trees grow with fruit hanging from their branches. Okay, so Nasty, right, okay. Nasty became an orphan and was accidentally left behind sort of in Casdell instead of going to the Convalis with everyone else. Grew up a bit different than the other banshees. Which, okay, right, we knew that, and indeed, Nasty didn't grow up with the banshees, and which is why, like, her banshee magics are also not as good, strong, whatever. Developed. It's hard to find food. You gotta be ready for a beating. But let's say the place you're talking about really exists, when fruit just grows on trees like that. What's the catch? Clever girl. Jurassic Park? Maybe you should come with me. You belong there. You'll like it. Even if you don't believe it exists. Why should I? Your name is Nasti, isn't it? Name? You know my name? Like, I wonder how long ago they died. Like, how old is Nasti actually at that point? Because obviously Banshee's age, you know, kind of slow. Is that the presence of a Banshee I sense? And what's that? Wither? Decay? This is right when the plants died? No. Nasti, are you trying to repeat the mistakes of the past? Oh, she did kind of woke up. She did wake up. She was like, oh, fuck Nasti. No way. I guess she's kind of her adoptive mother. Most of the Rhine have staff evacuate the vivarium, sir. Only Nasti and a few researchers are staying behind to organize documents. They don't look happy. Are you happy? The plan wasn't to ruin the whole vivarium. Okay, right, so... he took the chance with the vivarium going wrong. His original... or what he was going to do was different, and then it just so happened that, you know... Mrs. Guide took the pen and... You said the tour guide knew too much about banshees. There's a chance to expose her and drag Nasti into it. Kill two foul beasts with one. Don't kill him. There's a rough plan to begin with. Is the vivarium accident a convenient excuse to stop Ryan's inspections? Convenient? Where do you think we'll find that frickin' guide? I know, Nasti. She'd never let something like this happen to the vivarium just accidentally. Besides, there's no way she would risk Ryan's exhibit with the exhibition right around the corner. The guide, she was gone before the alarm sounded. She must have done something. It's not enough just to evacuate the researchers. There's a good chance that Nasty's already onto my plan and is just waiting for evidence. Evidence that I can't afford to give her. Tell your men to find Fern by sundown. Yes, sir. My dear Fern. Not because his operator name is Karen. Deep breath, Fern. Maybe she just went off on her own. She did, yes. No, she doesn't even remember why she came to Propeller Paradise. Where on terra could she go? But if that's not what she did, then someone must have taken her. Who's there? Oh, miss? What are you doing here? What are you standing there for? Hurry up and move the saplings for the exhibition. Those are our last ones. All dead? In 5 minutes? Actually, it was like in seconds. Mercia reaches out to touch the withered tree in the middle of the vivarium. He sees a small hole at eye level. Natural cavity? No, a connector? Withered plants, the tree hole, no equipment malfunction. Tell me, what was that branch attached to you and where did it go? She really does want to be a detective. She wants to be a detective! It was Fern. She's kind of a good detective. You took that bone pen from the tree in the vivarium, didn't you? It's plain and simple, unremarkable. You couldn't have known that it was the key that controls the entire vivarium. Wasn't your intention to sabotage it? Is Mr. Tannen waiting outside with his men? I came alone, miss. I don't think the responsibility for what happened to the vivarium should fall on your shoulders. It was an accident, yes. What do you mean? Some things I still have to look into, but I've suspected that Mr. Tannen has been plotting against Ryan ever since he agreed to help the mysterious Banshee guest for no apparent reason. Either that or his own private interests are involved. Okay, so... well, okay, never mind. So she does know that he agreed to help the mysterious Banshee guest. Oh, but I guess the Banshee guest was already here. And then... I guess that was before then the guide. They had the discussion between Fern and him. Maybe. You suspect your own boss? But he said Columbia would do good by a good person. He also said that there's nobody easier to deal with than a good person. And my client... There's a row of VIP rooms outside Mr. Tannen's office. You could try looking there. Hope your client just went out for a walk. I truly do. The VIP rooms. Fancy jail. Gordon must be behind this. Halting the list of inspections and sabotaging the whole vivarium, putting the Rhine exhibit on lockdown. What are you going to do next? Chase us out of Propeller Paradise? There's no problem with our systems or hardware. You sent someone to steal your bone pen. It's not like him. Why are you trying to use logic to explain the actions of a bandit? They don't operate under the same rules we do, except when they talk officialese. None of the corporations on Propeller Paradise do. We're closer to the barrier than anyone else. We're different. We're built different? Countless tech firms fall by the wayside, but the business registrar rarely gets any complaints. Why? Because there's a consensus. In the Sky Age, the higher you stand, the more respect you deserve. Gordon's interference with our experiments via Propeller Paradise is consensus. You don't want to be bound by the rules, but you still want to exploit them. You're proving that Ryan is not yet ready to reach those heights. Damn. What? Stop working and listen up, everybody. This is about today's incident and how we proceed from here. Cultivation, I have confirmed that 72 trees waiting to be replanted, 350 saplings and more than 1,000 ungerminated seeds are all dead. The Propeller Paradise police are now in charge of investigating the incident. We don't know how long that will take, but there's no realistic chance that the vivarium can be restored before the exhibition. Senior researchers will have to stay behind and work on the incident report with me. The rest of you can still enjoy a little time off. Any questions? Director Lunare, you said the vivarium was our most important project. Accumulation of data sent back by the Ring Lab. Does this mean that we failed to protect the last legacy of Galleria Stellaria? Dismissed. Damn Donowald. That's not all of it. You still have the data. Just, you just gotta rebuild it. VIP rooms outside the office area. Here we are. I see I had suspicions, but no proof that Mr. Tannen really... Never mind. Most important thing is to find the client. Tried around again and I saw breaking bones. There's someone inside? For anyone's sake, quit crying and keep quiet until the end of the exhibition. Ugh, my head hurts. Let me get a smoke. He's gonna get real high. Bye. No, don't leave, no. Oh, they were beating up Oakley? I guess, yeah, I mean, he did get locked away, but... Please, sir, let me go. I won't say anything about Mr. Tannen. Oakley? What are you doing here? Open your eyes. The imposter. Among Us? Mad. I've got a name. It's Fern. Mr. Tannen said he was going to treat you well and pay you compensation. What's going on? Treat me well? He's freaking locked me up. None of this would have happened if you didn't impersonate me. Hey, you're the one who begged me to take your number and resume that night. Tears of snot all over your face. What did you say back then? You were a lonely soul looking for love? Alright, stop. Me and my rotten luck. It's a huge deal letting unauthorized personnel sneak into a high security experiment zone. That's why they wanted me to shut up. How did you get out? How did the guard say that Mr. Tannen was going to deal with a troublemaking imposter? I see. Are we dead? I just want to see what life would be like in the future, but now it looks like I ain't got no future no more. Wanna join my tour real locally? What? I got in unnoticed. I can get you out safely. You can? Man alive, I went for a smoke and a whole person just grew out of the floor grew out from the floor or what? You can get in, but you won't get out. Beat him up. Not gonna let us go in peace, huh? You mean it when you say you can get me out? I'll join your tour or whatever it is, just get me out of here. Good, you won't regret it. Let me tell you about how I braved the dangers of the Bleach Wasteland. I guess she was from the Wastelands and whatnot. She would know how to handle herself. Just deal with this guy. My hands are still tied. Don't worry, a good tour guide never makes her customer do the job. Welcome to Furnace Tours. Please be aware that you may encounter loud noises during this tour. Cover your ears or keep your distance from me. Now, let's get moving. Oh, she's using sonic warfare. Run. Fucking megaphone the guy. Freaking hell, after them. Don't let her get away. They actually just got way too danked. Offensive way too dank. She's offensively loud. This guy's apparently a forte. No horns though, just ears. Where'd the horns go? Interesting. Survival of the fittest, culling of the unfit. Lieutenant Ryan become one of the unfit. He apparently is Forte, yes. It was said somewhere that he should be a Forte, yeah. In theory, yeah. Well, I mean, other than that, he's kind of, you know, he has a pretty, like, large build. But yeah, there's no horns, which is funny. Somewhere, I feel like it was, at least, I thought it was about him. Where it was like, they were talking about a Forte, and I thought it was about him. He has the build of a Forte, but yeah, it just doesn't have the horns. Oh, Mr. Jagger, what are you doing here? That's my line. What are you doing here? When you should have already cancelled Lucky Sister Beast registration. I'm not doing anything illegal. We solved our technical issues before we filed the cancellation. What a stroke of luck. You solved it? Why didn't anyone contact engineering? Maybe word didn't have time to get around because of how sudden it was. Anyway, Mr. Tan announced that all the technical inspections by Ryan Lab are suspended. I don't need to report to you anymore. How convenient. This guy with his fucking balloon. I could have sold it all of a sudden when 3 days didn't do it. Lucky Sister Beast luck. He's getting suspicious. Wiki writers think he's an alpaca. Oh, right, it could be. True, he does, when you say it, he does look a bit alpaca-ish. Right, because yeah, I guess alpacas could be included in Fortes. Are alpacas related to, you know, like, are they in that sort of range of... Oh god, I've forgotten all of my biology words. That family of animals. Because yeah, they didn't explain why he doesn't have hordes. Camelidae? Okay, yeah. That would explain it. We don't have a camel, by the way. Have we ever seen a camel? That's why he's always mad and spitting words. True. An alpaca. Also, alpaca obviously would fit for, like, the Americas, right? They got alpacas in South America. Oh yeah, Tuye is a camel. Tuye. Actually, I'm not sure if I just forgot or didn't even realize that she's supposed to be a camel. Quick, take the readings before the people come back. Well, the data is good. Too good, in fact. It's almost as if they were specifically calibrated to the benchmarks. Wait, these aren't Propeller Paradise standard issue screws, are they? They're completely soldered. Won't budge. The whole core energy module is sealed shut. It's not open source. No power unit on Propeller Paradise sounds like this. No legal power unit, anyway. Where do they get this weird non-compliant stuff from? Thought all procurement on Propeller Paradise goes through... I get it now. Silly me for thinking that survival of the fittest was really the rule on Propeller Paradise. True. It's well, I mean, in a way, survival of the fittest. It's just that part of the fit is being illegal. Still hoping that bastard put together a report for the accident at Ryan. Forget it. Director Lunaray would just dismiss me for not having evidence. Who else can help? He's going behind Nasty's back. Oh no. Mumu! Alright, we'll be here in 5 minutes. I'll bring you a Propeller Paradise mascot plushie if I find one. I'm not a kid. See you later then. You've been playing catch with your branches in the corridor ever since you stepped out of Saria's office. You're stalling, I can tell. There really ought to be a law about invading an individual's privacy with a water clone. Not likely to happen unless there's another water elf in Colombia. The branches on Nasty's belt suddenly grow, pointing in the direction of the water elf, and twist open a tool attachment. As though rehearsed 1,000 times, Mulesize takes a step to the right, dodging the bionic branch robot's trick. You know I'm stuck in Yerag and can't come in person? Oh, I guess right. Man, that is some long-distance control, by the way. Unless this is like pre-coded, this clone. Okay, never mind. Maintaining a water clone at a long distance is a draining task. I'm so worried that I might flub up Kristen's legacy. It's you that I'm worried about, not some derivative of Galleria Stellaria. Derivative. Takes time for a seed to grow into a sapling, and then all the more so when you hope it will become a towering tree. Relax, not even Ferdinand would complain about the results you're pulling. Not even Ferdinand. That's because I blocked his email. Real! Look, he might be the GOAT, but he's also still kind of an asshole. You helped make Kristen's dreams come true by digging away under the Tryzyn suburbs. Now it's your turn. Have you thought about... I'm not going back to the Convalis. Serene tranquility of Convalis does not belong to a flawed banshee, nor can it inspire her. But... Toot toot. It's time to go. Just a sec. Here. A potted plant? Ecological, dug it out of the desert. It's resistant to heat and cold and just as stubborn as you. Call it a goodbye, Prezi. Prezi. No need for vivariums, just remember to water it. I'll keep a watchful eye on you. Maybe even help you. What is this plant gonna do? This plant's gonna be the Deus Ex Machina. In return, take care of the vivarium and yourself, and... give me a Propeller Paradise mascot plushie, if they really exist. She does want the mascot plushie, though. I don't think Sky is becoming a villain or anything. It's just that he's a young, passionate, driven guy. So he, you know, he'll go on his own a little bit, doing some stuff, and then, you know, he'll end up with a kind of good result, but, you know, a little bit of drawbacks because he was a bit too rash. The withered branches on the first floor planters have been cleaned up. A spotted plant is the only one from the exhibit that survived. Oh, Mumu's plant. I'll take it. What about the underground plants? Transmitted data are as expected, but monitoring coverage is limited. We haven't had time to send someone to check on site. I'll go. Thanks. Oh. Whoa, we haven't seen this fucking background for a while. So this is chapter 7, sneaking into Chernobog, like, background. Director Lunaray? Anyone from outside here? No, ma'am. We've continued to simulate experimental conditions here. Just in case. In Sarkas. Reveal. No sign of entry. Was it really an accident? We've compiled the report on the dead plants. Do you want to review it now? Alright, let's go. Nasti Lunaray, Director of Engineering. Credentials confirmed. Welcome. Oh, suddenly Dorothy music. Where the heck did those two go? Hey, something happened, sir? No need to be alarmed. We're just simulating missions on the Shadow Moon, Mr. Tennant's orders. Columbia keeps our people safe, wherever they are. Split up, keep a low profile. Roger. Whack-ass outfit. So it was a drill. Just like a Rankwood blockbuster. What was it called? Battlefield Shadow Moon, I think? The typoed, by the way. By Yostar, I'm assuming this time. See? Those guys are Casimir's and Space Knights. Don't give us way. Casimir's and Space Knights. Don't give us way. Skip the comedy imposture. Where do you go next? Not many places to hide on the Flying Donut Station, while the ring corridor in the back is perfect for an ambush. What do? I signed your tour contract. You get me out of here. Your tour contract. Settle down, real Oakley. You're on Propeller Paradise. Forget what you think you know about terra firma. That's a Volvo Kaczynski jump board you're testing, right? Can we borrow it? Sure. Fucking jump pad. Huh? What's that sound? Look up. How the frick did they get on top of a floating pod? I forgot. People look up on Propeller Paradise. What do we do? Shoot him down. Whoa. Oh, is that simulating the air cannon the villain fires in the climactic scene? Wait, I think I smell a Reginium powder. Fire. Run! Trash, all of them. Took so much work just to put Ryan down, but now we have a rogue tour guide on the loose. I'd have gone after that feline myself if I didn't have business to do. Would you like me to eliminate those ignorant Terrans, Sky Conqueror? Show them true power from beyond Terra. Fucking fish larping as an alien, man. And okay, Sky Conqueror is indeed. He chose Sky Conqueror for himself as a name. No need, 5-4. She's a tour guide, not a special agent. First, report on Gustav. He and his retinue are floating around Cloud and the VIP area. They have passed through the ring corridor, but no one has found the hidden door yet. Fucking glorper fish. When I first joined ATAO 7 years ago, Gustav would notice if I swiped a lick with a Reginium lighter from a stowaway. I thought he didn't like me because he used to be a soldier, hated crooks, and wanted everything to be done the right way. Only later did I find out it was because I left too many loose ends. I learned everything from him. His way of doing things, his way of talking, even how I dress. As for the result, even his way of talking, okay, good thing I gave them kind of similar voices. This pod holds treasures from across Terra. It's much bigger than ATAO's dirty lockers. Gustav on one side and Nasti on the other. So what? I'm not the clueless kid from 7 years ago. They'll never find out what I did unless I hand-deliver the evidence. One thing, once the exhibition opens and thousands of exhibits fly into the sky, all the secrets and illicit transactions won't matter anymore. Everyone will know that it was Gordon Tannen who lit the fire under Propeller Paradise, not Ryan, not DC. Warning, Terran approaching. What's that sound? Don't blow it up. Might be somebody below. Don't try to talk way out of... No. Gordon Tannen looks up in the smoke and dust as he forces his teary eyes open, trying to see what is going on. The fucking time stop music? Suddenly? Time stop sound effect. Zavardo? A familiar figure descends amidst the rubble and dust, her legs flailing wildly. He just ordered her arrest several hours ago. They're only about 90 centimeters apart, both their brains working feverishly to process the situation. Time itself feels frozen as Gordon and Fern stand off against one another, scrambling to take in each other's expressions. They really blew it up, what the hell? Where the hell am I anyway? This place isn't on my map. There's a hidden door in the ring corridor? Why am I staring at Tannen right now? This is a trap? Why is there such a look of surprise and shock on his face? Are these exhibits on the walls? Wait a second. I've just seen these art tunes at the street stalls when I got dragged into the black market by the Sarkis. That hat over there. Isn't that standard issue for the Zaedan and Sarkonian tombs? Shoot, is it too late to pretend I never saw any of this? Oh no, please don't hit the high explosive Virginite grenade, or this entire bod goes up in smoke. Damn it, it's been one thing after another since this fake guide came to Propeller Paradise. Is she Ryan's enemy or Nasti's spy? She ruined my plans once at the Vivarium, now she's doing it again. What's she looking at? Active Virginium Storm God Beacon or the Zaedan's Witchcraft Helmet? Shit, she recognizes these. What's she gonna do with the dirt on me? She's gonna sell it to someone? Nasti or Gustav find out. All this happened in midair. Oh, delayed gravity. The delayed gravity pulls Fern sharply downward. Gordon has no time to save his collection. All he can do is watch as the feline approaches rapidly. The distance between them disappears as do the complicated thoughts flashing through their minds. As they wait the impending impact, there's only time for them to say a single word. Shit. So many thoughts, only one word come out. Marker, you are 4. Jet stream over clear skies. Open your eyes and fight your nausea. It's not the sky that's churning. It's just you. That's a funny scene. Also, just like, that's some bad luck. Guy is literally just like, no one will ever find my secret contraband hole. No, my secret contraband hole! Worst possible timing. It's actually... Wait a minute. I know what exactly it is. It's this. I'm a genius. Oh no! You could just put it like him just talking about his contraband. I should almost make this meme. You can either put Skybox here, or you can also just put like Skybox talking about it here, and then the CG of Fern coming through the fucking roof right here. But this really is a bit of how Skybox is right now, is just this. Oh. I feel like I have an edit of that meme. At least I feel like I've made an edit of that meme for something at some point. I don't have it. At least I don't immediately see it. Whatever. We continue. Cute NPC woman? A secretary, oh no. I said you can't go in. And I said I'm with Ryan Lab. I know the access rules for Propeller Paradise facilities better than you do, and no special permission is required to visit Cloud. It's a restaurant. You would be correct under normal circumstances, but there's an important guest here right now. Let him in. I think this young man's looking for me. Is it the... Yes, it is. Okay, it is the old guy. I take it the debriefing on the Ryan Vivarium incident is done. Nothing gets past you. I just happen to know a few people who are committed to Columbia's great project here, including Gordon Tennant. I guess you're not here to try to recoup Ryan's losses. There's enough time before the exhibition now, even with emergency funding. Please take a look at this inspection report. A tech startup sold a technical flaw that was discovered during inspections and received permission to stay on Propeller Paradise. What's the problem? Lucky Sister Bees never passed a recheck. They have to leave Propeller Paradise today, according to the rules. But I just saw their owner and discovered that they solved the energy problem that had plagued them for months. On the eve of the exhibition, deadlines, science, miracles, classic potato chip flavors, so to speak. This old guy's funny. Something about him. He has an energy. No, look at this page. I focused on several components that are not involved in standard inspection and found that their output is more than 10 times the standard values. Well, to put it in simpler terms, we don't need to explain technical terms to me. I wrote the manual of Columbian Originium component standards you're carrying. He wrote the manual. Do you mean to say that Lucky Sister Beast invented power components far exceeding national standards in the span of a few hours? Invented? They don't have the chops for that, and I think someone transplanted a non-Columbian heart into that failure. You know the rules of Propeller Paradise. All Terran eyes are on our progress in levitation technology. All the parts involved must be made in Columbia to ensure security. I'm not accusing the ATAO of negligence. No ordinary officer could have let a corporation dodge Ryan's regular and random inspections unless someone manipulated the engineering section's inspection order. Coincidentally, Director Lunar Ray came to an agreement with a certain official. Gordon Tennant. It would stop at nothing to tie Ryan's hands because we are the true original proponents of Propeller Paradise, and the engineering section is a pair of eyes that could uncover his secrets at any time. So you're speculating that Gordon Tennant has been running a smuggling operation behind the scenes? That is a serious accusation, young man. And it's why I had to come to you, sir. Until Propeller Paradise gets to DC, you're the only one in the position to deal with your diligent subordinate. I'm curious, does your supervisor know about this? Things wouldn't have come to this if Director Lunar Ray did anything. Good. What do you mean? You're a sharp, brave young man. Nasti wouldn't have let you stay behind to spend time with me if she knew. What? Sir? I'm the only one in the position to deal with Gordon. An interesting way to put it. He used to butt heads with me, true, but that's the folly of youth, and true enough of you too. The first thing I ever taught him was that it will always be of one mind when we stand for Columbia. Because the only reason he was against stealing and whatnot and lying was if you get caught, so... The young Ryan researcher can only watch as Gustav takes the report and turns to walk into the interior of the restaurant. He is shocked and angry. He wants to charge at Gustav, but the man makes a simple gesture and bodyguards twist the young scientist's arm, causing him to cry out in pain and frustration. He's a big guy, he can fight back. Hello? What a coincidence. Skyjagger is taken outside by the bodyguards, not knowing whether he'll be thrown into one of the lower level jail cells or locked away in some secret room. He hears Gustav pick up the phone. Man must be calling Gordon Tennant now. Skyjagger regrets not leaving a copy of the evidence for Nasti, so he could just get back to the Vivarium. Suddenly, Payne is gone. The bodyguards let go of him and push him into the elevator to take him away from Cloud. Spit at him. Come on, Alpaca Man, spit at him. Hey, you can hear me, right? I swear I won't say a word about Mr. Tannen's smuggling operation. Really didn't mean to barge into his collection. Oh, they actually got caught. Them. Take a break, Oakley. You keep going like this, they're gonna start getting ideas that the best way to shut someone up is to kill them. Sniff. You're crying again? Don't worry about it. Giving prisoners the silent treatment is normal. Sounds like you know your prisons. Where do you think I got my silver tongue? Even if I ran into a bunch of Arcosaria who could understand a word I was saying and had me surrounded with spears, I guess to get my point across was nothing but winks and gestures. Wanna test that? We can make that happen. Really think we can get out of this jail? Have you ever been to the bleached wasteland? Blah 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 blah. Have you ever been to the beach? I keep saying beached. It's bleached. Have you ever been to the bleached wasteland? No, I hear that sandstorms that tear through the toughest metal sheet and rip flesh from bone in an instant. True, all the guides say it's off limits for a reason and no travel agencies take tours there. But I didn't want to assume it was impossible just because of hearsay. Don't tell me you actually went there, and you got out alive? It's a grey desert. The scorching sun reflects off the sand. You can see dark purple cliffs in the distance beyond the dunes, and the cacti grow taller than either of us. It's just Nevada. Beach of Valimber. It's a dangerous place, and you can't even tell what you're standing on when the winds rage, but the sands aren't nearly as sharp as knives. Incredible. Dad used to say that impossible is just an excuse for the lazy and cowardly. Do the impossible, see the invisible, row row, fight the power. I learned from him and became a guide unlike the others, and one who dares to brave the unknown. You had a supportive father. I'm jealous. I did. That's why you should pick yourself up, Oakley. I'll grant your wish, and my Banshee client's wish too. My journey isn't over yet. She did. Oh no. So many dead parents in this world. Get up, both of you. What are you gonna do? Stay back! Phlegm in my throat, man. What's going on? Come with me and don't cause any trouble. Mr. Tannen wants to see you. What did I say? This isn't the end. Yes, I understand. I apologize for the trouble, sir. Screw that condescending old fox. We've got a retirement age in Colombia for a goddamn reason. I'm not his coffee boy anymore, and I'll be damned if I let him yell in my face over getting the sugar wrong. He's mad. Mr. Tannen, 5-4 is going to burst if you feed it anymore. No! Fish! Foams at the mouth. You take over the feeding. Not a single thing has worked out. We didn't get those meddling Ryan lab eggheads out of Propeller Paradise, and now the old fucks and nasties people know about my side hustle. Is that even a side hustle, or like the main reason this place is functioning? And those two bastards showed up out of nowhere to ruin most of my arts unit collection. There's stuff there you can't even get anywhere else. Arts unit hustle. So you were smuggling all that time that you were away on unexplained trips. You think it's wrong to help tech firms find their footing in the sky? No, it's not my place to judge, but why are you bringing those two intruders over? Are you planning to deal with them? What's with that angst? I got bigger plans for them than just settling a score. No one can take Propeller Paradise away from me without evidence. The rest of my collection needs to be cleared ASAP before anyone else can intervene. You want them to smuggle the contraband out for you? But everything that enters or leaves Propeller Paradise is subject to stringent checks, even if you give an expedited order. Besides, the existing channels are out of service because of engineering renovation work, and I can't wait that long. This is all nasties. I did see this screenshot. Fucking nasty. I also have to screenshot it. Nasty. Fire. This is all Nasty's fault for that energy system modification shit. Floating botanical units and Ryan's people are everywhere now. Wait, right. Well, if they're gonna block off my routes, it's only fair that I borrow theirs. You mean the engineering tunnel beneath the Rhine Vivarium used to transport heavy equipment and construction materials? Exactly. With the Vivarium on lockdown, nothing offers better cover than Rhine turf. I know where the old fox is, but Nasty. I'll take care of Dr. Lunare, sir, as long as you ensure the safety of the two intruders. You? I'm confident I can distract her while you carry out your plan. Okay, she just doesn't want the two Oakleys to come to danger. I only need one thing. The Banshee's bone pen that you confiscated from Fern. She also wants to return the pen! She's a good girl. Meanwhile, Mr. Capitalism over here. Gotta move on, don't keep Mr. Tanner waiting. He's gonna have our heads for ruining his collection room. Just paying money isn't so bad. The real problem is if he wants a deal. We're here. I brought them. Thank you, sir. You may return to your duties. Oh, so why she got that camera? What's this camera for, huh? Is she like a secret reporter? She's actually recording all the shenanigans that are going on. And then everything gets exposed? Because like, why does the secretary have a large film camera on her at all times? In Sprite. Mercia, my client. Unfortunately, it seems Mr. Tannen had nothing to do with your client's disappearance. I'll do my best to keep an eye out. Where'd that Banshee go? She's a cord from Drakengard. I'll have to go Google it. Moral support. Ah, yes, of course. Just go for the door and forget about her for now. Make sure you do exactly what Mr. Tannen tells you if you ever want to leave Propeller Paradise on your own 2 feet. What's he planning? He's gonna make you an offer you can't refuse. Classic line. I'm gonna make him an offer he can't refuse. Skyjagger's steps grow slower and slower. He used to dash through this corridor, and his colleagues laughed at him for being impatient. How could he not be impatient? He did not have the luxury of a traditional education, or having his path paid for him. Family circumstances forced him to waste too much time on things other than research. But now he stands on the shoulders of Rhine Lab, the pinnacle of applied science in Columbia, about to touch the very dome that has witnessed a miracle. There should not be any obstacles. No one has the right to hold back this great work. I must tell Derek the Lunar about Tannen's secret and apologize. Footsteps? I thought all the researchers were evacuated. Oh, right. Oh, is he going to see them using the testers? Does this thing come off at all? Looks like one of those centrifugal safety membranes that revolving bar used. Don't touch it if you're not sure. We'll ask our new boss later. Is Nasti still in her office? And she was willing to lose the whole vivarium to save us and that grumpy kid. Shut your big mouth. Nasti's a good person. That's all we need to know. Grumpy kid? Me? What did Nasti do? Thank you for your time. I think this is the beginning of a beautiful partnership. Huh. You're Gustav's secretary. What are you doing here? How many secretaries? Oh, Gustav's secretary. Yeah, not Gordon's. Ah, you must be Skyjagger. I finished my business with Director Lunare. Excuse me. Oh. Also, they didn't take him to jail or anything. They did actually just kind of let him go. But I guess they took the documents. You're back. You apologized to Gustav? Yes. You gave up all of Ryan's engineering control and agreed to stop active inspections? Yes. Our lab is essentially withdrawn from the exhibition and will no longer appear on the catalog? Yes. We need to store our experiment equipment here later. Come and help if you have the energy. Director. Yes? She knew I would screw up. You I was just an average Joe. That's why you kept me busy with inspections and botanical units, right? You were right. In the end, I'm just a must piece in the gutter. And there's a greatness, but I could never become a part of it. Be forgiven, saved, protected. Like all the testers here. I'm just an ordinary guy left in the dust. I wouldn't be here without your help. I needed new employees and an aide, that's all. I stayed with a group of pioneers when I first came to Columbia. They despised me for being a banshee who couldn't use incantations. I despised them for their lousy hunting traps. There was no passivity in our interactions. We forgave each other, saved each other, and protected each other. As we do now. As it should be. The vivarium is quiet, but the presence of the testers seems to have changed its place of cold, metallic rationality. A misshapen wire pull tab has been added to the microscope slide box's stubborn lid. A sheet of plywood hangs from the air conditioning vent, making it a little less unbearably chilly. A few watch out notes are pasted on the glass door that Sky tends to run into when he's angry. They remind him of his little sister. The average, ordinary one who, in his eyes, must always be protected. He's never turned around to look back at her, nor not since he witnessed the miracle. If moving forward means we can't look back, how do we make sure we're still walking the same path that we chose in the beginning? Fire? What meaning is there in progress if it leads to a future that has been curated for only a select few? More fire? Why should ordinary people be left behind? Ever took you for an orator, Director? All I do is state facts, ask questions, find the solution, repeat. Get moving before you let big words and big ideals take you for a ride. Which is obviously, that was a point of contention in Lone Trail was, you know, the sort of, oh, what kind of future is some of this fever gonna bring, you know? That was a part of it. Which obviously, you know, Kristen was just doing Kristen things. Yeah. Skyjagger is indeed, yeah, he's just a young, impassionate, impatient guy who doesn't quite completely know how the world works. Yet, because he's young. And also, and like, he grew up in a tough situation. He means well. And just wants to, like, do good. It's kind of the engineer that just graduated. Yeah, kind of. Also, just graduated, he didn't actually even graduate. He just kind of listened to lectures while, like, through the door, ear on the door, listening to the lecture, like, yes. So, just a second. Also go by the bathroom. Wah! Cal stickers in the chat. My eye. It's like oddly dry. Ow. The heck? There's like dust coming from outside or something at the door open. He's the hothead type that actually had it easy during engineering uni, even if he didn't actually go to. Actually, it's too close to home for me. You can be a hothead sometimes, it's true. Yo, what a... Okay, well, the friend just posted a really good piece of art, so I'm just going to show it while we're here. Because it's relevant as well. Holy. That's some nice texture. Pretty fun painting like that without having to spend time on the line art. I do like the aesthetic of the event. It's really nice. Yeah, it does look quite oil painting-ish, and yeah, there's like not line art, it's just kind of like... Like that. A little pop, pop, pop. Fucking XD. We're gonna be like halfway after this one already, huh? Seems like a fairly fast read event. We'll see how quickly these latter half goes, how far we get today. Marker ST2. Test flight. A seed born of turbulent times takes root in the skies. This does not look like a place that's in the sky. Oh, maybe it isn't. Oh, where's the exit? According to the map, we should be able to see the checkpoint machines now. Are we gonna keep going? There's nobody else here and it's so eerily quiet. Of course there's nobody else here, or we've been exposed. Get your act together. Hey! Red liquid is dripping from the ceiling. It fell on my face. Rust. It's rusty water from the pipes. Don't make me sew your mouth shut. Mr. Tannen, you said we would expose if there's anybody else here, right? Wait, was that... It looked a little bluish. Blue-greenish. They look in the direction that Fern is pointing and see this somebody else. An ethereal figure walks toward them slowly from the end of the passage, flickering like a ghost in the dim light. Something feels familiar. Oh, shit. Keep walking. My authority over Ryan experiment area is legitimate and absolute. Doesn't matter who's coming. Is that so? She looks so cursed. The rare green Genki Nasti. The fucking wink face is so like out of place, man. She could never make this face. I would like an explanation, Tannen. Oh, never mind. They don't know. Okay, he doesn't know. He don't know. Oh, by the way, Happy Nasty gets translated into Happy Birthday. I guess that's fair enough. Still a birth. The Ryan experiment area is under investigation, Nasty. You agreed to cooperate with the administrative office and the Propeller Paradise police. How am I supposed to cooperate with an investigation that I know nothing about? Besides, it's news to me that guides are administrative officers now. It's a little funny how, because it's like so clearly not actual nasty to us. Just for us to know that it's not, but you know, for the people in universe, it looks exactly like nasty. And I guess also sounds mostly like nasty as well. The fucking wink smile face, the moo face. It's like Ditto, you know, like Ditto copies something, it always has Ditto face, but it's moo face. Any clone that moo makes, it has moo face. The guide visited Ryan shortly before the lab accident. It makes perfect sense to have her along for evidence gathering. As for the lack of prior notice, it's entirely within my rights to make the decision to ensure the integrity of the investigation. Gordon Tannen considered every potential contingency, even interrogation by Gustav. He knew he could not depend on Mercia, and he was confident he could handle this, but he cannot stop his thick tail from nervously slapping the ground as though it senses a threat, something beyond his control. Thick tail. Nasti is gazing at him, indecipherable, seemingly hiding something. Eeriness and anxiety caused Gordon Tannen to tighten his left fist in his pocket. So eerie. I mean, in a way, yes, eerie, just not for the reason you think. I was just supposed to keep an eye out with a water clone hidden in the plants. Nasti never told me the head of Propeller Paradise would be so hard to fool. I wear myself out arguing with him all night. Let's do this my way. Ahem. Music? Wait, it's... Surely someone has made this meme, so I'm getting distracted constantly. Fuck. No, not... Oh, I put the wrong name in. Fuck. I mean, okay, I think I found it anyway. This meme. But it's moo nasty. Gosling staring. Big and wet nasty. Okay. So there's music. The sound of dripping water, which accompanied the trio their whole way down the tunnel, is suddenly silent. Water droplets break free from the constraints of physics and float in midair. They feel a coolness at their feet, only now do they notice that the water on the floor has reached their ankles. Mr. Tannen, look, is that still Director Lunare? Gordon Tannen cannot believe what he's seeing. Water streams into Nasti from all directions, carrying her higher and higher, looking down at the three invaders. Gordon Tannen has never seen such effects from an arts unit. Prudence would certainly be in order if this was Banshee witchcraft, but there's something that scares him even more. Nasti bends down at him with a cute expression that the one by the name would never wear, indeed. It really is that also it's the bends down at him like the fucking Blade Runner Ryan Gosling meme. Exact same thing. There really isn't a single fresh thing on Terra, is there? I've heard this pre-written spiel 1,000 times. How about we talk about something else? Like, what's in those two big boxes of yours? Don't tell me they're presents for Ryan Lab. We still got ways to go until Christmas, I thought. Who are you? Nasti, the director of Ryan's engineering section, whose vivarium you just ruined a few hours ago. Who else? She would never talk like that. And why do you look like you're saluting? That's her casting gesture, isn't it? She do be. Poor Skybook trying to do some god-honest capitalism gets a face full of Nasty's huge wet naturals. Sometimes we need to think about the words we put into the world, okay? And the terrifying part is that you probably thought about those words carefully. You read it out loud to expose them. Do not shoot the messenger. Shoot the chatter. Why not both? Heh, you noticed. You can't fool me. I don't know what your arts do, but this underground passage belongs to Ryan, and anything that happens will only come back to bite you. You're not satisfied with just losing the experiments for the exhibit, eh? You want to go to jail? You want to go to jail with the rest of your people? Let me remind you of something. Like you said, this underground passage belongs to Ryan, and you personally gave the order to shut it off. Right, but a whole lot of gold certificates that your people don't know about tonight's investigation. How many would know where to go look for your corpses? Whoa, Moo. Also, yeah, she's in Yerag currently, and she's doing it from there. Yeah. You dare. Run. Got fucking spooked. Spooked by a huge wet Nasti. It is nighttime. Nasti feels a daze as she walks the streets of Propeller Paradise. This place began as a proposal from Ryan, built by Nasti personally, but Nasti no longer recognizes any of the myriad inventions that adorn it. She even has to stop and think in order to figure out how the inflatable street lamps by the roadside work. Nasti cannot help but feel that she's walking into an unfamiliar life. It's like when I first came to Ryan. He was to emerge from the sink, teasing me for my ignorance as she walked me through sterile lab cleaning procedures. Emerge from the sink. Nasti stops in her tracks. Now the fragment of the bone pen lies quietly in the gaps of the bricks, having guided her all the way here. Now the fragment of the bone pen? Who fucking broke it? She picks up the fragment, as she once did when she walked into a new life for the first time. Did fucking Mary just destroy the bone pen and then, like, put a little breadcrumbs? Oh, hi, bird scarf. Don't you like it? The title and thumbnail? I can assure you the title could have been much worse, okay? This title, wherever it is, this is the minor version of it, okay? This is like the chill version of it. The possible original one would have been Giving Birth Stream, Nasti Delivers. None of this is my idea. None of this is from me, by the way. All of this only happened because of YouTube translation. YouTube likes to translate the live chat, and it's a bit freaky when it does it. Because it apparently in Romanian, Nasti is like born or like being born. So then it translates into give birth. Wasn't me, it was the machine. I mean, it was! We had a 40-minute tangent yesterday once we discovered this. Fire title, though. It was, but it would have been too distracting and not indicative of the stream's content, unfortunately. Look, the translator is really funny. It was a kind of a content glitch machine, like infinite content from just seeing what YouTube decides to translate. Wait, good. I actually now have indeed proof of this is what the translate. This is the same thing that YouTube translation does. You put Nasti, it just tells you to give birth. Just double down, Lamar. If it was like a, I don't know, just like a gameplay stream for the event, I could have gone all the way, because then it doesn't really matter. But it tells you to give birth. Yeah, it's a command, man. It's not asking a question. It's a statement. Nasty, cause she delivered. No, it was giving birth stream, comma, Nasti delivers. Then it's really obvious, you know, what it's about. And because the thing is that for some reason, the fact that it does translate like that is very accurate according to the reactions that I have seen from people just to Nasti in general, you know? People are passionate about her. The ones that are very passionate. Giving birth roleplay streams sounds something like Rory would do. Let me just relay this to him. True, though. I mean, look, Rory already does, like, the ready for birth pose with the legs spread up a lot anyway. It's like every other stream he does that pose. So he's good to go. He can pop one out whenever he wants to. A very odd thing to, like, with this music and whatnot, this discussion. These are the distractions I was talking about when I was like, this thumbnail and this title are gonna cause distractions while we're just trying to read. Words, man? Look, words can't hurt you. At least most of the time. They can't hurt you physically. You put the thumbnail on, but you guys put the idea in my head, okay? I'm simply a slave to the bit. That's part of my responsibility as the streamer. I was wondering what the DM was gonna be. It has been done. It must be done. There's no way around it. It has to happen. Right, for those who don't know, Bird Scarf is like Rory's content creation partner, so... Incredible. Thank you. Orders from above. Yeah. It's too bad. Look, we've decided, Rory. You have to do it. Okay, shall we try and return to the reading? Midway through. She picks up the fragment, as she once did when she walked into a new life for the first time. My click, thank you. Oh no, keep going. I want to read as well. We get baby Nasti again. Young Nasti walks the forest of the Convalis, carrying a bag far larger than she is and stuffing it with broken twigs. It's been 2 weeks since she and Viola arrived in the Convalis, and Viola is busy with younger banshees who come to her with questions of every kind. Only when the banshees are all asleep and there's no one in the valley does Viola have time to take Nasti's hand and walk with her through this beautiful place. What the hell? Adopt her and then, like, ignores her? Finally, Nasti decides to build a treehouse on her own, but the bag of twigs is too heavy for her and she must wait for Viola to pick her up. Also, yeah, that probably actually is the Firelight Cast Forest, yeah. Same sprite, or no sprite, CG. This obviously isn't. This is a new one. This one is very... This one is a bit... Middle-earthy, a little Lord of the Rings-y, you know? Something about it. Like sort of an elf city kind of waterfall area. Except there's not that many houses. The elf cities had like a, you know, a bunch of buildings in the trees and whatnot. It's been so long since the rainy season. Is it time for another rowing competition? When do we... Old woman. Let me clear the mud off the eastern shores of the lake. But no spin incantation on the boat this time, please. Whee! Teacher, one of the mist apple vines is getting in my house. Can I cut it? No, my child. Nothing's better for wiping one's feather horns than the pulp of the mist apple. Perhaps you could guide the vine to grow in a different direction. It'll be a chance for me to see if you've been practicing the incantations I taught you. How long has it been since we last received a token from outside, Custodian? We've only had 5 or 6 months. We've only had 5 or 6 this month. I dealt with them when I was in Kazdel to ask the Child of Soil and Stone to treat the roosting tree. So few? Isn't it a good thing? It's been half a year since you taught me the elegies, but I haven't really had the chance to sing for anyone. Can I go next time and help our kin? Akaramalin. Alright, let Viola rest. It's alright, it's what I'm supposed to do. Children call you teacher and custodian. I never conferred these titles. What you've done for the Convalis over the past 2 centuries puts me to shame as the Lord of Banshees. You know the reason. I have to keep working, to distract myself. Did Dukarael cause you any trouble during your audience with Her Highness? He's been hostile towards our people ever since we retired to the Convalis. Oh, this is maybe this is around all that time of the like early Bobble stuff, event-wise, when Bobble wasn't actually even formed yet. Losing him to brain rot. Okay. He's hostile to everyone, but speaking of Her Highness, she showed me the early fruits of her exploration into nature Virginium. Oh! Okay, this is around that time, huh? Perhaps she has already chosen a more resolute path. What about us, then? What about the Convalis? The Convalis is no longer associated with the future of the Sarkas, even if Her Highness really has changed her mind. It remains the Banshee Sanctuary. You brought a girl back a little while ago, didn't you? The daughter of a stray sister. Should have found her 5 years ago. Afinal keeps asking me when he can come and see her. So curious about everything beyond the valley. The boy. Please tell Afinal that Nasti is rather timid and needs time to get used to the Convalis. She never gets used to the Convalis. That's not true. I'm not timid, you know that. Yes, but you'll be living with other Banshees for a long time. They'll share fruit with you, rather than throw rocks at you. Living with them will be very different from living in Kazdel. That's why I want your meeting to be more formal. Give me time to prepare, won't you? Understood. But what are you preparing? Does it have something to do with the token from outside that you were talking about? Gosh, she's so small. So small. The things in your house? Those black blood crystals, dirty shrouds, and dried up hearts? But why do you say there were only 5 or 6? Thank God it's not 6 or 7. Thank God. I stay up late, peering at them, with a deep frown on your face. Nasti? Do you like this valley? Yes. Oh, she likes it still. Okay. At least. There's no blood in the mud, no black rocks in houses, no fighting, plenty of food, and no one ever disturbs you. Do you want to stay here? Yes, that's why I want to build my own tree house soon. Have you decided where? There's a big, beautiful tree deep in the valley, right? What's the name? The roosting tree? You can't build on that. Yes, it's the Banshee's final resting place. Everyone lives there, right? Even though you've never taken me there. I want to live close to that place. Can I? Okay, she doesn't want to build on the roosting tree. And when will you teach me incantations? That way I can move this bag of twigs myself. No need to be so hurried. When will you teach me how to play the bone whistle? That way I could play in front of the others when we play together. Why are you not teaching this child your culture? Oh, she has a little whistle. I took one from your house, but I couldn't make a sound with it. Thought that bird was outside for a moment. It was in game. No need to be so hurried, my dear girl. The tired Banshee suddenly seems so unfamiliar to Nasti. She knows where Viola always starts when polishing her own feather horns, and how many nearly indistinguishable black dresses she has. But she can never tell what Viola is thinking. Nasti stops asking questions and raises the bone whistle, obstinately blowing on it in futility, until a soaring melody covers up the muffled sound she's making. You want to play the whistle for the other children, don't you? That's what she said. One does not need a bone whistle to accompany a smile. Come, child, I'll teach you. Have an email? Nasti does not understand how that simple leaf in Viola's hand can make a sound, much less why that sound is so full of sorrow. The sky is blue, the waters of Mist Lake murmur on, and everything seems perfect. Nasti follows Viola's gaze. The branches of the roosting tree are just barely visible in the distance, swaying like reeds, like fate. Okay, so Nasti can be probably a little older than Logos, but not like that much. Who the? Oh, new Mainlander agent sprite. Nasty's still in Ryan experiment area and is preparing to kill Tannen. Stay behind me, Miss Celine. Celine? Like the moon? I run faster than Mr. Tannen. Should we really get into a fight with a banshee? You run faster than him? He's slow. But that Nasti was just a potted plant. Water clone? I'm actually maybe she's with Mainlander, huh? Mule size? Here? Just a little gadget enchanted with water elf arts doesn't actually do much. Combination of Nasty's image, Mule size's inspiration, and home field advantage. No one could have predicted it. No wonder those three were scared away. Should we evacuate with Mr. Tannen then? No, keep going, following the traces left behind by the water. Open eyes, she's serious. She does actually open them somewhat frequently. According to the blueprints, we're almost at dead end. Nothing except watermarks. That was indeed a bluff by Mule size. Nasty's a genius engineer. Wouldn't be hard for her to leave a hidden space out of the blueprints. Besides, the presence of the water clone itself is a sign that there are potential secrets here. It's all bait. I've been thinking, why is Nasty the only one here when there are 2 Rhine directors working on the project? By all accounts, the Vivarium should fall within Mule size domain, shouldn't it? I was also somewhat wondering that, like, why is the Vivarium not under Mew Mew? Mew Mew, I said. Unless, by its very nature, something only Nasty can do. You mean? If your potted plant suddenly died, sorry, purely hypothetical, would your first reaction be to keep checking the time on your watch over and over? No, I would be more concerned about the cause of death than the time. That was what the most experienced researchers near Nasty did when the incident at the Vivarium occurred. Check the time. It's almost as though they expected the wilting to happen. It just didn't happen at the expected time. Therefore, Rhines claimed that they were studying plants that could survive at high altitude based on data from the Galleria Stellaria. It's a cover story. I think Mainlander has found Rhine's true secret. Rhine doesn't need the plants of the Vivarium to live, it needs them to die. Not the life that an elf celebrates, but the death that a banshee knows well. But why? Death will water. Death will water. Oh. A tree that is even more special. Death will water a tree that is even more special. Hello, Nasty. She might indeed be with the Mainlanders, huh? The elderly banshee stands in the shadow at the end of the street. She has waited a long time. The night is no longer than the 3 centuries that she has lived. They meet. She watches as the familiar figure approaches. It is a taller and sturdier than she remembers. Facial features look different. The clothes are of an unfamiliar style. Not so familiar anymore. Vela's head begins to ache, and chaotic memories are like Mist Lake in deep winter, cold and heavy mist swallowing her in an instant. Anna. In Sarkas. Separate. Guide. Nasty places the fragments of the bone pen in the center of her palm and recites the language of the banshees. Incantation separates the scent that does not belong to her, but is very familiar, and leads her to its source. There's no wind, but the bone pen begins to sway. All will be answered soon. Then... Nasty, careful. What's the situation over there? There's someone else. No, Mumu clone, no! Ah! Nasty to nasty communication. Not action. I don't know why I said action. Hello, Gordon. Also more Dorothy music. Mr. Tannen, stop. I think we're lost. I think we're lost too. Can't believe how much space Ryan has beneath the experiment area. This has gotta be against the rules. Usually when scientists leave so much space in their labs, they're either saving it for a big plan, or it's from a big plan that's already gone off the rails. Sir, is it just me or is the ground... The ground's cracking. Looks like it's the former. Got a huge, massive tree? Somebody help! Why did the door behind us close? Damn it, please tell me it's not a giant missile, Nasti. That's his first thought. She's making a fucking intercontinental, like an ICBM. The concrete beneath their feet shatters as though it were made from crackers. Gordon Tannen tries to hook the pillars with his tail, grab the walls with his hands, but all he finds is a single twig, glowing dimly. Big tree. Beneath him, it can be made from metal, and withered wood expands in the darkness. The glowing tree rises up silently into the night sky as if 1,000 stars are rushing upwards. This thing. Does it have a propeller? An engine? There isn't any sound of machinery. How could it possibly fly? Nasty Ryan Lab. I'll be completely damned. Spotlight. She, why do these guards feel the need to shine lights into the sky just because some humongous thing is taking off in the middle of the night? Who the hell trained them? Oh right, it was me. Great. This guy, man. What a goof. Would you say we were exposed, sir? I would say we are, given that everyone who's awake in Propeller Paradise right now is seeing us hanging off a tree with 2 big boxes of contraband. You think there's a chance if I yelled that I found some dangerous Ryan experiments to the people below? No, not a thinking chance. I can't let this thing get ruined until I figure out how on Terra it could fly. Okay, it really is over now. Yep, okay, it does indeed. His whole thing falls apart, so he does indeed become a scrappy little pathetic guy with a little propeller device and a plastic bag on his head. Because he wants to fly. What just happened? I think our intrusion might have awakened something. But now there are no secrets on Propeller Paradise anymore. Is this another miracle direct to lunar ray, or is it stillborn miracle? What the? Stillborn? Really? Of all terminology to bring in to all of this right now, you had to pull in stillborn? It was all a sign. It was all meant to be or something? Like, jokes write themselves. How nasty. No need to say anything. I can see it all from here. I'll head back right away. No, they didn't meet. She didn't meet old Viola. No. A moment of hesitation and the elderly Banshee fails to say the name. Vela watches as the young Banshee departs. She looks in her direction and sees a huge glowing tree slowly rising into the sky. The roots of the tree are not secure, swaying in the night breeze. At this distance, they sway like weeds, like fates. Okay, so Nasty's trying to, like, I guess, make a new roosting tree. Because we had the bit at the start where it's like, oh, the roosting tree is seeming like decaying. Is that the roosting tree? Profound story of birth. I think I saw like a thumbnail or something for yes. Pictured cooking IS food apparently. Funny idea. Let me check some messages real quick. I think I'd rather starve than try Wrath of Syracusans. Real? Or 5? See and salute. Should you look up at the fantasies floating through the air or the conductor before you, who is less than amused? Angry company representative. What the freak is with that tree up in the air? Okay, freak as well. Oh, I see. Alright, a few days until the exhibition. How many stands does that thing take up? My lab didn't apply for upper level exhibition rights. Ryan and the ATA must be colluding. I saw Gordon Tannen on that tree that night. Gustav, former ATA director, promised in a broadcast that he'd have an explanation the next morning. What actually happened? Not one word from the committee. I bet they're stalling for time. They're stalling? Please remain patient. The credibility of the Propeller Paradise administration and engineering department is at stake here. We need to deal with this carefully and come up with a plan that can satisfy the hundreds of corporations that have an interest in the project. Who's asking you to deal with it carefully? Yes? Who gives a crap? That's like this is another ring lab. Engineering department's inspections have stopped and the administration's vetting is over. Who cares if Propeller Paradise officials are doing their jobs or not? But the hearing is a necessary part of the oversight process. Investigations and trials, those are your problem. We just want to know the results of the hearing. Air Expo Columbia, we expected to make a splash in Columbia and even all of Terra. Is it gonna happen or not? Oh no, not that Expo. Look at that crystally tree. What the heck is this? Out of the way. I said out of the way. What do you think that sitting here puts your illegal equipment out of our reach? Remains Rhine Lab property until the hearing is underway. Besides, what are you calling illegal equipment? Don't you recognize a floating botanical unit when you see it? Saplings floating around here are no different from the one behind us. You insolent little... I need more men over here. Sky, we don't have the numbers. We can only hold out for so long if they decide to use force. Besides, we don't know whether this tree like the behind us is legal or whether it's safe. After all, it's only been 2 years since Control Right. Control Right. I'll ask you one question. As a scientist, are you willing to just hand over the product of Direct the Lunar Ray's sweat and blood? No, but then take action. Leave no regrets. If only we had more people, but Ryan only has so many people on the Propeller Paradise. Did you forget that we're Lion Lab 2? People too, Mr. Jagger? The testers! Protecting his lone trail too. Didn't want to drag you into this. Worried about the hearing? It's not like we haven't seen our share of trumped up charges. Those guards wouldn't have gone on this platform if you called us sooner. Bunch of slum slugs trying to play the hero? Oh, they're from the slums? Possession of illegal equipment, destruction of property, aiding and abetting. There's enough to keep all of you locked away for years. I'd already be locked away if Direct Lunar Ray didn't take me in. When I touch the tree, you have to go through us. Oh, she hired a bunch of slummers. Underpaid testers. Don't threaten me with a good time. Ryan researchers and testers form a wall against the guards attempting to enter, while curious onlookers on the outside look up at the towering tree. A tall, dark figure walks past the rear of the crowd, footsteps clanking. Him. So, this is Ryan's tree. Him, big guy. It's an honor to see you here. Oh, you flatter me, Mercia. Been an extended holiday, it's about time I got back on the saddle. Are you here for the hearing? Yes, the design of the Mainlander Emergency Management Council badge is pretty nice. You should try one on. Is my mission over? Our mission has only just started. What are your orders? No rush. These past few days have been quite eventful. Other than Nasti and Gordon Tannen, are there any other stories that I should hear? No. Good. See you at the ropeway station in 5 minutes. There's so much going on with Propeller Paradise that I'm sure I'll need a local guide. Understood. Actually, I wonder if that's Tin Man. Viola, broken muttering. Sorry, I should have closed the window. Company reps and testers are protesting on the streets. The longer the hearing takes, the more restless they get. But that probably was like Tin Man or something. But then also, the whole saddle comment was like, is it the horse? You feeling better? Weak breathing. We're in poor shape. You've already seen Direct the Lunar Ray. Perhaps I should send you back to the Convalis. No. Another no, just like last night. Things will only get messier on Propeller Paradise in the coming days. It'll be even more difficult to leave. We're in jail again. They didn't even bother to change our cell. Time of the hearing keeps changing. You think they might be looking for more evidence and stack even more charges on us? Look, if they ask, I'm telling the truth that you're the imposter. Come on, say something. You're scaring me. No, nomadic prisons of the Barrenlands could become tourist attractions. The only problem is that it's much easier to get in than out. Still thinking about tours at a time like this? You've already lost one client, now you're putting your other one in jail? I'll find her. There's no need for you to worry. How do you figure? No trial, no ID check, no notice to appear? Think the guards are just stalling for time to find a way to charge us? Yes? I don't think so. I think it's a sign you and I are not the focus of this hearing. They're small beans at this point. Byrne and Oakley are in jail. Mary hasn't been seen since last night. All the phone lines at the register are busy. Everyone and their Reginium slugs are looking for me and Nasti. Time I put what I learned from the old man into practice. I'll have an answer for everything. I have nothing to fear. Looks like the old fox has lost his touch. No one's come to interrogate me yet. Wait a second. Phew. Alright, I still show up as the chief executive Propeller Paradise on the terminal. Space Fin. Beep. Sky Conqueror is currently under excessive stress. Please remember your health. We are on a long journey that leads beyond Terra. This guy is fucking a LARP fish, man. Damn it. Are they gonna start that hearing or not? Everything would be over and done with if I were in charge. That old coot just keeps stripping me up. It's been this way for 7 years. Why haven't you gotten one bit better in the past 7 years? Gustav. They're just gonna sound the same at this point when I'm voicing them. How would you do it if you were in charge? You thought you could pat yourself on the back for stopping the RAN inspections, thinking you could continue to run your little hustle worry-free. What do you think ATAO was? A kindergarten? Is that how you ended up in this naive? Everything would have gone smoothly if not for that bloody tree. It's all Nasty's fault. Smoothly. Even a junior assistant under Nasty saw through your tricks. The whole country would have seen your dirty laundry if he weren't every bit as naive as you, so much that he came to me for help. True. So tell me, how do you plan on dealing with it? Please, help me, sir. Whatever the reason Line Lab had to build this floating unit, we can't let them continue to find their own creation. The administration should have had full authority over this, but it has been excluded from the assessment thanks to your incompetence. You mean, well, need a third party? A scientific consultant who is objective, professional, with the appearance of impartiality. Appearance of it. Yeah, I don't know why his tail is, like, so square. His tail also is kind of weirdly pointy. Yeah, I don't know why they look like that. It's funny. Scientific consultant. Wait, I don't think this guy's might not be quite... MLP Calabri. What the fuck? Juan. It's Juan. Just average consultant. Okay, a slight, I guess slight spoiler that I know who this guy is, somewhat. And not that he's not just an average consultant. Mr. Tannen, it's a pleasure. He doesn't look like a scientific consultant at all. Can he really handle this Ryan stuff? I visited the floating platform in order to familiarize myself with the assessment subject. It's certainly an impressive tree, and there was plenty of activity in its shade. Yeah, we aren't supposed to actually know at this point, but obviously when his sprite got posted, when this came out on CN, they obviously put his fucking title along with the sprite, so... kind of minor spoiler. The thing that you don't actually usually that something like that doesn't end up a huge spoiler. It's just like a design spoiler. In this case, it happens to be like a small actual plot spoiler. Because you're not supposed to know who he is yet. Over our cold dead bodies. Mr. Jagger, just bluffing. Did radiation from beyond the star pod fry your brain or something? You really want to bleed for this? You'll get your wish then. Stop. Mainlanders. Now, yeah, we learn it in the event, obviously, yeah. But You're supposed to learn it partway through the event, not when... You're not supposed to know it when he first appears already. That uniform, you're with Maylander? We're with the Maylander Foundation's Emergency Management Council. According to the bylaws of Propeller Paradise, the council has the authority to take over all administrative and management functions in the event of an accident or disaster. You can check with Gordon, Tannen, and Gustav. Emergency Management Council? Yes, Mr. Jagger. We understand your position, but we advise you to avoid any reckless actions. We are authorized to take extraordinary measures against you and your colleagues if necessary. So Propeller Paradise is in a state of emergency, and your preliminary investigation has defined yesterday's event as a special incident. Yes, the Council has established a special investigation team to obtain evidence from the scene and the person of interest. The investigation is ongoing. Hearing is the only fair and just course of action. In the absence of an official judicial institution, we thank you for your patience. Does Ryan keep possession of this floating botanical unit until the hearing? Of course. I hope your investigation is as fair and just as the conclusion you just reached. There's no need to worry. Safety of the temporary floating platform has been ensured. Bravo is resuming patrol. 6-star Crusher Marion, thanks, I'm on my knees. Are you just gonna leave, Mr. Jagger? Maylander's authority looks real, judging from the reaction of the guards. The hearing keeps getting delayed and things are still in flux. We won't learn anything if we stay here. Besides, have any of you seen Director Lunare? Where is she? She's roosting. Oh, father. A small sand beast in the forest caught my attention. My knowledge told me that this creature usually makes its habitat in the barrens. The frightened beast escaped into the bushes. I pursued it through thorn and briar, driven by curiosity, and found myself gazing upon an unexpected landscape. Whose father? Do you see it, Fenny? Fenny? Oh, is this Fern? Yeah! Great desert and the sky. Pink where they meet on the horizon. It's totally different from the pictures in the textbooks. It smells sweet. That's your mom baking cupcakes. They'll be ready soon. Tell me again about your adventures in the eastern wasteland. No, tell me about the city in the sky. There's no rush, Fenny. We have plenty of time and plenty of adventures to talk about. You'll see everything that I've ever seen when you grow up and your feet become quicker, I promise. Oh, is she a bird? Because he's clearly a bird. No, never mind. Stop spinning tall tales to my clients. No, this is someone else. Never mind. What is she actually? Is she a... No, is she a bear? Ursus? Or... They didn't have plenty of time. Clueless. Don't blame me for your being boring, trainee. They like my stories better. Oh yeah, feline. They said feline. I forgot. Just not very cat-like ears, so she's some specific feline. My job is to take clients to see places that actually exist. Think only the places that your company marked exist? What about the things I saw in my youth? Told you, you shouldn't just read from your tourist manual. You need to walk a path that no one has ever seen. Achieve nothing in life. Get laughed at by the neighbors and spend my old age spinning tall tales to children? Wow. Yeah, it's just indeed, this is not a normal cat ear. It's not like cat ear. It's like a different kind of cat. Apparently, okay, meerkat. Yeah, that fits for like the Colombian like prairie wastelands, like a prairie dog. / meerkat, very similar. I believed your stories. Flying Beck Beast, Floating City, Golden Pink Deserts. They'll always be precious memories. But you believe in your stories too much. They're not just stories. What the fuck? Fern, come back here. I thought I fucking shot a gun for a moment. Congratulations, Mrs. Fernbarn. Your application has been approved. You are now the owner of an independent travel agency. Thank you. It's a big first step, even if it's a one-woman company. One woman? I thought there was another name on the application. Martin Barn, my dad. Passed away last year. Okay, it was dad still. Adoptive dad, probably, considering he was a bird. Well, I'm sorry. No need to apologize. Wouldn't have decided to start my own travel agency if not for him. Even if we won't be able to travel together, Martin Barn will always be an important part of this company. I'm sure he'd be glad. If you decide your first route, I can recommend a few popular spots. Is there some place that no one's ever gone before? The Bleach Wasteland. Oh. Suddenly nasty in jail. Most of my peers think my slogan of going into unknown is just a gimmick. Not only my clients and I know how many wonderful sights we saw and how many amazing things we did together. Our destination was Propeller Paradise. Wanted to see what the future would be like, while my client had an ambiguous wish. Swear I didn't mean to sabotage Ryan. My client wasn't in good shape, and you were the only other Banshee I knew of. No need to apologize. I'm not here to put you on trial. Just want to know who you and your client were. I'll be happy to read your autobiography if you ever publish one, but right now, time's of the essence. That's one way to say, look, girl, I don't want your life story right now. Let's just get to the important shit. It's one way to say it. Like, yeah, I'll read your fucking life story later if you publish it. You're worried about the hearing? I don't think the investigation is complete yet since they keep pushing the date back. Trial will come sooner than you think. Tell me about your Banshee clan, as succinctly as you can. When did you meet? When did you come here? And how is her health? It was 2 months ago in the Bleached Wasteland. How'd you fucking get over here, by the way, from the Convalis? It's really cold at night. The sand's black, completely different from what Dad said. That's because of the Bleached Wasteland aren't as scary as the stories say. Flesh hasn't been ripped from my bones, and I haven't heard the ghosts of the dead wailing. She just went there like, well, I mean, my flesh might get ripped off from my bones. We'll just see if it happens. Wait, what's that shadow on the slope? Don't tell me there actually are ghosts here. How did she get here? How'd she get here? Is this Columbia? Guide. Guide. Just walk. That's a long walk. Unless you can, like, from the Convalis, you can fucking TP over here. Are you alright? Pulse and breathing normal. Doesn't seem like dehydration. Can't hurt to try. Am I back in the Convalis? No, I haven't seen her yet. Do not warn me, I must not roost. Calm down. Do you remember your name? No. Where are you going? You're in the Bleached Wasteland in Columbia. Do you remember what you're here for? Wasteland? No, she's not here. What are you looking for? Maybe I can help. Friends' tours will fulfill your every wish, even the ones you think won't come true, and our prices are fair and reasonable. That's a little bit more than a tour agency. Dad always said that if it hasn't come true yet, there's always a chance. He also said, ma'am? Ma'am! She's lost consciousness. Feather horns. What's this Banshee looking for? And how'd she get lost in the Bleached Wasteland? These floating symbols. What language is this? These golden patterns carrying tiny leaves. Is this her arts? The leaves are moving, pointing towards DC. Her memory got fuzzier and fuzzier. Didn't know what was wrong with her, and I got desperate. You can't stop time. It's a symptom of age, but her memories... I've seen this before in the Convalis. Goes hand in hand with death. If a Banshee who's starting to lose her memory showed up here, then perhaps... It's her last wish to keep what's left of her mind together. You mean... You're trying to fulfill her dying wish. I did read it correctly. She came all the way to Columbia, walked through the Bleached Wasteland on foot just to fulfill her final wish? What was she looking for? An object, the truth, or someone she cared about? I see. Every cop on Propeller Paradise is looking for you. Ryan needs to give everyone an explanation. This delayed hearing extremely important to you, yet you came to look for a guide you've only met in passing, asking about a client. Does she already know who she's looking for, or... Is it you she came to Columbia for? Thank you for caring for my mother, Byrne. She must still be somewhere on Propeller Paradise. I'll help you look for her. We're out of time. No, Mom! Please come with us, direct the Lunar Ray. She's gonna die at the tree, which will make it into a real roosting tree. A few more minutes, please. Wait, your uniform. It's not Tannen who sent you. Mainlander Emergency Management Council? Your new uniforms look just like the old ones. Council has completed its investigation concerning the flight of the illegal device that occurred last night. Please accompany us to verify the findings. Please communicate any objections that you may have to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings and waste of time at the hearing. Waste of time at the hearing. Investigation is complete. Then why has the hearing started? We've been waiting for 7 hours. The hearing is delayed, but the trial has already begun. I can understand if a scientist doesn't like to talk. Have you forgotten how to speak to? I remember I was on the short list for promotion. Next time you transferred an official of the same rank over from HQ. He was young, superb, made all the candidates uneasy. We climbed over each other to prove to you that we were the best one for the job. Same old story, isn't it? In the end, you were the one who got the promotion. I was supposed to get it. Nothing is ever supposed to happen, kid. You really think that chief executive or Propeller Paradise is an important post? No, people will only remember the one who gives the opening address. Doesn't necessarily have to be you. Gordon has his eyes on the Corunta behind Gustav. Spikes on the Savra's tail rise up on their ends, swaying conspicuously. He's on guard. He knows that Gustav is intentionally agitating his competitiveness, but after so many years at the ATAO, he just can't stop himself provoking his competitors. In order to leave ATAO, he took on tasks that were not his job, pulled strings everywhere, and bowed his head to Gustav, his tormentor. Mentor, but also mentor. Writing fire. He must not stop now. What do you think Ryan's device is, Mr. Consultant? Maybe a variation of a floating botanical unit. Excuses. No. Floating botanical units are electrical cables in the sky. Lightweight and mobility are paramount. What did I see on my way here? 2 empty slots on the tree's internal activator. My guess is... Oh, anyone can tell it's waiting for 2 keys. God, he's hot. I mean, what? No. Speak your truth. Speak your truth. I mean, look at him. Goddamn. Doesn't look like the tree will fully activate until a second Ryan Lab section director is present, unless someone else sneaks into Propeller Paradise unnoticed. Gee, oh no, they don't have 2 Ryan Lab directors. Oh, how disastrous. What do you mean? People might have many theories and speculations about this device because of its appearance in the Rhine name, but I see nothing more than a flying tree, Mr. Gustav. Are you done? We're not here to write Ryan's paper for them. The delayed hearing has bought us time, but the reason Nasti concealed the tree's existence, how Fern sneaked in, and my side hustle, everything needs an explanation. Enough. Impatience is a sign of fear, and questions are a sign of incompetence. Questions are a sign of incompetence is crazy. Like, you know, yes, absolutely there's so many people and businesses that do see that. Mr. Cannot, you've taken a liking to me saying dead ass, apparently. I'll keep that one, I'm gonna throw it at some point. Our consultant here has already given us the answer. Well, what is it? Ryan's device is pretty low risk, but also invites all kinds of speculation. Therefore, our definition of it can be as big or as small as we want it to. What else do you need me to do, sir? Do as you're told. I love it, alright. It's not my thing, it's actually kind of a common, just wording or whatever. These voices are perfect. I actually do kind of like the voices I've given Gustav and Gordon. Stop pushing. Please let me through. I have something to ask the desk. Don't waste your time. They don't know when the hearing is. I don't know if I should come forward to the investigation. Listen, we're impatient too. No one can do anything to move the hearing process forward unless you're actually involved in the case. Let me guess. You took out a Sky loan, didn't you? Yes, there were 6 grocers like me back home. Spent our days betting drinks on the direction that Tumbleweed rolled until 2 years ago. The Sky, the Starport, Life Free of Virginia, a brand new frontier for Columbia. I didn't understand a thing that the TV and newspapers said, but I saw the light that night. Sold my shop, abandoned my wife, took out a huge loan and went to Propeller Paradise without ever looking back. Abandoned his wife as well. Sky debt. I mean, yes, loans are just a form of debt, you know. Debt can be repaid. It's debt financing. Already heard a dozen stories like that today. Take a banner and go join the protest instead of hanging your head here. Aspen looks down at the protest banner in his hand. Fabric is silver, a reflective material commonly used by flying machines. Wait, is this before or after, by the way? Oh, this is after. Okay. I can't remember. Lucky Sister Beast furniture uses the same materials too. Aspen does not understand how it became so popular so quickly. Sofa reflects his face whenever he walks past it. It is patently absurd. Yet the sight of the silvery fabric also causes his heart to leap, as though the future is really in his hands and luck is really on his side. Imagine mirror finish couch. I'll make it through this hearing. If I'm put on trial and thrown in jail, I'll make sure the name Lucky Sister Beast and my exhibits stay on Propeller Paradise where everybody can see them. Things will turn out fine. Lucky Sister Beast will bring me luck. If you name it Lucky, it's not going to be lucky. Actually, that's incorrect. Never mind. My best girl, Zuika Quiz, named Lucky Crane, and she was very lucky. Manifesting. He's never been late before. Was he delayed by the protest, or did he get lost on the way? Structure of Propeller Paradise is certainly complex, but not so hard to understand if we see it as a massive Rankwood film set. Okay, it was Tin Man. It was Tin Man. I remember the Pioneer Era Classics that you starred in. People still think your metal body was some kind of special effect. You have a good memory. Transportation on the levitating layer is very interesting. Combination of steel wires and ball pods seem like some sort of amusement park. I apologize for the delay. Had to make a few rounds to humor these three stooges. Yes, the three stooges. I haven't had a chance to greet them yet. No need to be nervous. Young Maylander agents always attract too much attention. Take someone with a calmer demeanor like you to play the part of a secretary. But I can't help but feel like you're starting to go too far with this seriousness thing. Tannen isn't an easy customer, is he? Okay, yeah, she was with Maylander the whole time. He has a personality. It's not hard to read. Good work. Your timing a few days ago was impeccable. Single squad eliminated 2 major risks before the exhibition. I'll be sure to make a note on your annual assessment. I'm flattered. The suspension of Propeller Paradise's administrative and engineering functions has created plenty of room for Maylander to operate. Gustav's desire to work with us is clear. He has already sent people to deal with Ryan's devices, and he intends to personally instruct his subordinates. Guess that's all that left is a hearing to placate the public. You have questions about the delay of the hearing, don't you? It's not like Maylander to stall. Since when did you pick up an impatient streak? Everything happens in due course. We're not only here to investigate. Such a beautiful, futuristic city. I leave Columbia for a few months and all sorts of new stuff pop up. How long will it take to make a full round of the levitation layer? He just wants a tour. Less than an hour by ropeway. Very good. I would like to enjoy a nice view of Propeller Paradise before the hearing. Yeah, I don't know, hearing whatever. He wants to take a tour. Yeah, indeed. Tin Man just, used to just... Well, I wonder how high ranked he was in Maylander stuff when he was doing some movie stuff. But obviously he's been around for a while, also I feel like I need to sneeze. Bless you, Glorp. Glorp you. Bless you. I'll probably have to go blow my nose after that sneeze. You are 6, you are 7, you are 8, and then finish? Well, let me say what my friend said. We could have time to actually possibly just read the full thing today. Because these have been going fairly quickly, and I think I have a bit of extra time that I can do today. And it's more so like, if I stop at the normal time that I would stop, there's probably going to be like a very small amount left. So it'd be silly to leave just like a 1 or 2 nodes for like the next time, at which point it's just go a bit over time and finish it. Then I could even make the meme shitpost compilation today. Dude, Cubic, the one you made for the previous one. My god. That was really good. Also the amount of effort to make it. But okay, I'll go blow my nose from that fucking sneeze. You should be proud of it. That one, it was fucking really good. A mastercraft. What? I only have 15 notes, 4 dialogue screenshots, and 2 full memes. Air Expo Colombia. We were on 6? Yes. Intersecting routes. As they passed each other by, they glanced at one another, unsure why the other departed and how long they can continue to fly. I weep for the departed. Oh! Such cool nasti. Rogue nasti. The wind blows on the leaves in the young banshee's hand, and voices fall from the breeze. Inside Convalis children voices. One more story. How about the tale of the wandering metal hero? Was Viola. Even graced our valley once. In fact, the mist that shrouds Mist Lake was actually blown from his big pipe. Oh, Tin Man. Kelted Cape Nasty. Blech. Apologies. Lacermelin. Retract your feather horns like this, and you can shield your eyes. Teaching logos? Yeah. So we can use them as an eye mask to sleep during the day? No, of course not. This is so you can easily weave your tears into elegies at funerals. No. It's for sleeping. It's for sleeping. Another recording ends and the young banshee keeps her leaves in a chest pocket, yet her gaze suddenly turns wary. Eavesdrop again and I'll throw you into the concrete mixer. Oh man, I literally just yesterday, like night, I had to go find this OST because this plays during that one CG with Kristen right after the fight with Saria. It plays this OST and I was like, holy fuck, that OST is incredible. And it's only like in one place ever. Kristen's OST. Was that a Banshee's incantation? Yes. You journey thousands of miles from Kazdil to Columbia, yet you record your people's voices to keep by your side, listening to them over and over? Is homesickness hard for you to comprehend? No, but right if I find someone concentrating on nostalgia the same way she concentrates on a blueprint. Trying to decipher the Banshee's language and behavior. Why? Find a new path? Solve your entire race's plight that has endured for millennia? I'm not that arrogant. I only hope to take a burden off the shoulders of a particularly worried individual. I see, and that's pretty much what I just said. So, any breakthroughs? Not in that much of a rush. Sounds as if you've replayed that countless times over. Soaking in the same old corpus until you drown, unable to develop a new language. The limits of vision and thought drown us in the pool of common sense, and then everything turns into so-called destiny. Thought you left Kazdil knowing this. She's spitting her words again that you have to read like 5 times to understand. Make your own destiny. Ignore common sense. Erasing those recordings is a cruel suggestion. It's rational. Hello, I'm Kristen, control of Rhine Lab. Nasti. A talented Banshee, freshly recruited by Sterlake Construction Co., who completes projects 3 times faster than regular engineers, provoking rumors of you imbuing witchcraft into blueprints. We're currently establishing an engineering department at Rhine Lab. Might you be interested? I happened to overhear your chat with the boss yesterday. Rhine Lab is a biotech company, yes? Look up, Nasti. Do you see those foul beasts and the morning stars behind them? I'm only looking for some kind of power to break through the sky. Quite literally, in fact. The sky. For your prior suggestion, if you wish to accomplish something that exceeds the borders of common sense, then perhaps the power you need doesn't come from our side. Rhine Lab should be looking at the scientific investigation department instead. A rational suggestion. Can I take this as the first proposal fielded by our director of engineering? She's just like, you're hired whether or not you like it. Miss Lunare? Thought you'd send me straight to the hearing, or perhaps a more confidential cell. But here we are, waiting for a cable car at the ropeway station. Are you to visit the levitation layer next? Your visitor has indeed arranged for that. Making submarine sound. Long time no see, Nasti. So it was you. I just got here, and what a fine place it is. Still have half the place to see. Shall we have a look together? Alright. First proposal got a large horse. Maybe that probably wasn't first. That was like second. They had to make a place for the horse first. Why is it raining only in the area we just passed through? Cloud projections, thanks to Sky Simulator system developed by Rankwood. Wait 5 minutes and you can even enjoy an aurora. A century ago, that fellow known today as the father of projections once lamented to me on a film set, wondering when we could actually shoot a film up in the sky. Sky fever has truly set the revolutionary gears of film tech in motion. Quite an atmosphere here, Nasti. Personally, I take civilization's rapid developments as commonplace happenings. Now I can't help but be moved by the Colombians' creativity. Hard to believe you'd still be in the mood for fun and games. According to the laws drawn up for Propeller Paradise, relevant authorities must call for a hearing within 12 hours of an emergency event happening to investigate the matter and notify the public. Gordon barged into Rhine Lab's vivarium, wrecked our research projects, and exposed his shady dealings to public scrutiny. Wreck them. Evidence and testimonies provided were complete and accurate. Your people arrived quickly, yet you've been dragging your feet to begin this hearing. There's no procrastination, Nasti. 2 years ago, the Colombians never thought they'd fight the clouds for the right to dwell above. But now, Propeller Paradise has become the hottest topic in all of Colombia, and its name tops the special plate registry records. Take a moment to ride the cable car as it circles around. Look at the facilities around you, and the company representatives clogging the entrance to the registration center. All of this already tells us what sort of judgment the hearing will produce, no? Propeller Paradise. You get it? Paradise? Representing a zealous ambition to fly high up into the skies, but propeller has an exact implication too. There's no stopping. Is that the implication? A smuggling network exposed, revealed to be led by the chief executive, involving nearly 100 companies. Numerous irregularities found in the park's research work over the past 6 months. Once we begin investigation, the exhibition will have to be cancelled. You're right, Nasti. The hearing must convene and everything that's happened must be accounted for. That's all they need, an account. And Ryan Lab is the most appropriate party to provide that. After all, this sky fever began that night in Trimonts. Anyone could believe Ryan Lab will do something like this again. Never the silent technician connecting nothing but cables that your peers say you are. Though this isn't exactly a false accusation against Ryan Lab now, is it? Your mystery tree still floats in the sky. Putting aside your botanical unit and other excuses, how are you gonna explain that? Sounds like I don't even have to attend the hearing anymore. You've already made up your mind, after all. I'm sorry, Nasti. She. Back suddenly. I'm not sure of the exact time frame, but I'll go home eventually. Someone's waiting for me. Before that happens, Ryan Lab can become one of the stops on your journey. Doesn't matter if you want to develop a new language, create a new convalis, or change the so-called fate of your clan. No one will get in the way of your goals. On the contrary, Ryan Lab will fight for everything you need. For all, we have many like you. And the catch? Or perhaps I should ask, the cost? Nasti, I don't ask company employees to view Ryan Lab's operations as some sort of grand undertaking worthy of personal sacrifice. If we want to accomplish the unprecedented, we are already on a path strewn with enough doubt and loss. So we must never stop. Ever. I consent to join Ryan Lab then. You should never stop. Seeing as we're still on the cable call, I'm sure there's room for discussion. The hearing must take place and everything has to be accounted for, but it's merely an accounting. All of Columbia knows about the Horizon Arc project from 2 years ago. Kristen stole funding from the DoD, but Ryan Lab as a whole was not fully involved. Though, I was certainly her accomplice. Pinning the blame of endangering the entire park on a company versus an individual has entirely different implications, Nasti. Are you willing to sacrifice yourself like this for Ryan Lab? Sacrifice? Kristen and I aren't fans of the word. Everything has a price. This is what life in the Convalis and Kasdal taught me. There's no way I'll willingly take the blame for one of Maylander's plans. I wonder if Nasti knows that this guy is, you know, a revenant. Surely. I won't make it hard for the other Ryan Labbers. Or that tree, for that matter. Do as you wish with the device, but let my assistant take the data, since the research isn't finished. He knows nothing about my project, so don't worry about him tampering with it. Surely she should. We're here. Agents at the station will escort you where you should go. Right, there's something else. Okay, yeah. When I returned to Kasdal, I went to the Convalis. Okay. If I ever had any doubt. Vel is here. I already know. I'd planned to hurry to find her before I went to the hearing. Vel is in the park. Marcia, so I see. I'll send someone to look after my old friend. Thanks. Yeah, I think it was Hole that killed him, yeah. I don't think... Did Nasti kill him in Lone Trail? Did Nasti also kill him? Hole did, at the very least. Well, kill him. The hearing on the sudden accident on Propeller Paradise has just concluded. Suspect Nasti Lunare abused her position as the head of the park's engineering department to conduct unauthorized experimental projects, and this nearly led to a disaster. On the night of the incident, the suspect attacked Gordon Ten, the park's chief executive, in an attempt to cover up her crime with an unidentified tree-shaped device. Oh, we haven't seen this scene before. According to Mr. Tannen's testimony, the suspect not only deliberately tried to harm him, but she also abused her engineering privilege to tamper with the exhibits. She forced her subordinates to conduct illegal tests, deliberately suppressed rival tech companies, and forced dozens of outstanding companies to leave the park. Totally. Now with the ATAO's backing, the innocent corporations implicated in this incident have returned to Propeller Paradise and will continue to contribute to Columbia's aerial operations. Right, so yeah, Nasti lets Propeller Paradise get away with all kinds of shit just to save, you know, the research of the tree. The suspect, Nasti Lunar, is currently in custody after confessing to her crimes. She'll be sent to the DC courts to face justice. From now on, Propeller Paradise operations will be overseen by Gordon Tan and Gustav, supervised by the Maylander Emergency Management Council. Nasti trapped him with a curse for revenants. Okay, yeah, right, okay, yeah. Yeah, Nasti didn't kill, but like, trapped him for a while, keeping out of the way. The highly anticipated Air Expo Columbia will not be affected whatsoever. Madam Viola, was that too loud? My apologies. Nasti, what happened to her? Don't you mind that, madam? Did your final memory of Dialecta Lunare be when you saw her last night? The young agent places a hand on the old projector and gently turns its dials, as if manipulating delicate strings of memories. Maylander Emergency Management Council intervenes in all Colombian incidents in the name of monitoring the emergency measures of government agencies. For incidents produce the easiest facts to manipulate. Funky sentence, even though correct. The Tin Man always jokes about how the Council's methods are more extensive than Mama John's stock lists, and this of course includes Mercia's Originium Arts. Erasing memories. That's a fucking high-end Originium art! Mercia has done the same action hundreds, thousands of times, but now, her hand turning the dial freezes up. Oh, and that's what the device is for, the projector! No, at the very least, I shouldn't do this to an old man with already fading memories. Yeah, exactly. Besides, the facts have been tampered with enough today. Late hearing, satisfied corporate reps, my fellow agents infiltrating the crowd. Not exactly the Tin Man's mission this time. More people on patrol, the less I can do for you. It's only a matter of time before he discovers my deception. If you can't stop worrying over Dialecta Lunare, I'll figure out a way. Nasti, my daughter, I'm sorry. It was I who left you homeless. Like, originally or after she left or something? Where the torches are lit, the myriad souls be. Bones to bones, souls to souls. Instead of ashes to ashes, dust to dust, it's bones to bones, souls to souls. Let's conclude the funeral here, Viola. Our people have returned to the courtyard and night is falling. 3 months. Demoy spent 3 whole months in the wooden hut under the roosting tree before death finally came. Done all I could, but could not alleviate the pain of slowly turning into an empty husk. She was never the sorrowful sort. Reed beds along the lake shore would sway to the sound of her laughter. It's funny, apparently, how, like, the racial fate of banshees is Alzheimer's. Every pleasant memory from the past 2 centuries vanished completely within the first 3 days after she moved into the wooden hut. I couldn't retrieve them as much as I wanted to. Those final 3 months, as her remaining memories abandoned her, all she could do was force out broken, hoarse whispers from her throat. Which, of course, also, the banshees are, they make an elegy, which is a remembrance to the dead when someone dies. But then when they die by losing all memories and their self. Fucked up. The irony. In her 2 centuries of life, she certainly knew laughter in full measure, at least. But why did she have to end up meeting death in agony? In these 200 years since we settled in the Convalis, every banshee that has left us has experienced a long and painful period of losing her memory before death. Oh, it started with the Convalis? Oh. A cruel joke, simply put. To the departed, banshees are the last ones to remember their existence. It is not in our nature to forget, but to remember. That's what I was saying! That's what I was saying! The irony! The cruel irony! Okay, so it is a new thing as well. Uh-huh. Forgetting is indeed a new phenomenon of the last 2 centuries, but you shouldn't blame yourself for a chronic disease we have yet to comprehend. A chronic disease or a cost. Every time, every person without fail first loses her memories of life in the convalesce. As if the life we created was mere stuffing made of cotton, a substitute that replaced the life we were originally born to live. But in the end, when it decays completely with time, the people it once filled are left as empty as husks. And the convalesce is kind of like a fake world in a way. Is that not what we have always wanted to do? To create a different life for the banshees, the sarkas, a life accompanied by song and pastry rather than war and death. Remember what Her Highness promised us? As we deal with all of this in the convalesce, she, as the King of Sarkas, will guide our people to bid farewell to our omnipresent, vengeful, and bloodthirsty nature. You personally told me that Her Highness has turned to Reginium for answers, along with that dame. Okay, so this is around this time, yeah. I had a few more conversations with Her Highness after that. She never forgot our original dream. She only changed to a more decisive method to fulfill her promise. The day comes where her flowers can cover the land, all the more we Sarkas will need a new way of life. The flowers! I only hope the convalesce will hold on until then. The roosting tree is still withering. Its roots have long since rotted. Neither the children of soil and stone's witchcraft nor my own incantations have been of any effect. Sure, there's a future for our roosting tree. I only hope you'll be there to see it. These past 3 months, have you gone even a single night's sleep as you kept Demoy company? Her moments of peace were thanks to your soothing incantations that she could gain respite from listening to the boats on Miss Lake. But what about you? Now that Demoy is gone, the only banshee left to experience the war 2 centuries ago are you and me. Only I can pay the price. About the children. Alright, Lakera Malene is indeed actually almost around the same age. I'm probably a bit younger, but she incanted herself to look forever young. A few months of damage might be better for a calm life instead of Kazdel, let's be real. It's somewhat true. Is that why you sent Afinal to Kazdel? The Banshee's future should be left to the children. Whether our decisions was right or wrong, we shouldn't let the children pay for it. Is that why you didn't let Nasti join the funeral rites this time? And good that I didn't. The convalesce life is but a fragile existence made of cotton stuffing then. Nasti grew up fighting for her life in Kazdel. To her, death is nothing but originium crystals sprouting all over the ground. Her attitude towards death will spread doubts to the other children. She has a bright mind. I'm sure she'll understand your intention. I remember when she wanted to build a hut of her own by the roosting tree, though in the end you had her build it in the mist apple pulpwoods. You hardly bring her to the courtyard gatherings, nor do you allow her to formally study incantations and elegies. How do you explain all that to her? I found the children too loud. As the custodian, I had to move further away to find some peace and quiet. She saw how busy I was, and she believed it. At least she said nothing. Right, Lakera Malene, you should go. And you? I wish to stay a while longer. You've sung this elegy long enough. I don't know what else I can do. The convalesce is headed towards decay, and beyond it, the souls left homeless by my mistakes can only weep. Still go back and keep Nasti company at least. As a mother, we might not be able to pay the cost of always shutting our children out. You close the door only to hide cruel truths, but the child, you're pushing her away. These days I've been getting the feeling that Nasti will leave. She indeed does. Indeed. But I never thought the day would come so soon. Yes, it is an abrupt decision. Oh, so nice. A flimsy boat drifts downstream out of the valley, propelled by an old banshee's incantations. I mean, very, boatman of the Styx coded. Reeds sway as a thin mist veils the fallen leaves on the lake's surface. With the season indiscernible, the farewell is bereft of a seasonal undertone. I'd hope for you to spend the rest of your life peacefully in the convalesce. It was my mistake not finding you earlier than I did. You'd already gone through so much suffering. I decided to bring you back here. I should have been responsible for you, but in the end... Please forgive my conflicted heart, Nasti. Yeah, you really did, like, bring her in, but then, like, didn't actually let her integrate into the Convalis fully. Spin on the boat. I'm not leaving because of you, Viola. At least, not for the reason you think. Like those children, you know how Castel is, even now. The living still fighting the market, teeming with the stench of rust and excrement, while crystals sprout from the dead like untended weeds. Does not hold the answer I want. But what is your question in the first place? Where are you planning to go? I don't know. Maybe I used the half-baked incantations I picked up from you, cast a few stones at the valley's entrance, and let them decide a direction for me. Lithanian, Laterano, Columbia. I heard those strange names when wandering Castel. Those places. They're very far. Yes. So? Exactly. So? Take care, child. Eat well. After a long silence, Vela only manages one sentence. The old banshee who has traveled far and wide, bearing word of demise, only realizes now how unfamiliar those places sound to her. Her adopted daughter is about to embark on a journey, yet she has no idea how it will end, or what sort of advice to impart. As the boat gently glides by to the murmur of water, Nasti does not turn around. Farewell, mother. Mom! That was before, right? And then, yeah, in the end, she does indeed end up walking all the way to Columbia. The heck? Attention all company representatives and testers. Propeller Paradise will link up with DC in 2 hours. The park's broadcast will begin once we're in range of the intercity net. Please make sure your exhibits are all functioning optimally. Air Expo Columbia is about to begin. They're still in jail. Yeah, it really was woke. Wokage. Suddenly loud screaming. Look, that tower, that's Tower Mountain's Finbeast airship. They made a lot of last-minute modifications and greatly improved its heat resistance. Gee, I wonder how they did that. Solar-powered hover kitchen kit, with a power source that works even beyond the starpod. I've been curious ever since I first read the brochure. Whoa, how do they know it works beyond the starpod? Good thing you only hit the window rail instead of getting your whole head stuck in there. Expo's about to begin. Aren't you nervous at all? Relax, professionals always have an escape plan ready. I'll let you out when the time's right. I'll get you out, not I'll let you out. You want to leave already? No, sir. Of course not. Whatever, I'm just here to hand over some stuff. That's a lot of papers. These records and investigation forms? The name on them. Burn Barn? Analyzing public property, theft of cultural relics, trespassing, impersonating a guide. There's a little indie guide worth your trouble to scrutinize 5 years of work history. We just need your signature down here, and you'll spend the rest of your life in jail introducing folks to handcuffs and shackles. What do you want? Next was about to begin, but we need more hands on deck. We can't afford to look up the park's only 2 guides. That would waste time and resources. Very American of them. Look, we need to make money, so we will let you go. Because you'll make us money. But there are too many records with your name on them, and you're connected to Nasti Lunare. So if you decided to threaten me, stay in line, and this is a chance to wipe your rap sheets clean, you know? Seems like I don't have a choice. Save your thanks for Gustav. He was the one who proposed it to the Maylander Emergency Management Council. 2 of you would be missing out on this expo, marking the beginning of a new era without him. Sure, you heard the broadcast too. Before the park plate drives into the intercity net's range and begins the live stream, make sure you're fully prepared to introduce the future to every Colombian out there. I get it. I'll finish all the studio work and won't leave the park before the expo ends. They don't know she ends up at Rhodes Island where you have, like, political immunity. Good deal. Then come on out, you two. Time to get to work. Oh, my fucking mouse. BC Spice makes them all like the stupidest dolts. Yeah, look, they're high school dropouts who, like, went to went to the army to get their tuition paid for. No, Jackson, him, no way. And just a very normal, average bird. On behalf of all the Lithanians, I express my most sincere congratulations for the upcoming Air Expo Columbia to be held in experimental Propeller Paradise. All Lithanians. Take a guess, who signed it in the end? Conductor of the Guldenizgesetz, guardian of the Nine Christ... Anyway, one with a string of titles neither of us could pronounce. The Kaiserin. The late Maylander Senior always said those with a keen sense for politics never lose it, and it seems that holds true. Miss Wilson? Oh, her! I'd rather keep a keen sense for wine tasting, honestly. Not around half a century to hold their Summit of Nations, an event you could say was the largest diplomatic event on Terra in nearly 2 centuries. The Lithanian only sent over a few insignificant dukes as delegates. Our tiny Air Expo Columbia has got a personal letter of congratulations from the Kaiserin. Well, some shit happened, okay? Some shit happened over there. Mr. Vice President, Propeller Paradise has sent over a gift, a bunch of balloons in the shape of the President, most of which are already decorating the hallways. In the shape of the President, they don't know what the President looks like. Thank you, Pavard. Perhaps you could return the Kaiserin's wishes with a balloon like that one. And let the Gesellschafter and Spire casters spend 3 days carefully dismantling into rubber scrap? Seems to be an average balloon for decorative purposes. But that is no longer the case, since the letter was penned by the Kaiserin. He'll transform into the most cutting-edge military tech, aerial bomb disguised as a balloon, sent floating into another country's airspace. Possible? And how many congratulations like that have you received? Let's see, Victorian Grand Dukes, the Ursine Speaker, the Grand Knight of Casimirs, I'll round our fingers to count on. VP before me spent 4 years worrying about immigration and tariffs, but me? Impregnable cities got captured, a never-changing sky got ripped open, and a long silent ocean began to speak. Impregnable. Huh? After all that, the coronations unanimously decided balloons are always aerial bombs in disguise. Fair? And what about us? Oh, these balloons of ours can't even fly. Before the balloons were sent over, the flammable hydrogen got replaced with regular air. Safety reasons, of course. They're not even floating then? How's it going to be in the shape of the president? How safe and careful we Colombians are. Not really, but... Sounds like a serious matter of national security, but you're discussing it with a retiree? Inside the state building, the finest reception hall in all of DC even. It's hard to imagine retirement making things any different for Jara Booker Wilson. My hospitality is hardly befitting the once eternally shining star or Rhine Lab's former director of HR. These days people seem more willing to be moved by a legend or miracle than by politics or promises. And the most rational congressmen are no exception. If you're referring to the few meetings I had with Congressman Wayne, I believe you've already expressed your gratitude with those unique souvenirs from Iraq. That was just a personal token of my gratitude. Besides, I later realized the scientists at the observation station must have sent you something similar before. If you could show up and give the right people the chance to put hydrogen back into Columbia's balloons, I'm sure I won't be the only one in line to thank you. My understanding the most suitable people to do it would be those who made the balloon in the first place. I've stepped in on their behalf quite a few times. Researchers are as sincere as children. I can never bear to see their hopes dashed. You're right that retirement has made no difference to me whatsoever, though. Well, indeed, she did let Kristen do her thing. Of course, we all know how important Ryan is to you. Look, Propeller Paradise. You don't even need binoculars to see it anymore. We need only wait and see what they'll turn Columbia's balloons into. Bombs? Into bombs? Look, this adaptive balloon in the shape of the president is one of our hot souvenirs. Thin film on the balloon surface automatically adjusts its molecular structure according to the environment, so it won't explode even if it collides with a barrier. Okay. Think about it, miss. Just how many balloons could we fit on the barrier? Quite a few, probably. I remember agents are required to pass a university-level physics fundamentals exam. Isn't this park's purpose to push the boundaries of physics itself? Okay, he's not a tester. Are you implying those samples and snacks on you are for research purposes? Just for disguise purposes. I'm about to buy some fresh cotton candy planets over at Platform 4. Small vacuum chamber that can simulate the birth and development of Terra. Don't you think it romantic? At least that's less boring than having to transport a special someone. Special? You mean that Banshee? Yeah, the one you were in charge of before. The Tin Man already knew. He was looking for her. You said you had an urgent mission to handle, so we'll take over evacuating the special individual. They forgot a word. Vela is in bad shape. You'll have to be very careful. I know, an old banshee has to be skilled in witchcraft, no? We'll set up cognitive interference detectors to make sure nothing goes awry. Cognitive interference? But she's already being tormented by her shattered memories. Man, where are my colleagues at? We have to evacuate all park personnel from the levitation layer in the next half hour, or I won't get to buy any souvenirs. This is the last chance we'll get to see such weird stuff. Man, they do not care. I think you should go buy our cotton candy planets. They won't be coming. Huh? I'm at the ropeway station? Right, I gotta go to platform 4 or I'll miss out on the cotton candy. He got the memory removed. I don't think Mercia is gonna let them just transfer. Annabelle, my apologies, but I only bought you 30 minutes. Act on your desires. You're free. 30 minutes to find Nasti. Quickly. The door is open, guiding me home to the tree. Where is Nasti? There's still an hour before the broadcast begins. Which necktie should I wear? Is Gustav still deciding who will make the opening speech? Drag it out any longer, I will have no time to prepare the script. An hour won't be enough to list all my countless contributions to the park. There are also so many organizations and departments to thank for all the help they've given me. They deserve the recognition. Everything will go as planned, surely. What am I thinking? We may not get along, but there's no way he'll side with a Caranta he's only known for a few days. Even at the very end, Gustav never changes, using every trick up his sleeve to keep his lackeys in line just to make them do as they're told. We're like a bunch of kids, getting all nervous over a little prize we deserve. How come 5-4 is not back yet? Wasn't it supposed to check the office for any news? Oh no, 5-4. Who's that? A letter. I knew it. After hesitating for so long, he settles on the obvious choice. Me. How much effort did I put in just to snatch the opportunity to transfer here? How much did I have to finagle to climb the ladder from my lowly admin job in 6 months? I'm the chief executive of Propeller Paradise. I'm the only one who confronted. Oh, he even wrote a speech for me. That sly old fucks never leaves anything to chance. My fellow Colombians, I am Gordon Tannen, the chief executive of Propeller Paradise. I'm sure I've kept you waiting in front of your screens for some time now. Now it is with heavy heart that I announce the official cancellation of Air Expo Colombia. A major accident occurred in the park, and as the one in charge of the place, I bear an undeniable responsibility for the... Wait, an accident? Is this a mistake? This is a public apology. He got fucking finessed. Alert, alert. Patrol complete, letter not obtained. Part of the path has been blocked by a group of Terrans. Based on their travel route, they are presumably heading toward the levitation layer's experiment zone. At the same time, detecting several high-powered Originium products on the move, bearing cargo identification tags. They belong to Gordon Tannen. My tags? An apology letter, and the news brought back by 5-4. This is no mischievous prophecy, but indisputable reality. Shock, panic, anger. Countless emotions fill Gordon's chest. Wait. He did say do as you're told. Is Gustav about to cause an accident on Propeller Paradise? The expo of all Colombia has been eagerly waiting to see. For what reason? When he did begin planning this? What sort of pawn is Gordon Tannen to him? Apology, amends. Gordon is all too familiar with these words. Ostracized by his colleagues and driven by his eccentric hobby, he was always violating the rules. His eccentric hobby? Is that collecting the stuff, or? The thin sheet of paper before him reflects the accumulation of his work over the past 7 years. He wrote hundreds of self-reflection letters during this time at ATAO. He remembers every single time Gustav would demand an apology from him and how he slid from defiance to compromise. He was fucking grooming him to apologize. I was thinking, is it indeed the flying, you know? Because that's what he does, you know, once he's an operator. The reward he deserved, the things he begged Gustav for like a child, were accusations against him all along. Did you get the speech, Tannen? So, can you do it? His carefully chosen necktie tightens like a torture device. All I have to do is do as I'm told. He fucking gave up. He gave up. He gave up. He's been groomed to give up. You are 7, Tarmac. Can't believe the old guy was the evil guy all along. Whoa. Tarmac. There's only one destination. It is the rule. It's a feint. Platform 3, secondary patrol complete. Target pod in position. No suspicious individuals detected. There's no one else left on this little platform but us. What's the situation on your end? Four pods engines have undergone breakpoint testing, and the park's about to enter the Intercity Net's range. Remember the official line to the public. Gathering is only temporary, and they can all return to their respective exhibit areas once the broadcast intro segment is done. Understood. You sure everyone's gone on your end? Tin Man stressed we had to make sure park personnel are safely evacuated before we send the operation signal. Main road was sealed off an hour ago. Support platforms, emergency jump pads are all shut, and the cable car routes were all diverted to only go in one direction last night. No one's been able to get in. Better play it safe. Rope station needs backup. That Ryan research assistant is blocking the access hub with a group of testers, and it's hard to get around them. Go back them up. It's crucial we time this right. Every preparatory step has to be complete before the broadcast begins. What was that? Look, over there. Over here. A soda bottle cap? Probably rolled off the table from the floating pod shaking. Probably nothing. Let's go. Totally nothing. Just a poltergeist. Oh yeah, and thus settles the muddled dream is apparently the Sarkis text at the top. In, like, the stage screen. Phew. Mr. Aspen. What on earth is your obsession with that balloon? Couch is small enough without you hanging onto that. I almost got squished flat. I'm sorry, Miss Barn, but I begged you to take me here just for this balloon. This guy and his emotional support balloon. You have no idea how much effort it took slipping right out from under their noses and then getting you here. Really sorry about that. Did you hand me the toolbox from the closet? Evacuation announcement came so suddenly I didn't have time to make sure the floating pods would be alright during the stream. Want the lucky sister beast on display at the expo that badly? Ignoring a public hearing and signing a temp contract with a tour guide with multiple charges under her belt and helping her escape park security just so you can have her bring you back to a sealed off levitation layer. You guys, all nuts for the sky. I'm drowning in debt here. Only way to clear it is to have the lucky sister beast at the show and draw in investors. Yeah, the sky will answer every future seek and all that jazz. Propeller Paradise's slogan is plastered all over the place, trash can lids in the slums included. Even if it's blind faith, I'm not going to give up now after coming this far. The sky bubble pop. Well, when will the balloon pop? Phew, nothing wrong with the components. They'll last till the show ends. Let's go. Why is the door locked? Wait, did you hear that? I did. Tell me something something's really up with my product. Oh, I don't mean the exhibit. From under our feet? Le Bomba? Why is the line moving? Drag this out any longer, the broadcast is gonna start. I'm down. Mainlander guys are on their way to handle it. They've got someone surrounded. Seems like a Ryan Lab researcher, judging by the uniform. Let me through. The tree's hard drive and motherboard haven't been removed yet. Don't push your luck. The Ryan tree at the expo has been our biggest concession to Ryan Lab, and we've been ever so generous to let you copy the data for future research. What more do you want? I believe part of the deal was to let him get the stuff from it, so... I see 5 minutes. I promise I won't play tricks either. Hasn't the ATA's science consultant issued a report on the tree? It's completely harmless. No. All levitation layer personnel are to return to the ground to ensure the exhibits are finalized, and return after the opening speech. Besides, the uplink cable cars aren't operating now, so there's no way you can reach the Ryan tree. It's at the highest point of the park. I didn't realize how much effort Dark the Lunar put into this experiment until I saw the core code, and now I remember. I should never abandon her dreams for the sky. Even if it only saves a little backtracking time later, I want to help her somehow. You have to let me through. Mr. Jagger, one more move and we'll have to resort to more special methods. No! He's going to take it away again. Wait, the tree looks strange. He used the same excuse 10 minutes ago. No, it really looks weird. Look for yourself. You tried to pull out. What's that? The expo is about to open, with the Colombian sun shining brightly. The crowd follows Sky's finger and spots a dazzling tree. The branches wrapped in special material should have been completely still, like tiny insects trapped in resin. However, right here and now under the sunlight, The broken branches seem to glow green. Organic materials don't photosynthesize. What? Well, I mean, technically, leaves are organic materials, but you know. The park handbook states clearly it is common for exhibits to transform in high-altitude environments. Rhine stuff doesn't do that. And doesn't give you an excuse to go back up there. Going up there won't solve the problem. I have no idea what exactly is going on. But I know who does. He just left? That easily? Oh, to keep reminding myself from the before or after. When just going from one to one. Levitation layer 11 main platforms and 20 support platforms have been inspected. Jammers and backup detonators have been installed in 9 small levitation pods, which will crash one by one when activated. Personal evacuation complete. Scouts have done multiple calculations of the fallout curve based on current wind direction and force, and confirmed falling debris will not reach the square serving as evacuation spot. All areas progressing well. Gustav sends word from the Clouds restaurant cockpit that the Propeller Paradise will be within DC intercity net range in 5 minutes. Your orders, sir? Tin Man, no! You blow up Propeller! Anyone seen those 2 newbies from Bravo? One's responsible for that Banshee. Visiting shows they're still on Platform 3. It's only the plan's operation range. Could we send someone to check it out? Seems like their mission's been taken over. Platform 3 is far from the detonation target, so don't worry about that. I'll handle it later. All teams, sync chronos. Phase 2 begins now. Why do they want this to blow up, huh? They do not like Propeller Paradise, huh? The jail cell window crops the sky into a tiny square. Ordinary yet mysterious tree, centerpiece of Nasti's research, and Ryan Lab's core project is now hidden from her view by strangely clothed figures and floating balloons. In a few minutes, the expo broadcast will begin without Nasti's involvement. Her bone pen and mechanical devices were seized earlier. All she needs to do now is to play the role of a helpless sinner. If Newsize was here, she'd probably summon 8 water clones to scold her for being silly. But Nasti does not regret her decision. But there is one woman on her mind. Viola, leaving the Convalis, had always left her uneasy. The chance came. Sinner Limbus time. Who's that? Director Lunare, you have to follow me to the tree platform. You're supposed to be keeping the device data and core code safe. What are you doing here? But the tree is growing now. Growing? That's impossible. So that's not supposed to happen. If it affects the levitation module, it'll definitely be dangerous to anyone from the ground. Levitation module runs independently, with a backup power supply that can last for 5 days. But the abnormality you mentioned. Only way to find out what's happening is to go inside the tree. Come with me, Director. Security cams have been rigged with a delayed feed that should buy us at least 20 minutes. Not sure why, but the cell's smart locks are unlocked, so now's... Unlocked? What? That's because the chief executive of Propeller Paradise opened them for you. He's here, but in his goofy outfit. He's no longer Mr. Capitalism. Gordon? Dude, they're giving him a whole, like, cinematic show-off of his outfit. What's all that on you? DIY high-altitude face shield, modified propellers, and a second-hand insulated spacesuit? Did you loot them for the park's scrap and recycle pad? Oh wait, he's literally spitting. He's spitting. He has a spitting sprite. Alpaca. Alpaca. He actually is. Finally, proof. I think also you kind of see his tail here as well. Your distorted testimony at the hearing is still up on the park's bulletin board, but now you're helping us escape? Don't know you've had a sudden attack of conscience. Nasty, I got your bone pen and devices here. Sorry about the hearing. I'd rather stand in the defendant's dock with you than recite that prepared speech. After all, the confiscated devices were my goods anyway, so I'll take the blame for that. Who are you? What have you done with Gordon Tannen? He was like, I've had enough of being the scapegoat. What happened? My dear citizens of DC and those watching this live broadcast, it is my honor to introduce Propeller Paradise, an experimental park that is sure to leave its mark in Colombian history. Never mind, that probably is just someone. That's just an announcement. It's not him doing the speech. I don't think it was a recorded speech, so. We don't have much time. Nasti, you've done deals with Gustav. I'm sure you won't doubt the intel I'm about to hand over. The old boss is planning something with Maylander, correct? You're even sharper than I thought. Seeing the park's chief executive here when he's supposed to be making a speech in half an hour is proof enough. Friends, look out your windows, up at the sky. No amount of marketing bluster can compare to what you'll see with your own eyes, where the future among the clouds is waiting for you. They want to can the expo with an accident that'll kill the future of Propeller Paradise, though I've no idea exactly what their plan is. Maylander's involved, they'll move fast. What was that? God, am I seeing things? Something's falling from the levitation layer. Is the Lucky Sister Beast floating pod? We got two guys in there! We got a cute girl and a businessman in there who abandoned his wife, so, you know, he's kind of whatever. But there's a cute girl in there! And now there's more. 3, 4. Is this part of the opening ceremony? They didn't mention this in the script. If they really come crashing down. Wait, the pods stopped falling? As if something's gripping them firmly. What was that? Oh, it seems the tech companies have prepared a surprise that even got me. You just witnessed Propeller Paradise's breakthrough in the field of levitation with no need for papers or data. This is only just the beginning. No way. There's no emergency stop module. Even in ongoing projects, that could have done that. Sky or field measurements are more precise. Where were the falling pods supposed to land? From visual estimates, they would have probably crashed into platform 2, blocking the connecting lower layer tunnel. Lower layer. That's the only path we can take to the tree. Gordon, I accept your apology, but I have no time for your plans. That miracle was no stroke of luck. Might have something to do with you and your invention. Is that a threat? Just my intuitive judgment on all rule breaking. He's a bit of a rule breaker, true. I don't need your help with Gustav, but I do need a bargaining chip to make sure Propeller Paradise stays afloat when everything's done and dusted. So my tree. Letting you handle something only you know how to handle is part of my plan. Got it. Fine Lab staff will cooperate with you. However, whatever it is you're planning to do, go to the tree at the sign of first danger and I'll come get you. They team up. Everything ready? 5, 4. Preparations complete. Let's go. I have an opening speech to make. He's redeeming himself. He got tired of being the scapegoat and punching bag. What's going on? Jammer and our backup detonators aren't working? Transmitted signals show the device is all activated, but the 9 target pods' core engines have stopped. Some of the received signals are all messed up. Even pods without transmitters attached to sending signals. Got a team to investigate this. Have to remove all traces of our work from earlier and retrieve the transmitters. Captain, that's the equivalent to calling the operation a failure. Figured how we do things at Maylander? If reality happens to significantly deviate from our plans, cease all action immediately. We're not some rank with espionage like heroes trying to be tough. So tough. Seems like someone is biased against blockbuster hits. We don't get reshoots. It's not as if we have no other choice. Don't send anyone to the pod. It's probably the Banshee's incantation that's keeping those toys from falling straight down. Master should be in jail right now, right? She's not that Banshee I'm referring to. Incantation has fundamentally changed how the levitation layer facilities are connected. Malfunctioning receivers prove this. You're telling me the Banshee's incantation is able to connect to the levitation layer's power supply structure and send signals and synchronize commands? That's the craziest thing I've heard. Nasti designed the entire park's conduits and systems herself, after all. She didn't become one of the Rhine Lab 10s solely on her engineering talent. Though if we utilize the upper level's power grid and detonate just one engine, that will cause the entire layer to fall. The entire layer? So you mean Park will connect with DC in 25 minutes. We'll have to present a reverse firework display to Propeller Paradise. Change of plans. Those on the upper layer mobilize personnel and connect the support platform surrounding the levitation layer to the common power grid. Those on the lower layer calculate the crash zone and prepare for evacuation measures at any moment. It is always sometimes funny to see, because, you know, you get Tin Man in, like, the Cazadal stuff and whatnot, and it's like, oh, man, this guy, he's our guy, man. I love Tin Man. He's such a guy. He's just a bro. And then he does his Maylander stuff, and it's like, oh yeah, he's like the fucking deep state in America. Right. he does some extremely morally questionable bullshit. I'll let Gustav know this and have the admin staff coordinate with us to delay the opening speech. Also, send a group to the jail to confirm Nasty's position, and deploy at least 3 elite squads to the elevator square and any ascendable routes. Only a matter of time before she returns to the levitation layer. Are you not gonna join? Oh, I have to go supervise an agent of mine. Mainlander has quite the troublesome evaluation systems after all. I'll join the rest of you once I'm done. Alright teams, move out. You just forget that he's just not just like a guy. He is an extremely high-ranking Mainlander official, and Mainlander is kinda sus as hell. A giant broadcast screen hangs in the Cloud restaurant, incessantly switching between gaudy company logos and the newest levitation devices, while Oakley's agitated voice booms from the speakers. The lower left of the screen is a real-time feed from the control room, small red dot representing Propeller Paradise flashes heading from XDC. 2 cameras stand on a cloud-like carpet, pointing at a lone chair. Lone chair? Peak referenced? Like a defendant's dock awaiting Gordon Tannen's attendance. No, him. You're late. Why did you come dressed like that? There's no time to prepare a new outfit. We only have 20 minutes until your speech. The tie on my ATAO uniform was too tight. I remember 6 years back when you just got that set of clothes after your promotion for a full-time role. Personally adjusted it for you. So giddy from joy you were. You told me I had to learn a lot to be worthy of that uniform, and then I stayed in the same entry-level role for the next 6 years. No newbie's first skill is writing self-reflection letters. Not that I've never regretted helping you into that uniform. And what about now? This outfit, the blame for causing the accident? Who put them on me? Oh, so you figured it out. You seized 2 crates of my goods the night I was exposed. I thought you were helping me dispose of them, but I found out they ended up in the hands of you and Mainlander. I bet this apology speech wasn't written that night either, was it, sir? Go on. Importing Originium devices into Columbia clearly violates ATAO regulations, and if security is compromised, I'll be the sin eater for the whole park. So you still think this is a personal grudge? Am I wrong? I've always been a slum boy to you, a bad little rule breaker. As I climbed through the ranks on my own effort, you only came to hate me more. Your own effort? Do you honestly think a useless bum with disciplinary records and hundreds of self-reflection letters on file could manage a transfer to the highly coveted levitating experimental park on his own? What? You disappoint me, honestly. Even now you still only have a superficial understanding of our current situation. Your title, investment, achievements, and results from the very moment you stepped onto Propeller Paradise were all gifts from me to you. Gordon Tannen, have you ever wondered how you managed to procure foreign Originium products so easily? It was him all along, everything. You knew about my dealings from the start. Even your stock lists were meticulously picked by my hand. The Tryzyn arts units from Lethanian are secret equipment used by the Gezakswaksha for military training. He's an American guy, so it doesn't matter how I pronounce that word, it'll be correct, because he intentionally, he pronounces it incorrectly as an American. The power shields used by Kazimierzia and Campaign Knights were disassembled into 3 parts, and you put them into the exhibits of 3 different companies. And the Originium engines and the arts cores sourced from foreign military equipment, the park blows up because of them. You aren't the brightest bulb on the chandelier, but you have a good eye. Propeller Paradise is indeed a giant testing ground, but it's not testing those toys in the sky. Give it about 10 more minutes and the sky fever you helped ignite will burn into Colombian flames of fury for foreign spies. Oh. Okay, yeah, now because that's the thing, I was indeed just like, what is the motivation for all this stuff? CIA moment, yeah. The countless exhibits in the sky with their core technologies inside them, they are all military reserves for countering our foreign foes. Naturally, Propeller Paradise will become a base for arms testing. Military? I thought you would have considered ATAO's interests at least. We'll always be of one mind when we stand for Columbia. What matters is our country, man. So this apology speech is your stepping stone to a new role. I might even be able to pull some strings and get you a new role at the Department of Defense. Why all the honesty? Not worried I'll sabotage the speech? The fact you've shown up here with a speech in hand means you've already made a wise choice. To be honest, I wasn't sure you would make a qualified piece on the board, but now, that little monster beside you has answered that question for me. Same as the rich love their cigars and watches, simply enjoying the sense of a superiority with their little hobbies. 5'4" isn't a toy made to cater to sky fever. Sure, but you're no longer the reckless young man only concerned with invention and modification. Okay, so this stuff was his hobby. ATAO sanded down your edges, educated you in the ways of the land, made you think to operate within the rules you set yourself. It made you like me. Go, get your little monster ready too. Let's have it join your public apology. It's a fitting symbol of what Propeller Paradise resents. Gimmicky, kitschy, useless. An absolute waste. They want it for military arms testing and also to drum up public dissent against foreign spies. Altitude readings are stable and the pod show no sign of falling any further, but the engines aren't making any strange sounds. We should be safe now, right? 50 meters. Lucky Sister Beast's pod fell 50 meters. What's that, Aspen? 6 months ago, I was at the crowded registration center, prepared with the paperwork. I was first in line and chose the most conspicuous levitation pod for my Lucky Sister Beast. The closer you are to the starboard, the more luck you get. That's what everyone in the park thinks, even if your pod is only a few inches higher than your neighbor's. I lined up overnight just to get to a spot closer to the sky. I had over 100 tests to secure an exhibit spot. Got smuggled contraband just to keep my Lucky Sister Beast running. Miss Barn, I can tell you're no fan of competition, but this is the basic law of Propeller Paradise. You've never seen yourself on your tours. I get a list of companies and corporate data updated daily, and there are people who just complain about their terrible lives only to head right back to their misery. You only got here a month ago. To you, this place you just happened to visit. To us, it's our only path to the future. Only a few will survive. Fuck. Shouldn't have skipped. Maybe we think I'm just a desperate sick man talking out of his ass. When the levitation platforms rise alongside the thousands of pods, we just feel the excitement coursing through our veins for no reason, don't we? Poured everything I had into Lucky Sister Beast. That's why I have to win this gamble. He's sad that he's not as high up now. His luck, it's gone. No more Dorothy music. Gamba addict. I knew it. Even though the incantation can link multiple platforms and pods through the power lines, its range is still limited when calculated outward from the tree. Barian, send a signal to Sky's team. Tell them we found the pattern of the power connections. Barian? No, the Mainlanders. Scientific mind truly is brilliant, don't you agree? Thanks for helping us locate our mission objective. Inform my engineering experts to stop their research. Centering on the platform beneath my feet, have the personal station at the perimeter immediately cut all backup power and attempt to connect the supply lines through alternative methods. Also, it is highly probable the Rhine labbers have discovered our plan. 2 researchers were found on platform 4, but have been dealt with. All patrols speed up. Report anyone you see ASAP. Your colleagues in the broadcasting studio will buy us time by switching the camera feeds. Act fast. Those agents are effing persistent. Effing. Could those Mainlander guys fly or something? How are they everywhere? Good thing we lured them away and there's no one here. No! Nope. There was someone here. 5 testers and 2 Rhine labbers found on support platform 17. They have all been dealt with. They'll be sent to detention on the lower level 5 minutes from now. Operation is going smoothly. They lack the numbers and are scattered like headless houseflies. Well, everyone excels in their own fields and they lack communication equipment or anyone to direct them. What about Nasti? She escaped from the lower level cells 10 minutes ago, but no contact has been noted between her and any of her staff. She knows the park structure. We're at a disadvantage with such a tight time window. But hide and seek is not a single player game. We'll continue our patrols. Smattering of testers and researchers will not significantly affect our operation. Stay wary and report back promptly. Isn't there one more person here just now? Funny horns woman. Phew, you didn't notice me. Thanks for pulling me back, Mr. Jagger. You're welcome. You good? Truth be told, seeing the others knocked down so easily still has my knees feeling like spaghetti. Can you run? I can. No, her knees are spaghetti. You can't run on spaghetti. Let's split up here then. No time to slow down. Her knees are so spaghetti. You can't run on less spaghetti. I'm here, sir. Let me have a smoke first, Mary. You can look at those screens while I'm at it. Mercia fixes her gaze at the dozen or so monitors on the wall and sees the high-altitude elevator, the floating platforms, the ropeway station. Almost every inch of Propeller Paradise is displayed on the screens. The bright and bizarre structures in the sky seem to pop out from the screens, a strange sight in the dark room, as if Mercia was attending a postmodern art exhibition instead. This place. What of it? Nothing, I just didn't think Propeller Paradise would have such a sealed-off space. Reminds you of our interrogation room? So, may I know why you're here looking for me? Look at the upper right monitor. You heard the explosion earlier, didn't you? Nearly 10 floating pods connected to that Rhine Lab tree should have been smoking heaps of scrap metal in the waste by now. Mary, I'm sure you know. What sort of force keeps them in the air still? Incantation. I kept a secret from you, sir. Our colleagues at the Emergency Management Council have only just captured the dangerous criminals responsible for the explosion. Now they have to clean up the mess caused by their own people's negligence. The criminals responsible for the explosion. You've seen it. Banshee's incantations have changed the way the levitation layer connects to the other platforms and pods. Any other incident happens, it'll affect more than just 9 pods. Situation is dire. Sir? I shouldn't be speaking to you like this as a secretary or a Mainlander agent. I understand my colleagues and I know how the council works. Just now I was looking at the surveillance footage and they were busy munching on cotton candy. Inefficient methods of deception like that should be forbidden on such serious occasions. I've completed my mission on Propeller Paradise, both monitoring Mr. Tannen and the many tech companies and exposing their secrets. But now I see, these missions were never to ensure the expo runs smoothly. Be it the secret from the start, the explosion just now, or the so-called other incident you mentioned, they've all been part of your plan, yes? You're keen. You pass. So what exactly? Let's sit down before we continue. You pass. Oh. Big Larry, old girl, and little Mo. Sit down, sit down. Come on, you three. Some manners would be good. Is this a Mainlander trial for a traitor, or climbing all over her? They're climbing all over her, man. What the hell? Or have I finally found time to handle a junior's troublesome evaluation process? Don't worry, I'm just an old fart who wishes to impart some wisdom to the younger generation. I'm curious what that wisdom is. Oh, Mary, I'm sure you'll hate this rotten nonsense. 1 year ago, Rhine Lab submitted a proposal to DC, project developing tech from Galleria Stellaria. And Congressman Street was inspired to expand the project for the whole country. His secretary burned the midnight oil to prepare a slideshow, showcasing what the congressman saw in his dreams after having seen the sky over Trimonts being torn apart. Holding and biting on Mercia's hats. Yeah, genuinely. Just what the hell? Foundation stones built on the clouds. Walking while twirling Mercia's bow. Rain or shine, it'll all be under our feet. Swinging mid-air while holding onto Mercia's hair. What the hell? That's gonna hurt the man. You're pulling her hair. Tour groups leave the starport one by one as the twin moons are covered with Colombian flags. And so on and so on. Congress voted. How did that turn out? 273 to 65. More than 80% voted yeah. Ha. And the government is eager to water and fertilize these fantasies. I'm sure you know better than I do just how many companies and testers were scrambling to get into Propeller Paradise at any cost after that, Mary. Too many to count. Nearly half the companies in Colombia have added a sky-related department, and even air fryer manufacturers have been trying to add clouds to applicable product lines. Air fryers. Tin Man, don't forget about stocks. Over 200 subcategories of sky-related concept stocks with the longest registered validity period extending 300 years into the future. Companies willing to apply for loans with interest rates several times higher than the prevailing market rate just to secure a spot on Propeller Paradise. I remember looking through Gordon's case files and coming across a certain Aspen who bought contraband goods for him just to clear inspections. Now, it wasn't because he didn't know the law, it was because he was divorced, had sold his family assets, and was burdened with a hopeless mountain of debt. So-called lucky sister beast is a high-stakes gamble that will decide the rest of his life. What a shame. A shame? He used to run a grocery store in town by the shipping routes near DC. And even now there might be some pioneers out there still using the tools he peddled. But here he is with this invention. That floating revolving bar where the people turn but not the beer. What else can you even do with? Other than invite your foes for a drink. Wait, I think I might know where he's kind of going with some of this. Simply put, what he's done is akin to a student frantically writing compliments in the margins, hoping the teacher will give him a perfect score. Take the future as a real test. Who's gonna be the examiner? You, me, generals at the DoD, or maybe Congress? Maybe it'll be Kashmirs, who just equipped all their campaign knights with power armor, or Lathanian with their recent addition of a basic arts tactics course to old school curricula. Oh, wait, first of all, they gave power armor to all the knights. And they also put the old curriculum now has a how to fight with arts. Or perhaps Ursus, with its growing army, their mighty force that's left their minds empty. Could it be Aegir, currently shelling the Iberian coast with artillery along with the sea monsters? They're doing that? They're doing that? Among these parties, I fear it is the sea monsters who are the most likely to visit a floating, revolving bar. So you mean to say that the Colombians' fanatism for the sky is completely meaningless? Compared to what's happening everywhere else right now, I'm afraid so. Colombia has always been driven by fanaticism. I'm sure you're crystal clear on this, given your background, Mercia. Without a fanatical drive for freedom, we couldn't have had our frontier rebels 80 plus years ago. And we Colombians would still be living under the Victorians' heel. Without a lust for wealth, our mass pioneer movement would not have happened, and nearly half of Colombian land today would remain an untraversable wilderness even for the strongest burden beasts. By this time, it's just a waste. So you think Propeller Paradise should take the blame? Why would I? It has already accomplished its mission perfectly. Well, it's one step anyway. Well, it's one step away. It stirred up the Colombian zeal more effectively than I could ever hope to. Now it just needs to redirect it. Through its ruin? Through it being destroyed. By who? Who else in this park could... Wait, Mr. Tannen's goods smuggled from all across Terra, Kashmir's Lathanian, Sargon, even Kasdal. They'll become weapons planned by foreign spies, deliberately intended to ruin Colombia's display of achievements and destroy our people's fantasies of taking to the skies. 80 plus years later, the Colombians' rage will be reignited once more. Kashmirs might not want to see their tax money turn into knight armor, while Lathanian children might just run away from boring basic arts tactics classes. But Colombians, we have our fervor. As we move to the future, we move forward together, tens of millions strong. As long as we can direct this zeal onto a proper path. This is very 9/11 conspiracy type shit, but real. Collate our wills and seize the truth of everything. So I remember you telling me your story. Thought you always hated war. It's been tens of thousands of years. The number of lost souls in my hand is no less than the casualties of a military campaign. The reason I didn't burn in Kasdal's furnace then is that I hate meaningless sacrifices. But this time, an arms race might just be the beginning. You and I know it won't end there, just like how the Great Expansion didn't end with the discovery of some ore. So the sacrifices Colombia needs for this competition won't be enough with just this park, correct? I told you before, right? The whole bunch of rotten nonsense. The Maylander Foundation didn't have to explain all of this to you, my dear agent. But the day will come when you'll have to accept the truth even if you don't agree with it. Don't forget your family name, Mercia. You're a Celine. Like the moon! The elevators connecting the park's upper and lower levels have been sealed off, and the only ropeway station leading to the tree is also out of service. Nasti has exhausted herself just by getting here. Floating pods by her side are riddled with cracks, black smoke billowing from within, sign their core engine motors have been destroyed, and they should have all crashed to the ground. Oh wait, was Celine a founder of the Mainlanders or something? Because I don't actually remember this name. What was it, Celine? Was it? Okay, it was Mainlander. Okay, so it is Mainlander Celine. Okay, I did not remember the Mainlander found. What, like what? Mainlander Celine is his name? Who the fuck is Mainlander Celine? When was this mentioned? Introduced in Lone Trail, being mentioned in various parts of the stories. Okay, now I just remember this motherfucker. Being honored as the father of the Federation, Mainlander Celine is not only the head of the non-governmental organization, the Mainlander Foundation, but also is one of the founding fathers of the Colombian Union. Yippers. Yippers. Yippers, yippers. I did not remember this guy. Also, what a scene. What a scene. All this. I do see his Indeed thing, but also this is so going against Indeed, like... very antithetical indeed to... some of the Lone Trail stuff of like... fuck war, man. What if we just like... war is fucking ass. Look at the fucking sky. This shit's so much bigger than us. And you guys are so obsessed with arms races and shit. And yeah, indeed, rotten nonsense, indeed. But, you know, he's indeed the whole, some point you gotta accept the truth. Like a realism take on it all. But the pods stubbornly remain amongst the clouds, piecing together a precarious path as if an invisible pair of hands are holding them up. Fuck reality, go for the sky. That was pretty much Kristen, yeah. Yeah, that was just Kristen. Nasty? Update the others, I'll go get her. Oh, Dorothy music. The agent rushes towards her, but just as he takes a step forward, the bricks under his feet shift. Whoa, he got fucking disappeared! Target sighted. Location, flying donut station, requesting backup. Try to intercept her, but something's up here. We are, They got. They got. They fucking actually disappeared. Screen wiped. Speaks in Sarkis. Disorder? Master recalls the river at the mouth of the convalesce of the Banshees, still and calm, where even a child could safely row a boat on their own. However, unassisted intruders find the dense forests on both sides constantly shifting positions, like a mobile labyrinth, with a distant riverbank always hidden beyond the thick mist. After a momentary silence, Nasti steps out of the pod and into the empty sky. Brick and stone immediately form a floor beneath her. Viola? Viola doing some stuff. Speaks in Sarkis. Disorder. Path held together by an incantation. Convalesced banshees often isolate themselves from outsiders, or decorate their own courtyards with this method. She also used the same tactic to momentarily stall Saria back in the ring lab. This is a path specially paved just for her. This has been a fairly long node, actually. I'll still finish, because yeah, we're indeed like, we have boss and then story node left, so. To her surprise, the whole area centered on the tree has been reconstructed by the incantation, but she fails to find the caster within the tree's core among its roots. Because I have about like an hour, so I think that's until my friends said they were like planning on being around. Only the roots of the tree are breathing, just as always. Please verify your credentials. Nasti Lunare, Director of Engineering, Rhine Lab. We'll see how long the boss takes. Maybe we won't use just lore units. Because they're a bit rough. Need so much anti-air. Nasti dashes towards the roots. She must confirm if any abnormal changes have happened while she was away. This is what is left of the vivarium, and the secret Rhine lab has been protecting at all costs. No matter how the unrest in the park ends, it is the only bargaining chip in Nasti's hand. Oh. She touches the roots, allowing data to flow into her fingertips and gathering the branches around her waist. Musa has always teased Nasti about being a human computer, and she always took it as praise. In the current situation where biotechnology is fused with Banshee witchcraft, her body is perhaps the best data cable to use. She's a USB cable? The branches begin to vibrate quickly, standard device overclocking, almost simultaneously. Almost simultaneously, Nasti feels some sort of temperature shift. Not the chill of condensation, not the heat of electricity, but body heat? She experiences a strange feeling out of nowhere. Here and now, she's no longer director of Rhine Lab's engineering section, checking if a device is still operating normally, but a banshee touching another of her kind. Just like so many years ago, when that woman held her own hand and taught her how to blow a leaf whistle. Nasti abruptly looks up. Viola? Pained murmurs? Elated murmurs. Nasti, my child. You're back. Is this what happens, or is this because the tree is weird? Is this what always happens, or is this because the tree is weird? I called it, like her dying. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like, yeah. This is indeed her kind of dying at the tree, and then that's gonna like make the tree somehow like finalize the tree and everything. See, like I feel like it's kind of where it's going. Because she was, you know, she went away from the tree, so then she had to find a new tree. Roosting grounds. A foul beast sharpens its beak on the branches. It tilts its head to look down at the land, and someone there seems to be looking up at it. That is not... This is squad. I could have leveled up Skybox, I think, as well. And then I have my... These are here just for the trust farm, which doesn't matter as much here. Does Contrail count? Is she Colombian? She's very thematic, isn't it? Contrail should be very thematic to the current events. Who else do we even have? Magellan? Magellan. These two are not really. This is an Australian and this is an Irish woman. I don't think I have anyone else. She's Bolivarian or some shit. I think I have... Hinman. At the very least. I did not buy Reed skin. Have anyone else to put in here? Ah! Does she count as Colombian? Silence is in here. Well, I have silence alter. I just don't have normal silence. I guess we could put in normal silence as well. Sure. A healer at least. Does bringing logos count just for the right? Just for being, just for being a fucking banshee. These two indeed just don't really get used. They're here for trust farming. Guess we'll see what happens if we get it with just this. It's Rhiners and a couple Colombians. And I mean Tin Man, who indeed is like, is actually relevant. Report. All pods on the levitation layer are now connected to the detonation web. We have people on the lower levels evacuating people from the square. People are very passionate about the exhibition. Things will take some time, but it will not delay our plans. Detonate the levitation layer as soon as Propeller Paradise docks with the district. He appeared in a text line. Real. He was mentioned in the event. Any movement from Rhine? Taken 23 into custody. Dozen are still large on the platforms. Have control the 8 observation points. These people are going to in and out of the exhibit area and the ropeway stations. No special Rhine equipment other than standard maintenance gear. Just playing hide and seek. No plan B? Keep an eye on them. They don't know the details of the mainlanders' plans, nor do they have any means of communication. Any last gasp effort is doomed to fail. Understood. Outline of Max DC, the most vibrant nomadic city in Colombia, is already visible from the ropeway station's waiting area. Agents have not had a chance to enjoy the view of the Propeller Paradise until now. For next in visibility, all the elaborate facilities of the levitation layer are brimming with vitality. Pods float in mid-air like aquatic creatures. Floating botanical units line up orderly between small platforms, forming a power grid that supports the entire layer. Wait, where did you say Ryan's people were? Exhibit area and the ropeway stations. Where exactly? Show me. Look at their movements. There's no way I can reach the platform where that tree is, or other companies' pods. Could be they're not trying to take back their turf at all? Ryan's people, the testers and the company reps, they also be flying around blindly in the dark. What's the point of it all? Vision casts a casual glance at the nearest planting unit. Unremarkable Ryan creation stands quietly. He suddenly realizes that the warning lights on their edges are easily visible even during the day. They've been blinking irregularly for quite a while now. They have warning lights, first of all. Spotters report that all the Rhineland people have disappeared from sight. No, they didn't disappear. They're going in the same direction. There's a pattern to their movement. Everybody listen up. Destroy all planting units you see along the way. They're not decorations. Ryan is using them to communicate. Cut off the exhibit area from all the ropeway stations. Find every one of those people playing hide and seek. Find out where they're heading. What on terror are they thinking? They're thinking tree. You've been looking outside the window for a while. You said you must win your gamble and you have a reason? Like, she's just stuck here. Yes. I'm in the middle of a gamble too. I have a rough idea what's going on in Propeller Paradise, given the look on your face and the freefall that we just experienced. You wouldn't run this kind of risk with me for no reason, but there's nothing I can offer you now except... You want the lucky sister beast? You could say that. I want the contraband that Gordon Tennant sold you. Your room? Oh, no, there's the broadcast room, never mind. Come to the broadcast room to bother me when you should be preparing your own speech. You sure have a thick hide, Mr. Tennant. I would have died a long time ago if all my enemies refused to work with me ever again. Work with you? I'm afraid I can't. Mainland is a laundry list of violations that I committed during my career. I don't want to spend the rest of my days giving prison tours. Either are you looking for a peaceful life. Besides, my proposal has something to do with Mainlander. There's no better vantage point than here on Propeller Paradise. Oakley's too excited to notice, but I doubt you would miss what's going on. Well, if I gotta say it, broadcast screens of the levitation layer are switching too quickly. This is because they're doing testing, which I'm not convinced about. There are a dozen testers on the square whom I don't recognize. They don't look like they're taking a stroll. They look like they're patrolling. Little they know that danger is impending. Trying to trick me into another plot? There's a plot afoot on Propeller Paradise, alright, that's a fact. It's also a fact that I won't let Gustav make a mockery out of this place in front of all of Colombia. You have 10 seconds, yes or no. What are the chances of success? 10%. Doesn't sound like a gamble you take. I don't have a choice with that old fox sitting across the table holding all the cards. I'm almost certain to fail. Interesting, tell me about it. She's into it? I need you to convince as many people as possible to return to the levitation layer and retrieve the Virginium equipment and arts units on this list. All contraband that you sold? They have far more potential than just sitting under the spotlight. You want to escape and take all of Propeller Paradise with me. How do you take all of it? Gustav and Mainlander never intended to allow the exhibition to go ahead. Opening ceremony was just a smokescreen. Levitation layer will fall a second time soon, but miracles don't happen a second time. But miracles don't happen a second time, would be the correct emphasis. The lucky sister beast can't afford to start over. Neither can most startups on Propeller Paradise. Escape and take all of Propeller Paradise. It's the only way to save both Propeller Paradise and the people on the lower level. Propeller Paradise has been traveling on the Barrenlands for 7 days. Fuel is short and the plane is operating in safe mode. Basic propulsion model is not enough to change its direction. But the arts unit that the lucky sister piece we got was just a transformation stabilizer. It can't supply enough energy to turn a plate. Correct. But that wasn't the only item that Tennant smuggled. You mean get all the contraband devices and build a makeshift propulsion model to make the plate deviate from its course? Not deviate. Make it about face. About face? I have any idea what you're saying? It's the direction of the borders. True, procedures for cross-border travel is a little complicated. It would be treason. I can't go to jail. People need to see Lucky Sister Beast on the broadcast. My wife in Northville needs to see it. He's not your wife anymore. Not your wife anymore. You're divorced. Interested in full disclosure, I must inform you that the people won't see Lucky Sister Beast on the broadcast whether we succeed or fail. No. I'm sorry, but I'm taking the unit, whether you give it up voluntarily or not. We don't have time. What's the point? We can't even leave the pod. Someone has unlocked it remotely. Huh? You see the floating botanical units outside the window? 3 flashes is a distress call. Current message is cycled after 5 continuous seconds of being lit. Right now, 3, 4, 5, 7 flashes. Look like the other units on the list have been retrieved. Everyone is rendezvousing on platform 7. Wait, the light went out. What does that mean? Means Maylander knows what's up. We're in danger. Mr. Aspen, you can either come with me on your feet or you can go to sleep right here, right now. People like us never get to choose, do we? Right, now we're back here. Sit down. Gustav looks at the Sabra who has butted heads with him for 7 years, who now sits stiffly on a chair like a potato wrapped in foil. He knows young officers well. They're angry, flamboyant, unhappy about everything, and frustrated about being restricted by rules. In the end, however, they all sit in the same chair that rectifies their young spine and become a proper member of the upper stratum of Colombian society. As Gordon Tannen will. Once Maylander's plan succeeds, that broadcast room will switch over to cloud. Don't screw up. Put your usual attitude away. Sound sincere. Devastated. It's the Propeller Paradise you built. Won't be hard to stir the appropriate emotions. Tomorrow, that sorry face of yours is going to be on the front page of every Colombian newspaper. Look the part, won't you? And stop staring at your little freak. What the hell? I'm pretty sure Tin Man is part of Gustav's plot, as in, like, they're working together. I know. You don't want to be Propeller Paradise's Sin Eater sharing the same spotlight as Nasti. But your little hotchpotch trinket isn't gonna save you. So I'm sitting in Gordon Tannen's defendant seat. Yes, I can follow you to the DOD once I apologize according to the script. Do as you're told and you'll rise quickly through the ranks. Yeah, guess what? I don't give a shit. What was that? I don't like this seat. Makes my scales itch. He's so American, yes. Gustav is incredibly, like, old American. Broadcast countdown. Cloud restaurant, stand by. Broadcast? Now? No movement on the levitation. Did Maylander screw up? Who's operating the broadcast? 3, 2, 1. Do it, 5-4. Yes, sir. Why do you sound like that? What? Yo, punch the old man! Yes! Punch the old man! Fucking beat him up! Alien fucking glorp fish beat up the old man! As the broadcast cuts to the Cloud restaurant, Spacefin 054 leaps at an unprepared Gustav, pinning him to the ground. Get fucked. The screen in the restaurant lights up and Gustav sees his own face, writhing in pain and shock. He lost his hat as well. He knows that his face is being displayed on every screen in Propeller Paradise. His contingency plans flash before his eyes, but Maylander's plans is in its final phase, leaving little room for distractions. His communicator lies in pieces on the floor, ground, destroyed by Spacefin 054. Gordon stretches his neck and wrists, crushes the defendant's seat with his foot, and leisurely lies down on the sofa next to it. Glorp wins. Oh, that felt good. By the way, tomorrow that sorry face of yours is gonna be on the front page of every Colombian newspaper. Look the part, won't ya? What? You didn't expect to be immobilized by a little hobby made to fuel sky fever? You're the elder statesman of ATAO, planning a new chapter at the Department of Defense. You made the rules of Colombia when you were young, and you continue to serve your country even after your retirement. Woo-hoo, first reign, ain't ya? Maybe you've grown into thinking that your enemies will always use the rules to fire back in smart and clever ways. Look at him farming over him. Also, yeah, the machine angry, fish smiling. Did you forget that Gordon Tannen is a bandit who never gives a shit about the rules, a piece of trash obsessed with his toys? I guess I shouldn't be surprised. You don't even recognize 5-4 even though I didn't change its voice module. Hello, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco Units and Originium, at your service. To check the progress of an application, press 1. To report a safety risk, press 2. To be connected to an operator, press 0. An ATAO answering machine. I said Space Fin 054 wasn't a rich man's cigar, and I won't be smug just because it obeys the rules I set down. 7 years ago, I sat on a tiny chair that made my ass hurt, writing my first self-reflection letter late at night, wondering if I should quit. Answering machine 054 started giving off an unusual noise, and I racked my brain trying to figure out the problem. I started studying every arts unit and Originium device that passed through my hands just to give 5-4 the ability to operate, communicate, and think on its own. You think the hundreds of self-reflection letters I wrote were the symbol of my submission, but 5-4 is the real culmination of my 7 years at ATAO. You're full of crap. You didn't learn the tricks of bureaucracy for your little invention. You think I've never seen you negotiate or then? Arrogant, vain, ambitious. I know them when I see it. I can hear shadows of my own speeches even now as you're talking to me. I never thought I was perfect. Maybe I'll never be able to get rid of the bad habits that I learned from you. They disgust me, but they weren't mistakes. My only mistake was to define my transactions as smuggling. I shouldn't have allowed myself to accept the rules that have taken form, rules that don't make sense. Foolish boy, you don't understand what's at stake. Because he's just trying to get his cushy next job at the DoD as well. Listen, old slug. I don't care what high and mighty reasons you have, Propeller Paradise isn't supposed to be a breeding ground of war. Sure, kinetic engines and high-powered art units could become powerful weapons, but what they're supporting now is a dream of life in the sky. Until Propeller Paradise docks with District, I'm its chief executive, the man who built this little piece of heaven that still has a semblance of freedom. I will decide whether it should be destroyed or whether it should escape. What a fun guy. Take his passcode 5-4. Yes, sir. It's no use. Central control console is locked. You can't stop the plate from docking with a district even if you have my passcode. Who said anything about stopping? What? I said escape. Not only did the former head of ATAO not disable his passcode when he retired, he used the security access it granted to disable the urban identification code system on the Colombian border. Cool, isn't it? You're gonna commit treason for this stupid, pointless children's playground? You were right. You didn't learn a single thing from me. Let me remind you that Propeller Paradise is running out of fuel. You can't operate the plate's steering system and you don't have enough energy. Even when you're pinned to the ground by the robot I built, you somehow manage to forget that I've always been an inventor. I hope they deliver the goods on time. Yeah, it is like you would, if we didn't indeed get Skybox, you know, as a playable unit, like, or whatever, like, he up until, like, you know, get to here, like, why is this guy the playable unit? He's like, right now he's kind of the bad guy, and then, you know, shit flips. The sound of rotary motors has never been so clear. Skies are clear, overly pristine, self-cleaning artificial clouds combine with natural clouds to form a wondrous scene, but the people on the platforms are oblivious to it. Some 50 Propeller Paradise guards and Maylander agents block off every passage and cable connection, forming an impregnable cordon line with their bodies and weapons. Cordon, not Gordon. Beneath their feet, their classical black and white tiles form a chessboard, the two sides separated by a 10-meter-long open-air passage. The eyes of the agents are fixed on the support platform on the other side of the passage. The Rhine staff and testers who had at one point disappeared from sight now assembled there. Platform 7. Analysis was correct. This is where the hide-and-seek converges. People are ready. There are more of them than expected. They took out our guys in the broadcast room. Intel was not accurate. We're putting in everyone we have. Strengthening numbers alone isn't enough. Be on your guard. They have an advantage when it comes to new weapons. When it comes to the new weapons, then lay of the land. Propeller Paradise is about to dock with DC. Don't let anyone pass. Use force if necessary. I'll take responsibility. Yes, sir. 6 elite squads. We have numbers, but the guys on the other side are hard to tell people to keep doing hard to tell people to keep going when they're exhausted. Get the word out to the others. Delena, anyone who's too tired to move, give someone else their core components. Pick up any hover unit and stay behind to guard the support platform. You're betting on them being wary about unknown new products? I guess it would be Jelena. I hope it works. He's bluffing. He's bluffing. Phew, made it. Fuck. Are you sure you want to go this way when it's like this? Yep, this is the only way to Cloud. Take my parachute. Things might get dangerous. Well, what about you? Me? Fern gazes at the Mainlander blockade with interest, as though she's going to meet an old rival. The camera drones left platform 7 half an hour ago. Nothing that is about to happen here will be seen in the broadcast room. Everyone knows that conflict is inevitable. Neither side wants to delay. Their eyes are fixed on each other. Everyone is waiting for a sign. My Tor is waiting for my signal. My Tor? How revolutionary of you. What a revolutionary image. Zima coded. Also, she has 3 braids. That's a lot of hair. Suddenly, a yellow and black warning flag is raised. A young feline woman leaps out from the crowd, loudspeaker in hand. The first day I snuck onto Propeller Paradise, a kind guide told me that no one in this place can be stopped, even if the sky is no longer off limits. From the exhibits at the underground lab, I memorized every strange and curious invention, the complex ideas behind them, and hundreds of thousands of words of descriptions. Could tell you who made the flying toaster above our heads, its model and the generation. I could go on and on about how wonderful they are, but to be completely honest, I find the levitating plates less interesting than the sunset of Bleach Wasteland. Then I remember that my father used to say to me, a story is always more interesting than an explanation. I've had many frustrating experiences in the years that I worked as an independent guide. There's nothing wrong with seeking truth, but many people subconsciously disparage exaggeration, inspiration, and dreams yet to come true. I swore I would never again label things that I've never seen for myself as impossible, laugh at my own family with my neighbors, as I did a few years ago. Not until the day that my father died that I truly understood what he said. Propeller Paradise needed a guide. I would rather tell the people of Columbia about the people I met here, about their stories. Ricebush. Ricebush? Huh? A cobbler from Bunker Hill whose dream was to leave a footprint on each of the twin moons so that everyone who looks up with a telescope would see his shop logo on the shoe prints. There's no bigger billboard than the sky after all. Owen Fredericks. Amir? Hardware store owner who wanted to put his own screw on the second ring lab and earn a spot for his family when space colonization becomes reality. Hey, it never hurts to prepare for the future. Aspen. I'll tell him myself. Aspen, grocer from the Northville. After being tricked into taking out exploitative loans, I divorced my wife and left home so the creditors wouldn't go after my family. Oh, that's what happened? But also, apparently you did try to go over here as well. So, like, why did you take the loans? How did you get tricked into loans? My wife and I came up with the name Lucky Sister Beast together. We haven't spoken to each other in 2 years. She was worried sick when I left. Promised that the name Lucky Sister Beast would be on TV so that she'd know I'm safe. Oh, never mind. It wasn't as, He didn't just abandon her. Now, I know that the exhibition was one big fat lie, but I want her to at least see this red balloon with the Lucky Sister Beast logo on it, even if all the pods crash. Aspen and all of you. The things we want, whether they're based in reality or just a pipe dream, whether they're results of blind conformity or superstition, much more important than Maylander or Gustav think they are. Run, jump, fly. We'll overcome everything that tries to block our path and change us, without ever trying to understand us. We're the ones who'll decide Propeller Paradise's path. Fern dashes forward like a foul beast, loudly blasting her signal as the rest of the pack follows behind, charging at the Maylander's blockade. They do love their scenes, by the way, where the character jumps up onto the crowd with some kind of flag or other and then has like an impromptu but also somehow really like defined and philosophical speech. And riles up the rebellion. Exhibits fly over the heads of the pushing and squeezing crowd, carrying all kinds of contraband toward the sky. Absurd and flying free. Flashbang, thank you. Phew, finally out of the woods. Good work, guys. We just have to hang in there a little longer. 34 contraband core components, all intact. Looks like the landing module works quite well. Our work is almost done. All that's left is to deliver this to Gordon. Hope all is well on his side. Next, put it down. Turn around. Gustav's science consultant? What are you doing here? Oh. Science consultant, no way. No, oh no, the science consultant of Gustav is gonna ruin the plan, oh no. Outside the window, the pinnacle of DC government office and the Colombian flag are already visible. Gordon's eyes are fixed on the bottom left of the broadcast as the red dot of the map gets closer and closer to the district plate. According to the plan, the device on the list should have been delivered to Cloud more than 10 minutes ago. He forces himself to not look at the door. Gustav is bound to notice any sign of anxiety. Plan isn't going the way you expected it, is it? You're calmer than I expected. Being willing to take risks is not a bad thing, but you're not good enough at assessing risk. You didn't have time to prepare a plan B for your reckless plan A. All of you will pay a heavy price if it fails. And what's your plan B? It's all good and well to rediscover your confidence, but never forget who you're competing with. I told you that getting carried away will cause you to overlook fatal flaws. What do you mean? You're late. How's delayed? You're science consultant. More than just a science consultant, I needed insurance for my plan. The tall, dark Carenta walks toward Gordon. No wonder he's so sexy. The tall, dark man. The box holding 34 Reginian devices, safely contained by protective materials, seems almost weightless in his hands, strong. He lifts his arm and hands the box over to Gordon. What you wanted? Thanks. What are you doing? I learned a lot from you. Of course I knew what your trump card was. A rival to provoke competition. Scientific consultant with both brains and brawn. Fair and impartial outsider give legitimacy to the hearing and plan. Too bad you picked the wrong guy. He knew? Or he's bluffing. Never mind, he knew? Okay, well, they met at some point. This is after he changed his outfit. This is after his rebellion started, so. Gramophone made from the tentacles of fossilized seaboard. Decorative or specifically functional. Oh, it's for... I see. Automatic tuning with the seaborne sound-producing structures. Grooves on the edge indicate that the designer even tested whether seaborne adjust their biostructure based on the music. Interesting idea. Where did this golden skeletal hand come from? The one on the wall is from Sar. If it forms a pair with the heavily curved one on the shelf, doesn't it? Construction of the joints at the level of wear and tear indicates that it originates from the western deserts of Sargon. He knows everything. Ah, this ruined dagger is a familiar face. They were supposed to be a pair. I got it from a Sami snow priest who said a pair of lovers put a curse on it with their blood, driven by witchcraft and cuts through iron like butter. I know, the other one was once impaled in my heart. Trivia? It no longer cuts through iron like butter, but it's still good enough to carve a walking stick. Mr. Consultant, I apologize for any offense I might have caused, and I understand your desire for recompense. But I don't have time. I brought you here for a serious purpose. If we take off part of the structure of the gramophone and combine it with the sensor module on the metal skeletal hand, we might create a new type of voice-guided navigation model. He's so exploration-pilled. Now, witchcraft-driven blade can serve as a low-loss needle, and here, this high-powered Reginium internal combustion engine, legal only in Rimbilliton, can provide 30 times the power of standard Colombian equipment. If only we can find a Victorian transformation stabilizer, which is no longer in production, and a locus of sorcery that was once seen on the Colombian Barrenlands. We'd almost have all the parts necessary to put together the initial core assembly of a pneumatic plate's mobility layer. He woke. You know what I'm planning to do. Trying to modify entire plate's power source with a single device is extremely risky, but not impossible. You're not one of Gustav's guys. Who are you? You're the one who said you don't have time. Real question is, what do you need me to do? Gordon glares at the Kuranta standing at the center of the collection room. The Kuranta recognized all of Gordon's collections, saw through all of Gordon's thoughts, and nonchalantly revealed a glimpse into his own past, as though he had pursued death across the land. To Gordon, the Kuranta seems to stroll through the halls of his thoughts like a king that knows nothing and everything. Also, one thing I'm wondering is, like, is there intentionally, like, oh, a king who wanders the lands, and then, you know, the black and red imagery here, like, is this guy, like, Knight's Mora descendant? His kind of conquest, also of, like, exploring the land, he's just doing it a little bit more, ethically. Once again, the spikes on the Sovereign's tail rise up on their ends, swaying conspicuously. This time, it's not because he's on guard, but because of the excitement of victory being in sight. It would almost be very silly if he isn't. But also, if, like, these, like, little, almost, like, horn-like things that he has to be, like, Knight's Mora descendant, and is just, has taken on his genetics in a different way. And his desire for conquest or whatever. Has the stability of the power unit. It'll last no more than 3 days or 1 day and a half if fuel is insufficient. Good enough. You don't actually plan on driving it out of Columbia. You don't think I would shit on everyone's future for a grudge. That's what you want people to think, to allow you to protect as many people as possible. Is that so? Treason is a serious crime. You should look up my file. I've got enough charges against me as it is. Come on, help me take this stuff to the control room. Is it an ear? No, it's a very weirdly pointy ear. It doesn't really have the ear parts of it. The wings of a foul beast, the horn of a burden beast, the teeth of a mangrove beast, the hide of a sand beast, and the blood of a beck beast. What would happen if you took something from 34 creatures and put it all together? A chimera? Sharp, weird, chaotic, dangerous, malicious. These are thoughts that flash through Gordon's mind as he gazes upon the power unit he just created. But he's also filled with excitement that threatens to drive him mad. His inventor, the obsession, it begins, or not even begins, it reawakens. That's a really weird ear. Oh, never mind, it is! Oh, I'm looking at it wrong. There's a little black spot in the middle. I thought it was just this little thin bit. But no, then there's the black spot, and then there's another red part on the other side. I was looking at it wrong. It's just a really pointy ear. Plate's original power system has been turned off. The device is now connected. You may now decide the course of Propeller Paradise. I swore an oath when I got my transfer notice. I would be the one who lights the fire of everything new on Propeller Paradise. I would do everything I can to make even the stupidest ideas come true. No one would ever again feel the pain I felt at ATAO to be forced to admit their own uselessness in rules set by others. Now I'm still the one who lights the fire, except I'm doing it to the engine of Propeller Paradise and let it run into the empty wilderness. Gordon grabs the fierce-looking lever on the power unit and takes a deep breath. Say goodbye to max DC, Propeller Paradise. Pretty long indeed. This is before the boss. We have the boss fight still to do. Tin Man, that Fern is leading a group on platform 7. I see it through the monitors. Looks like Tannen got one up on Gustav at Cloud. Heading for the guys monitoring the Rhine tree, Nasti has broke through the blockade. Guys are trying to follow her, but they're being blocked by something that feels like Sarka's witchcraft. Vile. Send a team over and get the situation under control. I'll deal with the matters on the Rhine side. Looks like we're gonna meet an old friend, Larry, Curly, and Mo. A mad banshee on the brink of death might be a bit of a headache to deal with. As for you, Mary, you can choose to stay here or help our colleagues outside. You should stay a little longer. Hey, you three. Tin Man hears no answer from his revenant friends. Old Curly is lithely waving a stick and dancing an impromptu tap dance. Big Larry lies on top of Mercer's head with tears in his eyes, recalling memories of who knows what. As for little Mo, he's howling and yelling, and Tin Man can hear. He seems to think he's back in Casdell, taking out a revolver and emptying it into the Elder Revenant, trying to stuff him into the furnace. Oh, is Mercia doing some memory arts? My legs are numb and I'm a little dizzy. Perhaps you've been lax about your exoskeleton maintenance. This brain isn't supposed to rust. Your arts have improved considerably, huh? Managed to drag these three into the whirlpool of memory, even though old Curly had confiscated the projector. Or was it dumb luck? Did all the memories of their overly long lives make it easier for you to manipulate? Take a long time to play through the movies of your lives, even at 320 times speed, not to mention all the moments that need to be paused and replayed. I apologize. You understand that the effectiveness against me is limited. Yes, I'm sure you'll break free of the shackles quite soon. I've read the whole Hayek reports. She cannot fully incapacitate you even after lopping your head off. Therefore, all I can do is stall for as much time as possible and delay your intervention. You're an outstanding agent, Mary. You've always been doing an admirable job, helping people forget what they should, be it through arts or other means. But this is the wrong time and you've chosen the wrong target. You told me not to forget my family name. I've never forgotten. Any Celine who grew up in that old house would never forget. Orphanage of Maylander Celine, predecessor of the Foundation. Oh, she adopted? It was our home. We truly considered Mr. Celine our grandfather when we were little. Do you know what my most vivid memory of him is? When I was 8, I came home from school one day to find the doll that should have been in my room spinning in the middle of the garden, watering the grass around it. The only thing I had that reminded me of my mother. I don't remember her face, but I remember her thimbles gleaming on the lamp when she sewed the doll for me. Grandpa turned it into a sprinkler without a single word to me, as though the doll was always meant to do that. The children who grew up with me all have similar stories. You're Grandpa's best friend. You know that, to the founding father of the Federation, there are only new things in Columbia, the youngest nation on Terra, rising out of the frontiers. Oh, she opened her eyes as well? I'm kind of covering her, but... The only reason for old things to stay is to be used for pioneering. Didn't matter if we were Victorian immigrants or Gaulish refugees, whether we were children of debtors or criminals. Grandpa wanted us to become the children of Columbia, become Celines. That was the only reason for our existence. However, that's exactly why I can't accept what's happening right now, and take it for granted. What do you mean? I can't begin to imagine what you experienced in the long course of history. The Maylander Foundation, the President, the Vice President, they all have more things to think about. I've seen the analysis of von Casimir's power armor. They've reverse engineered the technology of the Gaulish View Vanguard, achieving results that surpass the transmitter using the flesh and blood of knights. I've read the textbooks of Lathanian basic arts tactics courses. It will not be a surprise even if, in a decade, every citizen of Lathanian is a soldier, as is the case for Laterano. I can understand why Maylander thinks Columbia is falling behind and how a timely arms race could bring us back on the right track. Judging by the standards that Grandpa taught me so many times, there's nothing more efficient from the perspective of national development. It's not that I don't understand these fallacies. Indeed, if I was asked to deal with these problems, I would draw blank. I would be able to do little else but cry. I just can't take it for granted. Not now. If orphans like us, who had nowhere to go, could all become children of Columbia, then why should a mother who walked 1,000 miles in search of her daughter, a merchant who put everything on the line so that his wife would not be hounded by creditors, and testers who are simply trying to earn a living, why should they be sacrificed for the sake of Columbia's progress? My job is to make people forget that this time... Oh. You decided to pay a price for Columbia's progress. You shouldn't be allowed to forget. You should remember the lives and dreams that were part of the sacrifice. Don't think of it as no big deal. I had to show her face. As she locked in. Alright, yeah, indeed. Oh yeah, she does, yeah, there's faces here on the hip. Spooky design. Nasti gazes at the indistinct figure within the winding branches, the figure of her mother. Vela's limbs have been replaced by grey-white branches, bark climbing up her clothes and skin like scales, printing countless indistinct visages.
Visages.
Glowing resin pours down like a waterfall, obscuring her face. Many desperate hands reach out from within, clutching her throat like clutching at straws. Both the tree and the person within seem almost unrecognizable. There's only one thing that Nasti can be sure of. This was not a natural occurrence. Fair enough. You merged with the tree? Falling. I see your road back falling, collapsing. I must make sure you can go home. My incantation could not reach the broken path, but the roots of this roosting tree will. I harmed it. Unravel. Nasti's incantation goes unanswered. The tree's design was based on the grammar of the Banshees. It remains flawed in many ways, but has never before rejected my incantation. Yet now, the branches continue to spread around Viola, dragging her floating silhouette towards Nasti bit by bit. Peas? Please, Viola, stop. Let me analyze what's happened to you. Nasti's plea goes unanswered too. All Viola does is ask questions in an urgent, trembling voice. There's no mist apple pulp outside the valley. How do you polish your feather horns, Nasti? I never taught you incantations, but it looks like you've learned it on your own. Kind of imitation. How did you... And your bone pen, your... It's not important, Viola. What I need to know is what happened to you here. Not important? Viola is suddenly silent when the creeping branches come to a standstill. An instant later, they start to spread in the opposite direction, encroaching upon what is left of Viola. Fusion is progressing. This roosting tree has shared your memories with me. Where you went, what you did. You can share more important things. Mom just wants to know how her child was doing. I saw you dig for answers in the great library of the Lich for days and nights. You ruined your eyesight, but the curmudgeon from on kicked you out in the end. That's not how you ruin your eyesight. Should have told him that you were never a foolish child. It was because of me. I saw you bind your horns and attach foul beast feathers to them every day just to sneak into the city of the Sancta to find food. It was bad for your horns. That's why the one on the right stopped growing, isn't it? Oh, that's why one of them is shorter. So that happened early then. I saw you sleep on metal scaffolds where there were no leaves to give you shade. You didn't build a treehouse either. You just used simple metal plate. How could anyone sleep like that? You get sick? You see, one of the horns is so small. Nasti listens to her go on and on. The voice is distorted, barely recognizable, but the words of concern are familiar. Vela used to say these things when they lived in Convalis. Nasti realizes that she's not looking at a problem that needs to be solved, nor a patient who needs to be treated. She's looking at a worried mother who needs to be understood. Nasti lowers her bone pen. Friend told me how you looked like when she found you. There were burns from arts, holes from bullets, and gashes from sandstorms all over you. What the hell? You walked the path that I once did, only harder and more painfully. Could have died. You should have stayed at the Convalis. There was nothing more I could do for the valley, for La Caramline, for the children. You've already done so much. Lies you weaved for the sake of all the banshees. Lies you weaved. I knew it. They couldn't fool you. I began to sense that something was off soon after you brought me to the Convalis. Kept the lie going for 200 years. It's my greatest achievement as custodian of the valley, and my greatest sin. 200 years? Do you mean that war? Yes. The king of Sarkas at the time was old and foolish. Not just the royal courts, and outsiders thought they could turn him into a puppet and thus control our Sarkas. It was already a bad year. Catastrophe raked the land once, and the Alliance's guns raked it again. Her! The green feline appeared on the horizon, beating a wall of steel that stretched as far as the eye could see. Which were the Steam Knights, which were the Spire Casters, and which were the View Vanguard? I couldn't tell. I don't know when they learned to build ships of steel and tubes that breathe fire. All I remember is that the towering Wendigos could only whimper as they were crushed beneath the ships, and our kin fell burning from the sky like broken kites. No one who heard the wailing that day would ever forget it. The wailing of the Banshee. We couldn't tell if we were delivering death or delivering the dead. All we could do was wail and howl, hardly able to put together a single coherent elegy. There were less than 1,000 of us left when the Allied forces withdrew from Castel. Half of us had lost our voices. Because of our nature, the Banshees have never missed a single war of the Sarkas, but such losses were unprecedented. I survived by sheer chance and left the blood-soaked land of sorrows, trying to find a place where life still remained. Convalis? The Convalis. Vast mist lake separates it from the outside. The seasons come to still in the golden woods. It is a quiet place, one that seemed like it didn't belong to the Sarkas. There's nothing that shouldn't belong to Sarkas. Well, no, some things don't. Not everything belongs to you. Yes, we believed it at the time. Me, Lakeramalin, and the new king chosen by the crown. We believed in a new life for the Sarkas. Lakeramalin and I took our remaining kin in the Convalis, built a dock by Mist Lake, and built our court in the forests. For the first time, we added symbols of life into the Song of the Banshee, guided the trees to bear rich fruit, and the vines to weave themselves into bridges with incantations. For the first time, the Banshees settled in a single place. They no longer had to sleep with only the night sky as their blanket, traveling from one death to another. But tokens from outside soon came flying in like snowflakes. Now, what did they say about the new king? That was obviously after the war, so Teresa. Tokens announcing death. Yes. Not even Teresa and Teresis could solve the problems left behind by war overnight. Yes, death lingers long after the smoke is cleared. We made dried fruit out of our first harvest. It was barely enough for a few hundred banshees to make it through the coldest month of winter. Those tokens in my room. The murky blood crystals of the vampires, tattered shrouds of the Noxeras, the shriveled rose and hearts of the Judge become... They soon piled higher, much higher than our dried fruit. I knew that if we went out to deliver the dead at that time, we would return to our old path. But the catalyst for change was one with the lives of thousands upon thousands in war. So we made a choice on behalf of all the banshees. That was Nasti saying that, whoopsie. I made the choice. I convinced Lakeramalin. I concealed all the tokens announcing death coming from the outside. Occasionally a banshee might leave the Convalis to deliver our kin, but I chose the people carefully and sparingly. Lakeramalin faced much criticism outside. For a long time we believed that we could cast aside our nature and lead a different life. The banshees could do it, so could all Sarkas. Even if the price was that the owners of the tokens would never find their way to the myriad souls. Even the price was that the banshees, having violated their nature, are swallowed by a lifetime of emptiness, destined to endure a long and painful journey of forgetting upon their deathbed. She's the reason for it all happening. 200 years passed. 200 years we had endured. Until I met you. Small child. With a bite taken out of her ear. That's why I had to leave. How many deaths did you tell the others about each month? More people die in Castle every day. You could fool the others, but you knew that I knew from the beginning. Lakeramalin was right. You were too smart. You grew up in Castle. I could not have fooled you. But I hoped you could live in the Convalis. Not just because your mother was one of the many thousands of souls that I turned a blind eye to. Not just because I owed you a happy childhood for failing to respond to the last wish in time. But also because I hoped that the Convalis, the sanctuary that was built in the hope of seeking new life for the Sarkas, would at least be able to take in a child from outside after 200 years. I took the child who was most likely to expose my lie in as my daughter. Carefully kept me away from the other banshees. Ultimately, your hopes for the Convalis fell through. I made many mistakes in my life. There's none that I regret more than your departure. You're always a smart girl. Thought about it many times. If I'd told you the truth about things, you would have understood and played along whatsoever. If that was the case, then perhaps you wouldn't have... No, I would have left regardless. She was always meant to leave. Oh, more CG even. I remember the day we parted. He called out to me. I didn't turn around, but I looked down at the water. There's no wind on Mist Lake that day. Boat sailed across the water like a knife cutting through a piece of paper. I saw her face clearly, reflected in the still water. You wept when I said I was leaving. I let out a sigh of relief. So small, so imperceptible. Perhaps you didn't even notice it yourself. Deep down you wanted me to leave, didn't you? We were co-conspirators in departing. Haven't you realized it, Viola? It's the Convalis, not me, that is truly your daughter. You discovered it and trusted the Sarka's future to it. Built it with pavilions and boats, fruits and cakes. Your love for it grew as time passed. There are two reasons why you brought me back to the Convalis. To make amends for the price you paid for it, and to verify whether it has grown the way you hoped it would. My departure brought relief, because the one who could expose the fragile lie that ties the Convalis together left. But my departure also brought anguish, because it proved that the valley could not carry the burden you hoped it would, even after 200 years. Too fragile to accept the child who grew up in Kasdal, much less become the future abode of all Sarkas. Nasti, don't. Do you know the answer, Viola? You left the Convalis, came here, and merged with this tree, which is like the roosting tree, yet different. Did you do it for me, for yourself, or simply out of obsession? It's true. She's a bit obsessed with tree. What are you running from, Viola? You're running from death? From the failure of the Convalis, or from the fact that you're dying and there's nothing else you can do for the Convalis' failure? Tell me, help me understand and put an end to this error. Fight time, finally. Long one! You don't need chapter 15, but you do kind of need chapter 14 and Bobble. You need chapter 14 and Bobble for this stuff. Kinda. Not like fully and completely, but mostly. Also music. Listening. What do I even do? Alright, give me a second as I fucking add my goddamn controls. Which one do I use again? Which one is... I can't remember which one's my pause and which one's my... This should be my pause. This is my... Jeppers. Wait, is this how it... I think that's how I had my setup. Probably, at least. No, it clearly isn't, because I keep pressing the wrong button to try and pause. So clearly not. These have to be the other way around. My muscle memory tells me what's correct. Oh my god, it's going so fast! Ah, stop! I haven't done anything yet. So quickly. Who do we actually put for this? I think she kind of has like the most convenient range for this. Oh yeah, we do have healer. This thing, which is not epic. Maybe I should have tried to find like an Ifrit range type situation. Because there's this fucking I kind of need arch damage for this thing. Can't put her, because I can't put her here. Ah! I can't put her here either. Ah! Ah, they're sucking my balloons! My balloons! They're sucking them! Not my balloons! This thing did not get blocked, by the way. Oh, boss. Alright, there's a boss. Get out of here. I guess I could do like this. That works, kinda, sorta. Is she sucking my balloons as well? What do you do, woman? Oh, it's moved. Balloon suckage. No, get away from my balloons. They're kind of all just going towards the... Okay, clearly AoE damage rounds, whatever. Ba ba ba. Does it have like aggro? Or do these fucking balloon guys have like lower aggro? Because these balloon guys are just getting kind of fucking ignored right now. Guess I'll just keep blasting. It doesn't do enough damage to kill stuff here at least. Actually, I don't know how I'm taking no damage. I don't know what it's doing. Who knows what it's doing, man? Okay, of course it has second phase, you know, as usual. This wouldn't be a boss without it. On my balloon! Get away from it! Oh! We fucking teleported somewhere. This thing is gonna fucking fall. We're gonna fucking... They're gonna fucking drop us down into the fucking earth, man! They've taken my fucking ground, man! I'm somehow like not... I don't know how this... What is going on? There's like some kind of like... I just don't really take that much damage, which is funky. I obviously have some immortality from this thing, so... Oh! Who died? Oh, okay. I don't know if this thing is flying or not. Oh, he's getting healed. Okay, so yeah, he was Gucci because he was getting healed. I guess we're just kind of managing to just kind of kill it. Ah! Oh no! They took the fucking ground, man! They took the fucking ground, brother! I have nothing! I've lost everything! Holy shit, I've lost everything, brother! Where even is my clone spawn thing? It's fucking gone! Fucking Kirby fall. Ooh. They also fell? Why did they suddenly fall? What happened? Ah! I'm getting fucking scammed Giga style. Oh, thank you for the gifted subs. Wah! Suddenly it's fucking doing damage. It was doing nothing earlier. Boss skill drops the platform. That's fucked up. Ah. I'm fucking beyond cooked. It's a fucking DPS check. I have nothing to deal with the remaining enemies either, man. This is fucking planting. This thing one-shots fucking everything, man. I was gonna say, how the fuck is that thing floating in the air? Bro, I'm so fucking cooked. It can fucking hit her. Okay, well, I did just have people respawn at least, if nothing else. If it fucking drops everything again, though, I'm cooked. Ooh, that's a lot of fucking damage. Oh, thank God, I fucking stopped. Stop giving me the momentary immortality. Thank you for another gifted sub. Oh, thank God! We fucking got the bastard. We have some shit to deal with still. We are not chill. We are not chill right now. We are extremely not chill right now. These things hurt so much, man. This thing is already at max weight. This thing has 2 balloon, okay. This is pretty much my hope is that I can do a decent amount on these, I guess, while they're... Okay, now she just died. Cool. Epic. I guess I just kind of hope that they go over here and like, she can... We'll have her kind of carry. Thank you for another gifted. How many has it been now? It was a 5 gifted earlier and then I was sniping people. Thank you. How do I get some more damage onto here? I do actually have enough to... There's enough space still. These things are so fucking tanky as well, man. Kinda can't get any damage in. I guess some of my immortality from here is the best I have, and some Ifrit damage. Thankfully they go in this line here, seemingly. Okay, good, we dropped that thing. Holy fuck, she actually survived 1 hit. Yes, Ifrit! Ifrit Gaming! How the fuck did I get that shit? How did I get that shit? I was not supposed to get that shit. I was not meant to survive. That was 1 XP in gaming, man. I had to know. My god. Pure skill. Yep. Totally no panic. No sudden moves. You know, I'm sure we can talk about this like reasonable people. Dude, this shit with CC or something would be ridiculous. Well, the riders are here. More Dorothy music. Got them in the lower level jail. We'll hand them with the courts when we arrive in DC. It's almost time. Double check your parachutes unless you want to end up in a puddle. What? Did someone press the detonate button early? Impossible. We're less than a kilometer from the district. Wait, government buildings are getting smaller? We're moving away from the capital? Looks like events are moving faster than your plans can catch up, aren't they? Never intended to stop the explosion. You were just stalling for the time for the plate to turn. Did you think we had the means to go toe-to-toe with well-trained units? Events moving faster than the plans can catch up. Change your plans. Lower level, evacuate by the planned routes. Upper level, protect the civilians around you and prepare to parachute. Point 0, detonate. Whoa! Ah! They still blew it. What's going on? The broadcast has gone dark. The screen's outside getting a signal? Still think about the broadcast? Didn't you hear the Emergency Management Council's evacuation warning? Serious accident is occurring in the levitation layer. All floating facilities will fall from the sky in less than 10 minutes. Hurry up and get yourself to the emergency shelters. Fall from the sky? Oakley looks up to see hundreds of floating pods turn into fireballs in the sky, marring the clear skies with smoke and ash. Without the gentle touch of sunlight, the cloud-like pods turn back into chunks of metal, crashing down on the lower level. Look out! Ooh. Save him. Save Oakley. Random tour guide, man. That was a close call, thanks. You're a tester? Which company? I don't remember you. Tester, totally. Now's not the time for introductions, Oakley. Streets are exposed. You risk getting hit by falling debris. You should go into an emergency shelter quickly. Alright. Totally a tester, yes. Falling. Tumbling down. Tumbling down, tumbling down, tumbling down. Fern's heart is beating so hard she feels like it might escape her rib cage at any moment. She tries her best to control her breathing, straps on the sides of the helmet slap her face, inflicting just enough pain to fend off the fear of falling. I think your strap should maybe be strapped? In an instant, the signal from the detonator travels through the connected conduits, igniting all the floating facilities at the same time. Fern leaps from platform 7 before it loses all power. They blowed it while they were on top of it still? Ooh. Falling pod streaks past Fern like a black meteor. The bright-colored paint is burned off the advertisements and melted cables flail in the air, giving off a bitter smell of tar. The whole levitation layer sways meekly in the air like a deflated balloon. Lucky Sister Beast, One Boot, Beachbrella. Fern watches these companies' logos fall together with her. Now that is a scene that rivals Sunset in the Bleached Wasteland, she thinks. Pull the parachute, Fern! Oops, almost forgot. Updraft lifts the feline slender frame. The parachutes come together to form a massive cloud. Did we do it? The people on the ground don't know what's happening. Must be a shock for them to see their investments and products burn to ash. They're safe at least. A piece of levitation layer would have fallen on top of their heads if the plate didn't turn around. Besides, they never find out they were scheming and plotting to stop them from dreaming. There were scheming and plotting to stop them. Kind of correct. Oh, holy shit, we got Georgie March for the hype train on Twitch. I know Georgie. Georgie from Alveo Sanctuary. Georgie. Where do we go next? You could certainly go back to Northfield to see your wife. Sure, what about after that? After that? Let's talk about that when we get back to standing on terra firma and looking up at the sky. The light of burning fire illuminates the people's faces, but there's little regret in their hearts as they gaze upon Propeller Paradise, now beyond recognition. The remains of the Propeller Paradise are scattered across the barren lands between the district and the plate, like gifts that have been returned. Fern closes her eyes in relaxation as she comes back down to Earth with Paradise. So I guess they just had they just blew that shit up. How many people were able to just float down on fucking parachutes? Like, huh? Elderly Banshee said her kin were like broken kites as they fell burning from the sky in that war from 200 years ago. Now though, she is like a kite that has too many strings attached, the branches and roots tugging at her as she floats in midair. A kite nothing could ever ruin, as she had wished. The roosting tree, that was the name I gave it. I built huts beneath it and made it the abode of every banshee. All I felt was fear when La Keramaline brought me to its roots. It's like a great void that could not be illuminated by the moons, by candles, or by fireflies. It was still and silent, sucking away my memory a little bit at a time. I could smell decay in the darkness, a decay that we could not reverse, but even the children of soil and stone could. It was a constant reminder of how pathetic the Convalis was. At the end, Lady Theresa and Lord Therasis found a future for the Sarkas through war and death. Meanwhile, Aefanil continues to seek a new future for the Banshees. But me and my valley, nothing more than a failed sanctuary that quietly awaits death. There's nothing more I can do for it. So you ran away from the roosting tree, ran away from death. I hear, though, everywhere outside the Convalis was the same, grey and chaotic, impossible to navigate. Only one path that I remembered was unfamiliar names that you said, Ithanian, Laterano, Columbia. I followed the names, followed your scent, not knowing to what end the path led, and what I would do there. I want the tree to turn me into an empty husk. Turned you into something a bit else, this one. But you chose to go into another tree. I was filled with sorrow when I saw that you planted another roosting tree here. I felt the spread of decay. I thought you were going to repeat our mistakes. Even if we couldn't save the Convalis roosting tree, I wanted to do something for this one. If all I could do was stay its decay and save you from sorrow for a while. When I saw it with my own eyes, I realized nothing I could do for it, but it could save me. The roosting tree only takes memories, but this one shares. It shares the story of the Convalis and of your journey. Makes me feel that I'm alive. Okay, there's a lot of the dichotomy of losing and sharing memories, or forgetting and remembering. I'm sorry, Nasti. I fused with the tree before I stopped the path from collapsing. Once again, I deceived you. That's why you're so lucid. That's why the tree rejects my incantations. He rewrote its grammar and changed its operating logic. Keeps you alive and you keep it running, either neither of you are what you used to be. Like a program that relies on a bug to keep running. Bug? Bug? Program? Like a withered tree that relies on a parasitic vine to remain standing. It's not so bad, is it? This can keep it from withering, then I've finally done something useful. For you, for the banshees, for Sarkas. I can bring it back to the Convalis. Bring you back. That'd be pointless. But why is the tree not responding to me? That means it's working. The outer casing of the device Nasti is carrying on her belt falls away with a crack. Paper tapes pour out, laying themselves out around her as though following an invisible blueprint, forming an elaborate and organized framework. The tapes are filled with tiny holes that represent incantations, coming together to build Nasti's unique language and safeguard her unique rules, rejecting the anarchic spread of the branches. I said I must understand before I can put an end to this error. Now I do. Nasti raises her pen and writes down a function, an incantation. Reconstruct. She's removing the bug. No, the memories that the tree shared with me, they're disappearing. Nasti, what are you doing? Wiping the preloaded data in the tree. All that it shared with you was only temporary data for experimentation. I know that you don't want to forget. What you truly want to remember and retain are not these hodgepodge data that put together for experiments. Even if it's so, please don't make the last thing I see be the sight of you destroying your life's work. You've walked such a long road and suffered so much for it. To you, the Convalis was your life's work, but I've never had one. I have a goal. This tree is the means to it. My judgment of it is not based on how much I committed to it, only whether it can achieve my goal. You hoped that fusing it with it would keep it from withering, but not withering won't make it any more useful. Just like the roosting tree of the Convalis. I don't want to be cruel, but the roosting tree never truly consoled the dying, no more than a simple phoebe tree, bent under the weight of incantations. It's native to the genus Phoepopsis, in the family of Tarangillus Simarubaceae. And its wood is commonly used for buildings in Southeast Terra. An elf colleague verified its nature after I joined Run Lab. Just a normal-ass tree. Became the roosting tree of the Convalis because you saw it as a symbol and mourned its change. It is withered because it has reached the end of its natural lifespan. That is all? I mean, the colors that run through its branches is merely the result of exposure to incantations over the years. I don't remember how it used to look anymore. But Nasti, if it's truly so, why does your tree look so much like the roosting tree? Because it reminds me of you. Just as you think of me. Do you know why I planted this tree? Look at her sad-ass face. I remember the day we parted. The ripples. Whoa, the animation. You're calling to me, but you didn't turn back. Because some words can no longer be said once you see the other person's face. But I couldn't help but look at your face reflected in the water. I wanted to remember how you looked. New tears flow across the lines made by old ones, as though it was a fixture on your face. Spent more than a decade with you in the Convalis. Never saw you without tear marks on your face. Life in the valley was good. Would have chosen the Convalis over Casdal every time, 100 times over. But Viola? Was there a single moment that you weren't in pain over the course of your 200 years in the Convalis? First I thought I could wipe away your tears and make you smile with simple methods. Spent a whole day wiping my face with mist apple pulp. It's only later that I learned why you were in pain. The source of your pain was the decision, the lie. The kin who suffered because they defied their nature. The kindred who could not return to the myriad souls because there was no one to deliver them. They were the source of your pain. To solve your problem, I must solve the problems of the Banshees. The problems of the Sarkas. The answer lies outside the Convalis, outside Casdal, in a place that I don't know. As I indulged into such fantasies, I saw you and I sail in the sky. The reflected sky. It was a calm, windless day, but suddenly the water rippled without warning, wiping away the eternal tear marks on your face. It almost looked like you were smiling. And so I began to think about the sky whenever I thought about how to make you smile. Perhaps blink. The sky is where we can find our sanctuary, an abode for our souls. The Sarka's promised land could also be in the sky, she says in Sarka's. All the things you did, the tree in the sky. That's where it all began. Oh, she locked in. Access security camera image. Alright, okay. She sees the... falling like a broken kite. Looks like Mainlanders successfully carried out their plan, and Carter Capital will bear witness to the fall of Propeller Paradise. The tremors came for the ground plate. Did Gordon... will we fall too? Not sure. I've undone the fusion and reset the tree, restoring it to an operable state. The tree itself is not yet complete. At least save yourself, Nasti. 3 years ago, Aethanol added a condition to my hypothesis when he delivered the Myriad Souls. 2 years ago, a friend split the sky and showed me the path to the future. Okay, also, you know, clear timeline indeed here. And obviously this makes it even more... because I'm at the same time, I'm currently judging here whether or not I can let a friend read this event, or does he have to get past chapter 14 first? I'm still one step away from the answer. What is to come will depend on whether we find it. We're in the sky, but I don't see the answer. Everything has fallen. The sky is empty. The sky is empty. It's not... well, if you don't read into... Aethanol or when he delivered the Myriad Souls. If you don't read into that part, if you don't actually think of what that indeed means, then it's not spoilers. If you do, it is. That's kind of a pretty big fucking thing that happens in chapter 14. It's obviously mentioned very offhandedly there, but like... because so far there really hasn't been anything, but it's more so also there's some stuff here that it's just harder to maybe grasp the full situation without having read chapter 14 first. Not even necessarily about spoilers. Because you just understand the Sarkas a bit better and the Banshees and stuff better as well. Yes, the sky has always been empty. It is we who must fill it. Yo! Writing fire. For you, Vela, I don't think the answer is in the sky. It's in you. Oh. Hands. Music. I can hear the roars, the hatred, the cries that surround you. Kin I delivered, or failed to deliver. Vampires, Noxeras, Jaj, and Banshees. Vocals. I've wiped all the preloaded temporary experiment data from the tree. It's your own frustration, rage, and sorrow that binds you now. Like every Banshee that you sent away the last 200 years. Like every Sarkas that returned to Myriad Souls since the beginning of time. That is why our people are made empty by painful oblivion. That is why the Myriad Souls are always roaring, always angry, always wailing. But if we leave behind residues of information in death, and the Myriad Souls are merely the collective of such residues, why shouldn't it be joy and song that remains? Does our nature prevent it? No. To process residues of information, build a server. If coverage on the ground is enough, raise it into the sky. Not just a sanctuary for the living, the tree will become an abode for the departed as well. This time, however, we decide what we leave behind. Perhaps it wasn't function that the tree was missing. It was a command, a decision, a sincere wish. Tell me the answer, Viola. What is it that you truly want to leave behind? The tree. I'll preserve that memory for you. Oblivion will never claim what you want to leave behind. I don't know. You don't know. At first I just wanted to save our kin from pain, from anger, from sorrow. But I no longer know how that can be achieved. Neither the Convalis nor the roosting tree could accomplish it. Is there any meaning in leaving anything behind? Nasti wanted to do something, say something, but no sound comes out from her lips. She's normally not one to deal with hypotheticals, but she could not help but think, If she finished the tree and took her people to the sanctuary in the sky sooner, would her mother have had a comforting memory to cling to? Hundreds of pods fall burning from the sky like black meteors, like heavy raindrops, like broken kites. Mother and daughter gaze at each other silently as they hope they would make this moment an eternity. No, you were never one to stop walking, Nasti. Once you've decided on a path, you'll see it through to the end. Don't stop now. Don't let me take away the meaning of what you've accomplished. My life may have had no meaning, but there must be some meaning to all that you've done. If this tree is the new abode for the souls of the Sarkas, then let me be its first denizen. I gave you a home 20 years ago. Now you've given me one. When the children stand around the tree to listen to its voice, I want it to be your laughter that they hear, not your weeping. And I want to remember your smile when I think of you. Nasti, my child, I've had good memories, memories that made me smile. I remember it was... She cannot finish the sentence. Half a year has passed since she realized that she was beginning to forget, and fled her hut under the roosting tree, following Nasti's trail all the way to Columbia. A journey far too long for a dying banshee. It was not the reunion that she had hoped for, but as the obsession that carried her to this point falls apart, death has finally caught up to her. Countless seeds fade from Viola's memories and become vivid before Nasti's eyes. Countless scenes. The banshee's oar lies still in her hands. She hears a lament. The king who painted the same dream with her has passed in a faraway place that she cannot see. The banshee stands still beneath the roosting tree. She spent 3 months witnessing her kin fall victim to oblivion and become an empty husk, the price they paid for her lies, and there was nothing she could do about it. The banshee kneels still on the floor of a dilapidated house. She promised to deliver a gargoyle who helped her in the past, but all that was left was the tip of a petrified tail. The banshee's sorrow and regrets are infinite, flowing past Nasti like a river without end. After all these memories have faded, there's one last thing that is left. One tiny, brief fragment. Banshee's putting a child to bed, a girl whom she brought back to the convalesce. Her eyes are filled with fatigue as she looks at her old friend, but all she would talk about is how lovely the child is. She used to be a child once. She opens her eyes and sees this land for the first time. She does not know whether it is good or bad. But Nasti can see that she's smiling. Time passes through the banshee like the wind across the surface of Mist Lake, leaving nothing behind. Viola fades away into the sky. A leaf gently drifts down. I'll catch you and remember you, Mother. Nasti catches the leaf gently, as her mother once picked a leaf from the tree for her. One does not need a bone whistle to accompany a smile. The leaf whistle. After a long silence, she blows a tune with the leaf. Like threads, the notes weave the gentlest incantation that she has ever weaved. Be at peace. Oh, what a scene! Oh. I'd like to make a bet with you, Miss Wilson. How many sky stocks do you think young Parver, that honest, sincere secretary of mine, will go and buy once he delivers the balloons? 0. End of the line at the stock exchange was 2 blocks away when I came. Last time I saw this level of excitement in the district was when the Department of Defense decided to send troops to Bolivar. I still have one of those cactus hats in my office. People went to the streets wearing those hats, shouting slogans and turning the veins of DC green. I haven't seen those hats in a long time. No one wants their taxes turned into guns, not since Robert McKesson and his feat of saving Bolivar from the Bolivarians became the butt of evening radio's jokes. Everybody wears a propeller on their heads now. A propeller hat. A blue propeller hat that spins. Awfully noisy, to tell the truth. Loud ass hat. Hey, there's a new version that automatically plays that rock song every Colombian knows when the propeller spins. I grew up listening to Terra Bless Us and Cityway 66. Once thought that the song of our time would be Good Night, Arco 1. Turns out it would be Good Night, Kristen Wright. The obsession that Colombians have with the future will never change, but the one they're following seems to have changed while we weren't looking. Kristen never intended to become an idol. Department of Defense never intended to become a joke. It never occurred to any of us when we raised a glass to the failure of DoD that it wouldn't be just the DoD who loses credibility. People listening to late night radio over a pot of mac and cheese don't differentiate between the DoD, Congress, or the cabinet after all. As you said yourself, these days the masses seem more willing to take inspiration from a legend or miracle. Sometimes, however, we need to turn their gazes back to the soil that nurtures miracle. Back to Colombia. Tech review reporter. Finally, we lay our eyes on Propeller Paradise. Not a day has passed that we don't think about it, ever since that fateful night 2 years ago. Synchronized aerial turn that we just witnessed is a testament to the skill of our test pilots, even in times of peace. Now Propeller Paradise reveals its miracles to us, to use this wonderful spectacle of the Colombian dream, declaring that... Whoopsie! Silence. Every media outlet, every channel, voices rich or coarse or sharp or warm, all fall silent at the same time. Entrepreneurs and investors on the streets, along with thousands upon thousands of ordinary people, fall silent too. For a few minutes, the only sound in Max DC is the sound of their propeller hats. Sprrrr. Rustling sound they make, like falling leaves, is the only accompaniment to the spectacular disaster witnessed by millions in the capital. Turn their gazes back to the soil that nurtures miracle. Back to Colombia. A terrorist attack? A premeditated act of terror. The investigators confirmed that the explosion was caused by a batch of arts weapons smuggled in disguised as general parts. Oh boy, okay, so they did indeed succeed in this whole bit, huh? Oh, fuck. The weapons could be traced back to numerous central nations, including... How do they get this information so fucking quickly? Not suspicious that they got this information instantly? Kazimierz, which has long since abandoned the ways of chivalry, and Lethanian, the ancient nation of casters, have used their despicable tricks against us. The voice of progress falls silent today. It is the darkest day in Colombia's 80 years of history. That really, this is their 9/11. This is their 9/11. It was a fucking inside job. It was an inside job! Mr. President, a second propeller has hit the hats. The nation is waiting for me to speak. I should tell them. They destroyed more than just an exhibition. They destroyed the hopes and dreams that every Colombian entrusted to it. I should tell them this shameless, heinous act was committed by those who envy our splendor, trying to make our people timid and afraid. I should tell them, but they're doomed to fail. Colombia will never be defeated. No conspiracy can stop the lamp and star from shining bright in the west. And then Colombians will eagerly turn their taxes into guns again? Everything that they fervently devoted to Propeller Paradise, all those sky stocks and the spinning propeller hats, will turn to shields and swords. When the smoke clears, the empty sky will be more inflammatory than any speech. Just like the real one. The winds in the wilderness of Colombia have never stopped, mercilessly blowing away the smoke and cloud that surrounded Propeller Paradise. The sky feels even emptier than before, after all things bright and beautiful have fallen. But it's not entirely empty. The floating tree with the lone and Astra. Is the soot playing tricks on my eyes? I see it as well as you do, Mr. Vice President. As do millions of people here in DC. That was the wrong voice. That was Jara. Floating platforms supported by a complicated system of massive hot air balloons and propellers have fallen. Floating labs of many shapes and sizes have fallen. The ropeway system that connected the levitation layer has fallen, along with hundreds of pods. The saucer-shaped tower that linked the ground and the sky has fallen, along with the elevator that it supports. Only one thing rises through the clouds into the bright skies of Colombia. And it's a Rhine lab making. Endfield OST. Oh. Message from Mainlander, sir. Propeller Paradise has stopped moving toward the capital, now headed for the southeastern border, accelerating. Mainlander believes they are trying to escape Columbia, which would be an act of treason. Mechanized units on the border are moving to cut off Propeller Paradise potential routes. I thought all that shit fell down. More importantly, the unknown object in the sky has already been locked on by our defensive artillery deployed along the district's route. With your speech about to begin, they want to hear how you define it. Department of Defense recommends opening fire immediately and sticking with the current narrative. Mainlander has raised the possibility of conveying a different message for the survival of this facility. They've also noted risk of doing so. The facility was created by Ryan Lab, after all. Before they do anything, I would like to get a good look at this thing myself. A tree? A tree. Ryan Lab certainly has a style, doesn't it? Tree-shaped facility. Do you know what it is? No idea. Suppose I'm just here to lighten the mood while you vent about Ryan. Huh, well, it doesn't matter. What it is will soon stop mattering to the people, just like the balloon that couldn't fly. In the DoD's game, it will become an infant slaughtered by knights, an envoy killed by the Witch King. Its fall will drive the rise of the people's wrath. In Mainlander's proposal, it will become the next symbol of the Columbian spirit, its silhouette printed on every hat that leaves the factories for the next decade. Is that so? All I see is a tree. See those foul beasts, rushing their feathers and honing their beaks? They've accepted that it's a tree that they can roost on. A roost? Tree rising from the ruins of Columbia? How should people understand it? They don't have to. Just as you didn't need to understand the mobile mining platform on the wilderness that you skipped classes to watch when you were young. Did you know if it was carrying a group of ambitious pioneers or desperate debtors? Did it return with a full load of riches, or was it simply drifting aimlessly? All I know is that I really didn't want to take the test that day, and the mining platform happened to be chasing the setting sun. Mining platform chasing the setting sun, and a flying tree. Not so different, are they? What is your position, Mr. Vice President? I'm the Vice President of the Columbian Union. With this position comes responsibility. I can't skip classes to watch a mining platform chase the setting sun like I used to. Still, that was indeed what made me feel something about the soil of Columbia for the first time. The sky is the soil that nurtures the future of Columbia. I'm sure there's enough room in it for a flying tree. Got convinced by Jara, low-key MVP? Doing PR work in her retirement? That was a pretty long note, actually. One more little bit. Let's see if this is like all the other ones have been recently, where the last ST one is like sudden ominous shit. Flight resumption, a discussion, a few empty chairs. Let's hope this isn't super long. I'm kind of over time a little already. Most remarkable speech, Mr. Vice President. People were moved to tears, even in the Rhine Lounge. Didn't think I would move the most eccentric, most maverick scientist of Columbia. But I've received enough flowers, banners, strongly worded letters of support, and soldier figures painted in my likeness over the last few hours. Not from Rhine. For the better, I suppose. Let's get back to the topic at hand. How should we define that tree floating in the sky from a scientific perspective? If you really want to know the scientific principles behind it, I could spend the whole afternoon explaining how its roots will spread across the land, and its branches and leaves across the sky. From a scientific perspective, however, all you need to know is that when it is fully grown, it will be able to collect energy and information from across Columbia and process it centrally. You mean an energy well like the shaft, but on a national scale? And a server, too, bidirectional to boot. The roots and branches go both ways, not only from the ground to the sky, but also from the sky to the ground. No need to force yourself to understand these things. You can sound out the way you did when you visited our Trymon's headquarters. It was your words that saved the tree when dozens of guns from the Department of Defense and hundreds of cameras from Mainlander media were pointed at it. Miss Wilson's words truly tugged at the heartstrings. An old man like me couldn't help but think back to the wild days of youth. I see. There I was, thinking that it was because you didn't want to give away the chance to define this tree to Mainlander or the Department of Defense. An exhibition, a speech, sky fever and patriotism made you the overwhelming darling of public opinion over the other candidates in the span of just a few hours. But have you thought about the future you would need to paint in order to not let your supporters down? Was it always your plan to improvise your speech? Do you know about the understanding between Kristen and the Department of Defense? Kristen will build Ark-01 and it was none of Ryan's business who the DoD used it against. Since I already have the authority to define this tree, I don't suppose it would have broken through the star part before everyone dies, if I didn't discuss with Ryan when defining it. Of course, you don't have to discuss it with anyone, be it Nasty, myself, the generals, the lawmakers, or that plushie on your shoulder. Haha. I take back what I said about you when I was chatting with my secretary. What do you mean? You're easy to deal with, then, Kristen. Plushie. State your demands. Lift the lockdown on Propeller Paradise and allow the escape plate to return to the capital's route for repairs, as if those involved in the incident. Okay, so not all of Propeller Paradise fell apart. Escaped? That's not how DC will define what has happened. Researchers who stand on the front lines of Columbian science would never flee in the face of foreign sabotage, would they? What else? Lift the lockdown on Ryan Lab. You know what I'm talking about. And I should hold an official meeting as soon as possible. Can't ask the government to undo something we haven't done. We've only ever been curious. What can Ryan Lab do? This isn't Silence's or Saria's event. Silence hasn't been here at all. Saria has been at least here a couple times as Control. Seriously, is no one sleeping tonight? Should have held some night wilderness tours. You just wouldn't stay still, would you, even when the plate's broken down? I could say the same about you. You look like a clerk gazing blankly at the sky outside after coming back from vacation. Well, I was scared. Also excited when we started finding the Maylander people. Almost scared me when you tried to bite that agent's finger off. What the hell? Freak. I'm not really an emotional guy. Last time I was so excited was when I got approved for that Sky loan. Loan Shark was showing off levitating devices at the entrance of the local bar. So many people watching that they broke the fence. And it wasn't education or economic circumstances that decided who got the loan, but who could fly a drone the highest and furthest. Here's how you ended up being the sucker who got scammed into it. Tonight I stupidly bragged to my wife showing off the finger I used to move the control stick and win a chance for the future. And a few days later that you realized there was no battery in the controller at all. I should never trust myself when blood gets into my head. Fucking absolute scam. You still charged the blockade with us without a second thought, didn't you? Yep, now like sister beasts to the slaughter in the wilderness, waiting for the government to decide our future. Like an onion thrown into a washing machine, getting layers after layers peeled off in these tides of fevers. Want to escape the washing machine, or do you want to be more than a powerless onion? A few years ago, I had an idea while going to the Bleached Wasteland for the third time. I sneaked inside with a truckload of pure gold ore and took it through the border checkpoint in broad daylight. Columbus would forget all the terrifying legends in the blink of an eye and begin another great expansion. It wouldn't be much different from what we're going through. Even if it began with a bored tour guide rather than a scientist who split the sky, if it was a hoax rather than a milestone. I wish I had to see new possibilities inside the door marked impossible. Escape the laws of common sense that seem to have no end, to go somewhere else and live a different life. She has a way with words. You, me, hundreds of Propeller Paradise testers, even that Ryan researcher assistant, Sky, we're all the same. Onion can't get out of the washing machine. But we can remember why we chose to go inside. The government doesn't hang us all for treason tonight. I want to stay on Propeller Paradise. Unlucky sister beast. Pay my debts. Can deliver a letter to my wife. I don't really trust regular messengers. Would you like to join Fern's tours? I could deliver you. Deliver you. Damn. I don't believe it. Can't be a single scientist on Terra like you. How did you meet Gustav? Did you know about his and Maylander's plan? Shame I never actually got to teach him a lesson. Old Fox ran off with Maylander's people after the levitation layer fell. Fuck. Oh. He was taken away in handcuffs. Handcuffs? Ha! He wanted me to take the fall for Propeller Paradise, but he's the one who ends up going down. He's just working. Good. You've been here the whole day with those pliers and hammers. What are you studying? I'm preparing for a journey. The Kuranta gestures to the bottom of his shoes. Only then does Gordon realize that the sound that the Kuranta makes when walking does not come from shoes. Piece of crescent-shaped metal. Nailed to your feet? Doesn't it hurt? It's called a horseshoe? No, feet are more trustworthy than shoes in treacherous terrain, such as the swamps of Sargon, the ice fields of Sami, and the barren lands of Columbia. He just has horseshoes. So you don't plan on hiding your identity from me? My role is insignificant in this entire event. I simply came to help a friend, and made a new friend along the way. I do so hate free spirits. You have enough experience to be my travel companion, but you won't do it. ATA is gonna be purged after this accident. Why should I not go back when the old fox no longer has any influence? Besides, you recognize everything in my collection. I'll always be inferior to you if I traveled with you. I'll make good use of all ATAO resources available to me. You won't recognize 5-4 the next time you see it. How does he end up at Rhodes? I look forward to it. Any place you haven't been? Like beyond the star pod, I guess? There are many paths that no one has trodden before. If there indeed comes a day when humanity stands among the clouds, I will continue to cast my gaze to the land. He's a land dweller. He loves the land. Earth-pilled. I saw you coming this time, Mercia. It's rare to see you not burying your head in work. Are you waiting for someone? What about you? Your colleagues already pulled out of Propeller Paradise before the sun had set. Now the rule of secretaries? Have to be the last one to leave? Just ran into a bit of trouble when packing. Speaking Sarkas. Hover. What, you made her fucking float? Oh, thank you. I was wondering how I would get them down there. Yet you chose the most scenic route, one that would take you around the tree. Wanted to see the final resting place of Viola, your mother. Her epitaph is the leaves that grow upon it. Look upon on your way out. You might have the wind carry one to you, if she still remembers you. You're not angry that I used Viola to complete Maylander's mission? You also defied Maylander's orders in order to help her. If it's the prison that you go from here, I would not consider it a shining example of Columbian justice. You need not worry, no need to worry about that. Tin Man once decorated himself with drone parts that Mr. Celine discarded. Usefulness is not the only standard that he uses to judge. This little rebellion won't be either. I think that's the one you were waiting for. I'll take my leave, then. Give me the parameters, Sky. Alpaca. Transmission complete. Nothing out of the ordinary. Tree is in great shape. You already know that, don't you? Just making sure the battle didn't wreck your brain. First thing I learned of the streets of Tryzyn was how to fight. I wouldn't be here at Ryan if a fight or two could wreck my brain. Till I come back, you're in charge of the tree's regular maintenance. Any derivative projects and all our staff, workers and testers in Propeller Paradise. I need you to be on top of your game. I got the projects, but the workers and testers. They've been asking what you liked. They wanted to give you a token of their appreciation before you leave. They stayed because of you, Director Lunare. What did you tell them? I don't know. I have no idea what you like, other than our work. Take a Star Pod Wars stamp to Pit tomorrow. I'll tell you everyone's personality and interests. Star Pod Wars. Director? First thing I learned on the Barren Lands was how to deal with people. What do you like then? It's not hard to find out. Time to go. I'll leave the tree in your hands. What about the one you were waiting for? He's used to traveling alone. He's probably already left. Left? Oh, we're in the Barren Lands. He'll find a way. Did I actually not get his name mentioned, or maybe it's here at the very, very end somewhere? Hey, stop. This is Ryan Lab HQ. Visitors need to register over there. I noticed you the moment you walked in. Hard not to give the clatter you make when walking. You just come back for the Barrowlands or something? Okay, Sim. Yeah. At least change your clothes if you want to steal company secrets. What the? Director level access? Who are you? I'm sorry, I'll take you upstairs now. That was waiting for you in the conference room. Thank you. Okay, indeed, this is where we learn it. The director, Ferdinand! That's the gist of it. The rest of the details are on the slide. Propeller Paradise is docked with max DC. District will now proceed to perform repairs and take inventory. Hundreds of tech firms, more than 1,000 research projects on the sky, and flight in some 20 to 30,000 people. Could take months to complete. Fortunately, Sarah is negotiating for Jackson with success, and the Ryan engineering section will be able to focus on their work at Propeller Paradise. Skyjagger is in charge until I get back. He's matured a lot. Wow, you're actually developing the new guys. Good work, Nasti. Thanks for your help. But thank you even more if you deleted the photos where you make faces with my appearance. I don't think so. Say, aren't you gonna tell me about your mom? No. Something's different about you. Not sure what exactly, but in a good way. Nasty. Alright, I cried. I came to terms with a few things and strengthened my resolve with a few things. That's all. I didn't leave my lab to watch your little tete-a-tete. I've been a little too committed to science lately, Ferdinand. I'm almost starting to miss the days when you were scheming left and right to take over the company. And why do you think I'm not doing that? I'll ask you to recall that it was my breakthroughs in high-energy physics that have kept all our sections afloat these past 2 years, ladies. Yeah, sure. Thank you for your help. Guessing Dorothy didn't come to the meeting because she didn't want to hear your gloat. She went back to Site 359 right after the inquiry. She said she had a few dreams. Girl never looks forward. Sorry, NASA's already sent experiment results concerning the tree to my mailbox. We're not here only to discuss the Propeller Paradise matter, are we? Of course not. Then who are we waiting for? Horse! Perhaps you might be interested in seeing data from the Infi ice field. You're back, Miriam. Finally. Horseman! Sorry, it's been a long time since I've been in Colombia. Took me some time to fit on my hoof irons. Broke them on the walk from DC to Trymounts. Glad I didn't wait for the Propeller Paradise. Had a car that could have taken us both back to Ryan together. You know, I never considered that at all. Someone obsessed with searching for death in every corner of Terra would be used to working alone, I figured. Takes 2 people with direct level access to activate the core unit of that tree, and wondered who Saria sent to help Nasti. Legend's already a pile of bones in the wilderness. Media questions if the director of Ryan's scientific investigation section even exists. There's definitely no better choice, but... Want to know who arranged it? Justin Jr. He had some investments in Kappa, and no sooner had I left the Endfield than he got in touch. Told me to go to Colombia and straight to DC. Got Gustav's invitation soon after. Justin Jr. had obviously, let's just say, pulled a few strings. Then why did I come back to Ryan? Found a fragment of that spherical superstructure in the depths of the Infi ice field, where the rootless flowers bloomed the brightest. You guessed it? Yes, it's a structure that Kristen's files mentioned. She said people in the old times called it the Stargate. I'm sure Saria will share the information with you soon. Any more questions, Ferdinand? I thought not. Nothing's changed about how you ask and answer your own questions, Miriam. You've left Ferdinand with nothing left to say. Alright, looks like everyone's here. This meeting's rather overdue. The past 2 years, all of mainstream Colombian media and the tech tabloids have made the same judgment. The gap where Galleria Stellaria disappeared is a scar upon the Star Pod and a scar upon Ryan. They've even come up with a whole narrative on the cancellation of Ryan's end-of-year cocktail party. We were all busy, that's all. Yes, but now we finally have some time. Joint project between engineering and ecological had some unexpected twists and turns, but the final result was a smashing success. Nasti are now holding the key to a brand new domain. If we can keep it in our hands. Miriam's discovery in the Infi Icefield has proven beyond all doubt that those strange tales that Kristen collected are, indeed, based on actual fact. Perhaps it will help us rebuild dialogue with the old era. Emil says has brought back data from our observation station in Yerag. Data that's very interesting, or very dangerous. I'm sure you've heard about the events in Bolivar. 20 science scenes have gone missing in the Black Flow. Oh, there's the Black Flow mentioned. For IS-7. Explorers and schemers will be excited if there are any developments with that swamp. Ryan should act too, Saria. Mangalan is already on her way. The events and phenomena that have unfolded since Kristen's incident indicate that the most well-hidden secrets of Terra all lead to the same answer. Will tell us the reason for Terra's existence, whether the disaster or a brave new world waiting for us in the future. My lab has already made preparations, but that alone is not enough. We must respond to the sheer fear of the unknown and go boldly where no one has gone before. What you said was absolutely correct, Nasti. However, Ryan Lab must be the one to turn that key. Mutters, whoa. Of course, we'll have a make-up cocktail party. Sorry, I'm taking on the role. Brave new world starts at Noe. Convergence of mind. Ryan Lab leads reunited in Trymounts. What's this, Justin Jr.? Newspaper sample. I would like you to think of a title for the article here before it goes to print. Are the scientists gathered to mourn the end of sky fever? Or preparing to usher in a new tide of changes? Send a screenshot of your communications with your colleagues to the Savior? More appropriate to put it as a DoD-aligned newspaper getting its hands on certain documents that cannot be obtained by official means. I heard your control has already reached an understanding with Jackson concerning Propeller Paradise. Not too thrilled about it, are you? But it won't stop me from making another deal with you. Understand that in the aftermath of the Horizon Art project, Ryan Lab's credibility with the Department of Defense has become roughly the equivalent of Mama John's scratch-off lottery tickets. Garbage. Which is why I only came to you after Saria reached an understanding with Jackson. In the end, in the aftermath of the setback in Bolivar, the failure of the Horizon Art project, and the Propeller Paradise incident, the Department of Defense's credibility with President Mark Max has become... Well, I suppose I should spare you the proverbs. I don't know what exactly our scientists are planning, but I know the value they can create. This, I'm sure we're in agreement. I'm a businessman, and my priority is Ryan's business interests. Sounds like I have no reason to refuse. Pleasure doing business with you. To be frank with you, I didn't think much of you when Blake recommended you. Blake? I'm sure you remember my life story that I just shared, which is a fairly interesting one, if I do say so myself. All you need to do is think of something of fate. As for your attitude towards the one who controls its pulse, that's rarely in your hands. Who is this question mark guy? Who? Okay, that's where it is. Who? I mean, probably someone high up in the Department of Defense, obviously. Damn, that was a lot of reading. Sheesh. Sheeshers. Sheeshers. Wah-wah-wee-wah. It would have gone slightly fast. We did have a fair few distractions. Courtesy of my... Yes, I mean, I knew there would be some distractions. Also, we took a bit to start as well. And I was delayed on my start as well due to unforeseen circumstances. So it could have been a bit easier as well. But what actually something that is readable in one go. I quite enjoyed it. I was interested. First of all, I think... First of all, the amount of nasti characterization is really, really good. Quite nice. And then it's a bunch of, in some ways, a setup event, right? It's like, it's kind of like aftermath stuff, and then setup stuff from Lone Trail and onwards. Nice to see Saria not being completely in fucking shambles, though I wanna see like how she gets there, because, you know. Also, Silence not around, thank God. The meeting was just, you know, the cool ones. It's fairly well, obviously it's not standalone, you need to have done Lone Trail. But like, it is mostly, like, you don't need Chapter 15 and stuff. Because that's the part I was wondering, is it would have that stuff, but no, you don't really need Chapter 15 and stuff. But Chapter 14 would be better, just because there's a decent chunk of... Well, you just understand some of the Sarka's stuff, especially better. Otherwise, you really wouldn't need Chapter 14, like, at all, if there wasn't such a heavy bit with the Banshees and the Sarka's stuff, which somewhat just makes a bit more sense and, like, easier to understand, I feel, if you have done all of Chapter 14. Reading is for the Ryan heads, yeah, but Silence is in some form of Ryan position, just not as a director. You can connect the dots afterwards. It's not like a huge one, but it's like a, you know, intended reading order. But you can read it before. It's not like a huge bit. It doesn't, indeed. There's literally like one line that kind of spoils a thing that happens in a Chapter 14, and that one goes by fairly quickly. Like, it's kind of almost an offhand mention quickly. Sort of, so. And there's a little bit at the end then that they kind of like allude more to the fact that, like, oh, the Sarka's souls don't have a place anymore? Huh? But if you don't read into it, I'm just answering to my friends so that they know, because I'm a bit overtime or whatever. Sounds sorry, secretary. Tin Man does deserve a bit of a punch, but it's just a good reminder that Tin Man is a way more, like, convoluted character than what you remember, because you've seen Tin Man mostly in IS5 stuff at this point. It's been so long since you've had Tin Man somewhere else doing something. It's been all IS5 and Sarka's stuff. seeing him back in Maylander stuff is like, oh right, this guy's like interesting. And we haven't really heard anything about Banshees in Endfield though. And obviously then, you know, a bunch of setup for like the Stargate and all that kind of stuff. And the Black Flow, which would be IS-7 stuff and whatnot. Stories give them no idea Tin Man is Columbia storyline. True. Yeah, pretty good. Also pretty, once again, pretty well paced and whatnot. I think. A fair amount of... Some bits were a bit like... Man, this character's kind of just like... Suddenly yapping out some like... philosophy out of nowhere a little bit. It's actually... It's not that long. This is shorter than like Grand Overture, for example. As a read. Which is why it was actually possible for me to do it now in one go. So. It is less dense than something like Overture, though, yes. Overture goes all around the place, obviously. And like obviously less dense than a fucking Babel. Because this is a bit shorter than Babel as well. It is easier to go through it. It's not like you don't have to keep in mind, like you don't have to follow like 1 billion things. It's in a way like a fairly straightforward one. You kind of really just have the nasty Banshee stuff and then the actual Propeller Paradise shenanigans. And Gordon is a really fun character. Gordon, a fair amount of fun characters. Fern, the 5-star, kind of like, I don't know. I don't think she was really anything special. She had like the rebellion moment, but frankly, I don't know, it didn't really land for me. The like, oh, rise up moment she had. I don't know. It didn't feel like it was like really set up in a way that she would be the one to lead that whole thing. I'd almost rather it would have been like Sky to do it. But Gordon had so much screen time, so he was great. Also just a very interesting type of character, so. Yeah, the Rebellion didn't feel like anything that important. It was, I mean, really, it was mostly just that, okay, yeah, they like, you know, they get all the devices so that it can get the devices to Gordon so that Gordon can do his thing, right? Like, they didn't really even need to, once they got the devices to Gordon, they were kind of done. They didn't really have to like do anything more. Like there wasn't really a requirement to really do much. They finished their job. Identity Fraud was a little funny. That's the thing. I think she was good for like some of the funnier moments and like bringing in like Viola and so on. But then like the like attempt at sort of her having like a bigger the attempt at her having a bigger role in sort of the climax of stuff didn't really land that well. But that's kind of a very minor thing when by far the focus is obviously more so Gordon's stuff, which is so heavily tied to the Propeller stuff, and then Nasti and Viola and the Convalis and everything. Which there was some really good scenes. And I did kind of call it. I called it that she would go die at the tree and the tree would become the new tree. But also the original tree apparently isn't even special. This one is actually a special tree. And yeah, Gordon, yeah, indeed. Skybox, our welfare. I will level him up now because he's a funny guy. What a funny guy. Great guy. Also, but no, I like all of the aesthetics and some of the music and stuff as well. And I mean, I am just a fan of Rhinelab stuff. I feel like maybe if you're not as invested in like Rhinelab stuff, I think this event maybe isn't that big of a deal. But I do really like. I have been a Rhinelab enjoyer pretty early on, so. Tree will become the new tree. Finnish philosopher, yes. But I think it was pretty enjoyable. And because it's a fairly easy read, I think. Well, actually, maybe I'm not. I say it's an easy read, but I guess at this point, I am so above probably the standard of reading. Let's be real, right? People can't fucking read. So, actually, for many people, it's a difficult read. Like a pretty enjoyable event, I think. And obviously just nice to, you know, finally have a bit of continuation and aftermath from Lone Trail and everything and set up for the future as well, so. I think the tree will be part of Seska since it's home for the Sarkas and also floats. I would expect that, yes, there is like some kind of through line from this tree now becoming a thing to then Seska's floating city existing. It might not be like the same thing, but there should become a clear connection to it. There's no fucking way there isn't. It's like a very clear setup because they even start talking about the fucking Stargate and all kinds of shit. So, yeah. Is Seska on Lifebone? Do we have that Seska's on Lifebone specifically? Was it said that it's on a Lifebone? Did we have like confirmation of that? It doesn't mention anything about tree, but does it mention something about Lifebone? Okay, it does mention Pheromones. Okay, then it's more likely that it's a bit more Lifebone-ish than rather the tree. The tree could be part of it, I guess, as well. Maybe. But it might be more Lifebone-ish then. Because obviously Lifebone was indeed taken to Kazdel post-Chapter 14, so... Fair enough. Fair enough. I don't know if the tree would maybe get connected as well, but... Specifically if the tree indeed kind of becomes another, destination for Sarka's souls, so, you know... But of course, could be a little funky, you know, once you go past the gate and all that, so... EFQ 7 also shows the life. Oh. 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 Yeah, good. Also, it was indeed good that I just finished it now, because then I don't know when I would have, if I would have left it part way, I don't know when I would have, like, managed to then finish it out. And I quite like Nasti. I've come to... You know, I had like an inkling of like, oh, she's around there. I like her how she looks and whatnot. She's at least somewhat entertaining when she's on screen. But now, I do quite like her. Roll a pity. Not enough for that. There's a lot of characters that I actually really like in Arknights that I don't roll for, so... That's very common in Arknights, where I just... Even if I actually really quite like a character, I don't actually end up rolling on him. Another cheeky 10. Okay, fine. What the fuck? Uh-oh. It's frozen. There we go.
Doctor.
Okay, but is it? But is it? Hey, these also go slightly faster now. You can click through them faster.
はじめまして。ライン生命エンジニア科主任ナスティだ。君のことをよく話題に出す同僚が何人もいる。会えて嬉しい。
It's just that easy. It's just that easy. Look, it's because we read the event, okay? It's the catalyst of reading the event. The post-lore buff. Easy. Easy. Just say you got the streamer clan. No. They reward readers. They reward readers. What can I say? They reward leaders? Readers. Also got my dailies. Wow. I would like to believe it's because I tanked the banner for everyone. You say that, but there was multiple unlucky people, I believe, on Cookie's pulling stream as well, so... I gave birth to Nasti, no way! Let me put her in here, however. She must get more
エレベ
trust.
ーターの照明が接触不良だったから変えておいた。
Give me trust. I'll have to put her
エレ
into
ベー
my
ターの照明が接触不良だったから変えておいた。
trust farm as well. Thanks for tanking it for me. Cookie pulling stream debuff? No, because Cookie specifically is God Hand. Cookie is not supposed to have a debuff. He's God Hand. For Glick Cord only, of course, not the story skipper plebs. Of course, that makes sense. Yes, it prioritizes the real people. The real motherfuckers. Okay, I should go because I also want to eat before as well and whatnot. I should get going. Good story. I like it. I like some of the. I quite like the sort of overarching theme with like the sort of dichotomy of forgetting and remembering and memories and everything and stuff. It was a nice little through line across stuff as well, and then obviously the future and past and blah 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 blah. But thank you for coming, thank you for watching, thank you for chatting, thank you for lurking. Have a good rest of your Saturday and weekend. Join the Discord if you want to. Goodbye.
ケルシーが誰にも話さなかったエピソードを聞きたいか